Hello and welcome to part 3. It is the fourth annual Gooners versus Cancer Podathon, 27-hour Podathon. We are in hour 16, so I am getting a little bit delirious, so I'm essentially in the same condition that you last found me in, Andrew, in Philadelphia. Not particularly with all of my faculties and feeling a little bit lightheaded. So
yeah. I understand.
The more change, the more things stay the same.
Well, this is it. I'm glad to run into you in a random place again.
A little bit less random, but yeah. So welcome to part 3. Want to say thank you again to our simulcast partners, Football's 12th Man and Lead Judges TV. They are broadcasting this live as well, which brings more eyes to Gooners versus Cancer. If you are here and you've appreciated and or enjoyed the content, please go to goonersvcancer.com, make a donation. We're doing prize draws at the end of each segment, and the only way to win one of the amazing prizes that we have is to donate and enter. So as we move forward and as we await Sophie to join us, this is normally the time where I start kind of. I think this might be the hour where we had Clive on a couple of years ago, and just as a result of being tired and, of course, Clive's voice, I just really started to fade. But we're not going to have that problem today.
No. Let me just say this to you right now, Mike. I'm the guest. You're the host. The onus is on you to, bring the best out of the guest and to entertain all the people watching who are hopefully going to donate to this incredible cause.
Yeah.
And
thanks for putting
any more pressure on you.
Yeah.
But, I do enough of this. This is the easy part. If you're the guest, it's easy. You just sit here, you answer the questions, all the pressure is on you and the notes that you have. And I'm sure you've got a litany of exciting and interesting questions to ask me to take up this next hour thereabouts of content for everybody. So
I've got about 47 questions, but 45 of them are about Philly Elmo. And it's funny that Ryan says that, but I actually do want to start there. You recently appeared on stage in almost like a kind of a celebratory ceremonial role with your bestie James McNicholas, just kind of almost just doing like an MST3K, like a mystery side. This is the third time that's come up on this podcast, but just kind of a commentary about a very bizarre thing that was happening right in front of all of our eyes, which is the first annual poorly drawn arsenal tour of a city, in this case Philadelphia. What did you make of that? Was that bizarre, weird, or brilliant, or a combination?
I think it was all of those things, to be honest. I think first and foremost, Jacob poorly drawn Arsenal did an amazing job in putting together the show, and James and I didn't really know what was going on. Like the day before we were due on stage, I asked Jacob, like, what's happening? What do you need us to do? And he said, well, you don't have to do anything. I'm just going to do the show, and the thing that you and James have to do is sit there and react to these stories about Philadelphia and some of the things that have gone on in that city. And I think, like every city, there are strange people, there are strange happenings, there are strange occurrences and customs. I come from Dublin. We've got our own stuff going on here. But I was taken aback by some of the stuff that Jacob put together. And then, of course, we got to witness/experience Philly Elmo. And that was really quite something. I don't think I've ever really seen anything like that before. But it was
I really should have downloaded, and I will endeavor towards, but we'll have kind of moved off of the topic by the time I'm able to get this video uploaded. But I think it's incumbent upon me to share that with people because it is one of the more surreal things that you'll ever. Now, whenever I hear drumbeat, I'm just waiting for Philly Elmo to show up.
Let me try and explain it in very simple terms for anyone who doesn't know who or what Philly Elmo is. But what we got was a team of incredible drummers dressed in a kind of steampunk outfits, with masks and stuff like that, in the middle of which was a man wearing a giant Elmo head.
Are we sure it was a man? I mean,
Well, man, woman, I don't want to give the game away here. Could have been a woman, could have been a man. I'm saying nothing. I just, a person, that's how we say it, who danced to the beat of those drums for about 7 to 10 minutes on stage. And it was really something to witness, I have to say.
And I want to say thank you to Donna, who by the way, claimed to be the executive director of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club while she was mercilessly hitting on me in front of my son. But I think the fact that your donation is in a particular currency shows that I don't think you're actually the executive director of Tottenham. But I do appreciate your generosity, and yeah, we're on better terms now as long as you don't try to pry me away from my happy family. Sophie, welcome back.
Hola, Andrew. How's it going,
Hey,
mate?
all good. How are you?
We're in the middle of talking about Philly-Oma, so I don't want to trample the rest of this discussion.
No. Oh, you mean like, should I keep my mouth shut so you can carry on talking about?
Oh no, I'm saying I don't want to trample over. You can.
Oh
No.
yeah, no. Andrew, you look so like you're like ready for a role in some type of not gangster movie, but you're looking very like hardcore.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you. I'm auditioning for a reboot of Magnum PI.
well, they actually did that poorly, so I reckon, yeah. Or I'm thinking The Professionals, a little Bodie and Doyle.
Oh yeah. That's true. Stick that kind of tan leather jacket on me, a pair of flares, some brogues, and I'm ready to go.
Yeah, maybe James could be Doyle, you could be Bodie.
Yeah. There we go. My future is set now.
I see Jacob drawing right now. His modern day Bodie and Doyle.
Do they have a frame of reference for The Professionals in the US? Because I think that was very much an English thing, wasn't it?
You know what? I think they actually tried to do a version of that show, and I'll have to dig. But I do believe they tried to do a version of that show. But for the kids out there listening who are only like 1 year old, The Professionals was an epic television show in England back in the 80s. Yeah,
sort of like a bit like Starsky and Hutch.
Yeah,
not quite, but in that same realm.
Yeah. There was no Huggy Bear in The Professionals, that's for sure.
No. More's the pity, I say.
Oh man, how's everyone doing?
You know, I want to hear how you're doing, because I know yesterday must have been a very emotional day. I mean, are you okay talking about it, or should we just kind of focus on other things? I mean, how are you feeling today?
It's really, I woke up today feeling like my heart was full. It was it was such a beautiful day. And
for anyone that doesn't know what you're referring to, and I don't know how that could be the case, as we mentioned it about 12 times on this podcast, but yesterday was, of course, a very somber and unfortunate day to have to happen. But I'm so glad that you said your heart is full, because remembering Super Kevin Campbell, as difficult as it was to have to do that, I'm sure was, and I wanted it hopefully to be cathartic, but
no, it really is. It was such a, like, there's moments, and also experiencing an occasion like that from a different side. It was really warm and comforting and uplifting. Kevin's family is just incredible. The turnout was insane. I think there were like 1,000 people in the church, and the energy. And I loved how, like, the family set it up. We're not here to mourn Kevin's death. We're here to celebrate his life. And it was absolutely exactly that. And I know Kevin will laugh when I say this, but I came away from the whole thing thinking, when I go back to LA, I'm joining a Black gospel church. That's what I'm doing, but it was just perfect. He would have loved it. He would have loved every moment of it, because it was positive, it was uplifting, it was his personality, his character, the outpouring of love that everyone saw after Kevin passed away. Exactly the same thing, yesterday. And our club, amazing. I wanted to show everybody this. This was the program. And there's pictures in here from Kevin's career. And I know I can probably say this out loud, and we'll be doing a lot of this, but, we're building Kevin's legacy, and Arsenal Football Club have embraced what the family have started, the Kevin Campbell Foundation, in partnership with the Arsenal Foundation. And it was just beautiful, and to know that legacy is going to be living and breathing, and that we can all kind of contribute and to be part of that. It was really, truly beautiful. And I know that Kevin, one of the last messages I got from Kevin was one of our games in May. And the text said a lot of things, but at the end of it, he goes, "I'm so proud to be a Gooner." And he would have been really proud of what the club did yesterday. The service was at the Emirates. The club opened up their hearts and they put on an amazing display of love, and there was food, and it was the screens and his career goals and everything. It was just, and they opened up the stadium so family and friends could just walk out and have a moment and take pictures if they wanted to. He would have loved that Arsenal did that. And at the end of the day, he was an Arsenal fan, an Arsenal boy, and to see his family in that moment. And someone said, like, the club was saying, like, "Come home, son." And it felt like that. And it really did. And there was a great turnout of Arsenal staff, executives, the players, and George Graham and Pat Rice were there. And I know that Kevin would have absolutely loved that. And I know I'm a bit emotional, but it's happy emotional. Like, to see George Graham there and Pat Rice. And I got to talk to Pat Rice, and I was having a joke with him because I said, Kevin still thinks you owe him 50 quid. And he's like, "You're joking me." He wasn't still going on about that. And I said, "A bet's a bet, Pat." And I told him, like, one of his favorite ever pictures was, there's a picture where Pat's handing out money to Kevin because they had this bet, and Pat Rice never wants to lose a bet, and he hated having to hand money over to Kevin. And he loved that. And for me to be able to tell him that, he was really touched, and we had a really good laugh about it. And yeah, so it was magical, and it was perfect for Kevin.
That's kind of amazing to hear. And the reality of life is that death is something we all have to face and we all have to deal with, throughout our time. But the idea that you can properly celebrate somebody's life when they go is so comforting, isn't it? It's horrible to lose people, but if you can come together and you can celebrate their life, and I think maybe the older you get, the more you realize that celebrating life and enjoying life while you're here is so important. And part of that is how you live and how you deal with people and how you treat people, and what you put out into the world, I think, is what you get back. And obviously what Kevin put out into the world was so wonderful and positive that then is reflected in that experience you had yesterday, Sophie, where what he put out was what he got back in really sad circumstances. But I think that is, if all of us could be remembered in the way that Kevin was remembered, not just after he passed, but through what you experienced yesterday, then, the world would be a happier place, wouldn't it?
It's perfect. You said that perfectly, Andrew, because Kevin was very pragmatic too. And, he was, his service was indicative of how he was. you know, you love, grief is a sign of love, but you move on, right? Life is cyclical, and you remember, you appreciate, and you respect someone's legacy. And he was definitely, you know, that type of person. And the turnout was amazing. And I'd like to say also that there were representatives there of Everton Football Club as well.
As you'd expect, because they love him.
And it was really cool because interim England manager Lee Carsley was there, and you know, Francis Jeffers, Don Hutchison, Les Ferdinand, Andy Cole, Andrew Cole, who really, you could tell like the love he had for Kevin was just unbelievable and amazing. It was really beautiful to see, even outside of the Arsenal family. And people talked a lot yesterday about the Arsenal family. And I know some people sometimes think, oh, that's just, no, it's true and it's real. And when you see the generational players there, it was really incredible. And Paul Davis made a speech, and Kevin loved Paul. I mean, he called him Pups, and he was such a role model for him. And he did such a beautiful speech, and he was there the whole day. I just wanted to say, what a man Paul Davis is. And to have had that conversation with Paul and Kevin on our show last year, I know what that meant to Kevin, and I know what Paul meant to him, and the way he spoke about him, and the way that he was just there all day for the family and everybody. It was just a beautiful thing, among other players too. Mickey Thomas was there. I mean, you know, seeing them, David Seaman, it was really lovely. Really
How is David Hillier doing? Is he all right?
Yeah, he's great. He was mentioned a couple times. Someone talked about his pass for Kevin's goal against Tottenham, and we were having a laugh about that because Hillier was talking about, oh, it was a crunching tackle that turned into a pass that turned into a goal. It was lovely, and yeah, he's doing good, and I think that was cathartic for him as well.
And Andrew, what you said earlier, the very last thing I texted to Kevin, and I'm not sure he ever saw it, knowing what I know now about his phone and you know, and how he was doing, but was my favorite line in all of music, and it's the last line of the very last song of the Beatles, which is you know, and in the end the love you take is equal to the love you make, which is just another way of saying what you've said. You know, you get what you give, and he gave a lot of love, and you know, and I know that in his life he got to experience the love that came back. And that's, you know, people always say you want to, you know, when it comes to like money, which is just another way of, you want to give that money to your kids while you're alive so you can see them enjoy it, like that sort of thing. It's not a good analogy, but he's not just getting showered with this praise and this love and this affection now because this tragedy has occurred. But I think
what sort of always occurred to me the few times that I was on with you guys, with Sophie and Kev and everything else, was that you know, there are players who go into the media afterwards, and sometimes it's in a more, I don't mean to denigrate what we do in any way, Sophie, but like a more professional capacity,
sure,
like, you know, mainstream media, broadcast media, where I think, you know, those, you hear the comments all the time, don't you, about like a former player from a particular club. The fans of other clubs will say, well, he's completely biased towards that club, and the fans of the club he played for are like, why doesn't he protect us more? Why doesn't he give us a hard? Why does he give us a hard time? Because maybe they're trying to be, you know, objective, and maybe they just are being objective. And fans being fans, you know, they take things maybe slightly the wrong way. But what occurred to me about what you guys did and what Kev did on those podcasts was that he fully embraced, as well as the work he did elsewhere for Sky and places like that, was the sort of, how do I put this, the sort of community nature of what podcasts and YouTube and all those things do. They allow people to connect with their football club, and they allow people to connect with people from their football club. And he never felt to me like somebody who was like, well, I played for Arsenal, therefore I'm above you in some way
Exactly.
when we talked about things. And like myself and Kev didn't always agree on things. We'd have nice discussions, and there was never any anger or anything like that, but we could disagree on things, right? But I always came away going, my God, like I'm disagreeing with a guy who played for Arsenal how many times and scored how many goals for Arsenal, and he's not looking at me and thinking like, who's this guy?
Well, is that not a sign of I mean, if normally in a situation like that, where one of your footballing heroes and one of the people you grew up, in my case, you grew up watching play, even though he's only a couple of years older than you, he's living the dream and he's earning every bit of it. But like, you would think, well, I'm on a podcast with Kevin Campbell. I'm basically just going to agree with everything that he says because he's Kevin Campbell. And the fact that was not the case, you had, people like whoever Newman is on your podcast, whoever that person is in real life, like you just literally just podcast junkies. And I say that with affection, not in any other way, but people who just, they get their entertainment from watching other people talk about Arsenal and participating in it. They could just have the balls to just come out and completely disagree and tell the guy that they're wrong, I think is a reflection on Kevin more than it is anything else, because, you didn't have to agree with him out of respect. He didn't want that.
No,
that's to say what you thought.
What I mean. That's what I mean is that being part of the community means that, like, if you go to football with your mates, you're going to sit around and have a pint and one guy's going to think one thing, one guy's going to think another thing. And, that's part of it, isn't it? The discussion and the debate and the things that you disagree and agree on. And I think that was what always struck me about Kev, was that he was willing to just sort of become part of that as just another guy who loves Arsenal, albeit with an incredible track record of pulling on the shirt and scoring amazing goals and having an incredible career, not just at Arsenal, but like you say, Sophie, at Everton, Nottingham Forest, and Turkey, other places as well. An incredible footballer, a guy who could do things with a football that we could only ever dream of in our time. And he was just one of the guys. He just came across as someone who's passionate about Arsenal, passionate about talking about Arsenal, but never took the not the higher ground, but took the made you feel like there was a sort of privilege to be doing that with him. It was just
there was no forced deference required with Kevin.
No, and when he passed away, the overwhelming tone of the messages was, "Thank you for bringing Kevin into our lives and connecting us with him." And there's no ex-player that's done that the way Kevin has done that. And the fact that there were so many people from all corners of the earth, from Australia to Sierra Leone to India to the United States, the UK, they felt like they connected with him. And to be able to have that communication with, like you said, Andrew, someone who's worn the shirt and played at that level, it meant everything to them. And that, I think, is one of the things I'll always kind of be thankful for, that we were able to do that. And he loved it. And it was really lovely hearing, like, his brother yesterday when we were talking, saying, he goes, "Sophie, he loved it. He loved doing the podcast. He loved talking." Yeah. And to hear it from his brother and what, I knew that already, but to kind of hear it from his brother, it was really like a beautiful thing to hear. And, he loved, I met people there yesterday that, he's been friends with since he was 18 when he first started at the club. And you guys, guys who used to help him organize the Arsenal player Christmas parties. I mean, great stuff, really great stories, and just, and he loved people. He was a people person. And a friend of his said to me yesterday, said, "Soph, even if Kevin hadn't played for Arsenal, he would still have been the same person doing all of those things, just in another realm or just, differently."
And I think back to 2018 when I met Kevin for the first time, and it was Lee that brought us together. A number of us, because Lee had made contact with him and had a relationship, And
Lee and I are going to do something together because Lee was there yesterday and it was really nice to have him there and for us to be together and stuff. So,
and yeah, you guys probably have not had a chance to just get hug. I mean, virtually, yes, but I mean, I was really happy knowing that the two of you were there together.
Yeah.
But just what I was going to say is that, you know, on that day, March 11th, 2018, and I'll never forget the date. You know, the story was that Lee went to do his AFTV interview after the game, and Kevin was with him. And Lee's being mobbed by, you know, the throngs of fans gathering around that. And no one really paid much mind to this incredibly dressed, professional looking. I mean, like Arsenal fans, and yeah, it was a section of Arsenal fans that probably isn't necessarily the most historically, you know, astute fans in the fan base. But Kevin got very little attention. You know, and of course, seeing him in Everton, seeing him in the I mean, that would never happen there. And I got a little bit upset that, you know, this man was lionized by Everton fans, and that he was slipping through the cracks in 2018 of not having people necessarily know who the man was and what the man did. And to see that evolve over the following 6+ years, and to see how your venture with him on Highbury Squad really kind of led to that, is why we have somebody up on the screen in India that absolutely loves the man. Why Ryan in Detroit has so many personal stories to share. Why Tanner in Pittsburgh has those things to share. While Albrecht in Austria, and you know, you said Australia and all that. His resurrection as an Arsenal legend, you know, has come through the podcasts that he did with you and all of and where he took that from there. And it's very gratifying to know that, you know, his place in Arsenal lore as a person, as a human being, was set right by the opportunities that he had and took by the hand. And I will always appreciate you for doing that. You know, he did the work, and you did the hard work with him. So I mean, it moves me, and I really hadn't expected to spend the majority of this hour talking about that. But how could I not when you're here and having just experienced what you experienced yesterday? Anything else that you want to share? Because I mean, I do have topics other than Kevin, certainly, that we can talk about. But
I just I was really proud of our club. I'm always proud of our club, but yesterday I was really extra proud. And I think it's important that people know that, you know, you all want us to sign a striker and throwing toys out the pram about the transfer window. And all I can say is that I really feel this club is in great hands. And Andrew and you know, you get to talk to people at the club and meet people on the tours and outside of it. And, you know, I had great conversations on the US tour. And then again yesterday, the club is in great hands with people that want to win. And Kevin wanted to win. But at the same time, what they're building is not just for the now, it's to continue for the future. And what they did yesterday for a legacy player, and they talked a lot about the Arsenal family and what that means. You know, they're trying to reconnect generations, but at the same time, support what is the now as best they can. And all I can say is, if you're proud of your club, yesterday I was really super extra proud of our club, and they've been amazing. And I know how much Kevin's family really appreciate that, and the Kevin Campbell Foundation and supporting that too. You know, it's a really good time to be a Gooner, and it always has been, but it just is extra special right now. And that's what I kind of want to leave people with.
Yeah. And can I just sort of say as well that Sophie wouldn't be backwards about coming forwards if she felt the club wasn't in the right hands. I remember a few years ago in LA, I think we'd play, I can't remember who we played. Maybe it was Bayern Munich at the LA Galaxy Stadium, when we were in the press conference afterwards. And I remember your question. I don't remember exactly what your question was, Sophie, but it was like, and then went on a bit, and then another, and you got
Sophie was on one that night. She was, yeah, I remember that. You were wearing the same hat, I think.
Yeah, no, different hat.
Oh, okay.
And look, to be fair, I don't think Unai Emery was ever the right guy for us, but I sort of remember his face there going, I don't know what's happening here. So, it's not just the case that Sophie is saying, we should be proud of our club just because we're Arsenal fans. If there's things to be critical of, she's been there and done that in the past. So just to give that little bit of context.
No, I appreciate that. And I'm not afraid to criticize. And like you said,
nobody should be, but I think,
Yeah. And I'll call it as it is. And I just feel that this journey I've been on personally as a fan, from kind of not understanding and not believing in Mikel Arteta at the beginning, and being, listening to Kevin saying, so if it's the players, and going on that journey myself, my own discovery, and realizing like, a year and a half in, and seeing what is happening, but also the people behind the scenes are really smart people. Like, I came away from those conversations thinking, fuck, these are smart people, and they're doing and trying.
No more criminals.
No, they're really smart people. And not only that, I think we have ethics as a club, and I'll leave it at that. But I truly believe we do, and we're trying to do things the right way. And, you might want us to go buy a striker for 100 million and whatever, but, just look at Chelsea and look at United and look at, you reap what you sow. And it's undeniable. Any doubters right now, or any people kind of denying what's happening or still calling for Mikel's head, I don't understand that, and I just don't think that narrative flies. It's just ridiculous.
And this is somewhat of a segue into. I did want to talk, because obviously all three of us spent time in LA, and then Andrew on to Philly. Of course, Andrew on to Philly. The summer tour, it is kind of tangentially related to the club being in good hands, the way that they went around about the summer tour this year, and Andrew, having been in both cities, first I want to get kind of your feedback. You've been on all of the summer tours, I believe, except for the Orlando trip, and we won't go into that. But I mean, what'd you make of this year's trip, and kind of the changes you've seen from 2016 to 2019 to all the way up to this year?
I mean, there's just a seriousness about this football club right now. There's a seriousness in everything that we do, where I think that's reflected in the way people respond to the club now. The support in the US has always been incredible, and look, not just the US, it is all over the world. The passion that people have for Arsenal is never anything other than astonishing to me. But I think you can see that the support out there is growing. The people we met, and the passion that people have, and the enjoyment people are taking from Arsenal being good is not something we should take for granted, which is why I think what Sophie said about, where we are and what we're doing. Of course, we all want to win. We want to win the title. We want to win the Champions League. But ask me, do I prefer what happened last season to a season where we stumble into 8th or stumble into 5th or 6th? Of course, and I think you can see that in the way people talk about the club, and the way people come out and support the club. Like, Philly was completely sold out. I know the LA games weren't quite. Maybe there are discussions to be had about why that happened, and could they make that happen in a different way, make it a bit more available to some people. I think that is a worthwhile discussion. But it's a club that is very serious now, and even the way that we brought through some of the young players in this preseason on that US tour, their presence was required. I don't know what happened there. Fuck, my preamp fell out from underneath. Anyway, their presence was required, obviously, because many people were away, players were away. But the fact that they took that opportunity as seriously as they did, the fact that Nwaneri and Lewis Skelly and Aidan Heaven and Josh Nichols and players like that, you know, when they got there, even if it was 10, 15 minutes, they took it really, really seriously. And I think that is something you can see how that is just a through line of the club. If you want to talk about Arsenal DNA or the DNA of a football club, the seriousness with which we take our work now is absolutely fundamental to that.
I totally agree.
You know, I think we all have a slightly different set of experiences on these tours because, I mean, Andrew, I've seen you both in the press box and also not in the press box. I think, you know, in 2019, you had the misfortune of having to sit next to me in the press box. Well, I just chowed down on brisket the entire time. But
so much brisket, Jesus.
So much brisket. Look, I'm a changed man now. There's no more brisket for me. Well, there's brisket, but not in as much quantity. But I mean, you've always kind of had that relationship of kind of media / you know, notable host of events and that sort of thing. Sophie, you've got the experience of really kind of putting yourself in a very special position where you are a member of the media, but you are a trusted member of the media, someone who I think the club values and is advocating for, you know, not necessarily having the traditional paper just be the only sources of news. And I think that what you're doing is fantastic. The added perspective I have on it is as a member of Arsenal America's board and really learning a lot in the last 18 months about how the club work with the supporters club in making these events special. You know, most people and myself leading up to a couple of years ago, we would find out 2 weeks before that this is where you need to go for this event. This is where you need to go for that event. And they just all kind of happened. And maybe Gunnersaurus was there. Maybe he wasn't. He or she, I should say. You know, they would just happen. And now I've kind of, you know, I've seen how the sausage is made. I've seen how the club has changed how they work, and they are meeting us where we are. It's about to happen again in DC for the historic women's tour and games this Sunday and the following Sunday. And I'm very, very impressed. Yeah, it's a lot of last minute stuff that we'd prefer to have advance notice for, but that's I think football. That's not an Arsenal thing. That's just football. And but this club is in good hands. I agree with you, and it's not just from the perspective of management of valuing their past, their history, and it's in really truly wanting to connect with their supporters, and I hope that they look internally and domestically at that a little bit more. And I think we would all say that that's an area for improvement. But you know, this club is doing things differently than they have in the past, and it's all. I think a lot of it is probably down to Mikel and his cultural changes in the club and how that's permeated all the way up to the highest levels of KSC.
I think there are a few people behind the scenes as well that wanted the same. Yeah. And Mikel's become the face of that change. But a change like that takes a team. And there's definitely a core team at the club that work together and have worked together to make those changes, not only culturally on the pitch, but off the pitch as well. And, you know, I did a show with Kevin last year, and, you know, some people sent pelters our way where I asked the question, are the Cronkies one of the best owners in the Premier League? And I believe they are. And I believe we've gone from protests and discourse to them proving, since they became sole owners of the club, that they're willing to support it. You know, unfortunately, there are still some fans that want them to put their hands in their own pockets and spend the Abramovich way. And that's just never going to happen. I mean, I think the Thomas Partey deal is probably the one that was sanctioned by them, that 45 million, I think, right? You guys can correct me on that, but it's a collective. And the only way Arsenal can look like a proper team on the pitch is if there's a proper team behind the scenes making it all cohesive and happen. So Mikel's the face of the change, but he's not the only person behind the change.
You want to see how far this club has come? This is now in the tunnel on Hornsey Road. North Banksy, and if you know North Banksy, and he is appearing on this podcast in just a few hours, but if you know North Banksy, he was, let's just say he was a little bit not cronky in about 4 years ago. And, and we're in a chat because we're doing an event coming up in a couple of weeks, which we'll be talking about later on. But he's like, can I paint this? Can I really out myself as being cronky in potentially at this point? And he went and did it.
Is that Santi Cazorla beside him?
Yeah, it is Santi Cazorla beside him.
I mean, can I just sort of expand on what Sophie was saying a little bit, because I do think it's really interesting to think about, when we consider maybe the last 6-7 years of Arsene Wenger and what happened maybe from 2007, where the ownership at the club was not healthy for the club, right? I think that was something that we talked about, Sophie, and I know that it's something I've written about, where essentially we had a Cold War situation, without putting it in too simplistic terms, where we had the Kroenkes and KSE on one side and Usmanov and Red and White on the other. And I don't know that there's enough examination of how we got to that point. I think there's probably a book to be written about, how did Arsenal end up in that situation? Was that situation ultimately healthy for Arsenal, for the football club, for the decision making, for the culture of the club, for the prospects of the club? And I think we can say that it wasn't. It was not good. I think there are myriad reasons why things didn't go well for Arsene in the final years, despite the fact we won some cups, and there are all kinds of ones. But I think at the heart of it was the fact that we had this ownership issue, where one guy had 63%, the other guy had 30-odd%, and like never the twain shall meet. And I've been critical of KSE and the Kroenkes. I know you have, Sophie.
Oh, yeah.
There are very good reasons to have been critical of them. Even when they took 100% control, there were things like the Super League decision, which, people came out and protested at very strongly, and they were right to do so, because that was not the right thing for the ownership to do. Even if I can understand why, in the context of what was going on behind the scenes, why they felt they had to do that. But fans made their voices heard. But I think you can see the difference in how the club is being run when there is a 100% owner. And like I, along with many people, had some concerns about, do we want the club to be in the hands of one person or one organization, where this plurality of ownership that the club had with various directors, the Hillwoods, Danny Fisman, David Dean, all the various people who were shareholders, where they were considered custodians of Arsenal Football Club. That was something that I was afraid when we lost that we might lose something of our identity. But I also think that in the modern world, in the reality of the world we live in right now, when it comes to sport, when it comes to owners, when it comes to who owns the biggest football clubs in the world, it's not just Arsenal, it's it's AC Milan. You look at what's going on there, you look at what's happened in the Premier League, you look at what will probably happen with a club like Barcelona, who are going to probably have to give up what is a huge part of their identity in order to get themselves back on track financially. I think that is an inevitability, and it's
leverage their
sad.
future.
Yeah, it is a sad reality of what sports ownership is about. But have we been better since the Kroenkes took 100% control? Yes, I think so. Yeah,
and I mean, what successful Premier League club has been successful despite having mortal enemies fighting for control, 60, 70, 69%, whatever it is? I look back at the ownership historically of clubs, and Liverpool was a splitly owned club for a long time, and shocker, they really, really struggled through those years. And once FSG, was 100% owner, their rise began, and with a few positive steps along the way, 2 massive sales and an incredible coach hire. But you just can't be successful when every dollar you spend on improving your team is enriching somebody else who you hate and want gone. And I think too many people said, 69% ownership is enough that they should have gotten everything done. And I just, that's just a fundamental misunderstanding of how the business world works
and how billionaires think.
Yeah, exactly. And if not for Arsene Wenger, keeping things together with tape and string and that sort of thing, who knows what would have happened, with a few years out of the Champions League then. But, I'm just glad that it ended, and I'm glad that essentially the winner of that battle ended up A, not being sanctioned by the world, and B, deciding and or coming to the reality that they wanted this club to win as much as we do.
Well, the other thing as well is when you win a lot of football matches, nobody really cares who the owner is, or nobody pays too much attention to the owner because everyone's happy. And I'm not saying that there shouldn't be questions asked, but there must have been and must be. I'm no fan of Chelsea, but there must be Chelsea fans who were opposed to what Abramovich did and was. But when you win a lot of football matches, nobody questions that. The desire to see your football team win kind of trumps many moral issues that people might have, for better or worse. I think that's just kind of how human nature goes. But I do think that, on the back of what Sophie said about how the club have reacted and behaved and what they did for Kevin, that ultimately there is at the core of this football club, there is something that is still very much entrenched within the community about doing the right thing, about being supportive, about being inclusive, about making sure that Arsenal is for everyone. And when Arsenal win a lot of games, everyone's pretty happy. So long may that continue.
And there's no doubt whatsoever, when you talk to people at the club, they want the Premier League as badly as we do. They really do. And when you think about how badly we want it as fans, you then think about how that feels for Mikel and the players and the people who kind of work at the club day in, day out. And we're part of that. It doesn't mean they want it any more than we do, or we want it any more than they do. They are on the same page as wanting that trophy the most of any. And they want to deliver it this season so badly. And, hopefully we can make that happen. So
hunger is a great motivator, isn't
it? It is. They're so hungry. And that hunger is, when you talk to the guys, everyone seems prepared, ready, on the same page. We're one common goal: to win the Premier League. That's it.
I think even a few years ago there was in fact it was Aston that told me this, because the year of the kit release that Aston participated in, he kind of got the celebrity treatment, the superstar treatment, because he was kind of the face of the kit release, and he in Orlando, he was in the owner's box with Josh and Stan and Tim Lewis and that whole crew. And he told me, and I have no reason not to believe him, that Stan Kroenke said something like, when we win that Champions League, we're going to go out for a big steak or something like that, like something cheesy and ridiculous like that. But I do think, he was famously quoted as saying, that the FA Cup was like the Super Bowl, and I think that was used to make allow people to say that us winning 3 FA Cups was enough, and that he didn't care about the league, and he didn't, the league is the singular focus of this club right now. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
And I think, while we talk as podcasters a lot about would you rather win the Premier League or the Champions League, and there are arguments to have for both. And, this club, I think, is look, they want to win both, and they're building a team that can compete in both. But winning the league right now is, their grudge is not against Barcelona and Real Madrid. It's to get over the hump from Manchester City and get this thing done.
And how have we evolved? Just 4 seasons ago, we were looking at Aston Villa, those kinds of teams as, are they our new rivals? Is that who we've become?
Yeah.
And now, thankfully, Arsenal have been the ones challenging for the last 3. If it wasn't for us, the last 2 years, Premier League would be a total bore. But the fact that we see Manchester City as the head, you know, to kind of overtake, that's huge. And the fact that we've been so close. Andrew.
Yeah. Well, 3-4 years ago, the gap between Arsenal and Manchester City and Liverpool was huge. It was huge. And you know, even with the most optimistic hat on, I felt like it would take a long time for us to close that gap. And I think it's to the credit of, you know, everybody. Obviously, Mikel Arteta takes the plaudits because he's organized this team and he's an incredible manager and coach and what he's got from the players he has. But let's not overlook the investment that's been made as well. You know, the players that he's needed. You know, you bring in and spend big money on players like, you know, think about someone like Ben White, where 50 million for Ben White from Brighton. What, I mean, that's a risk. Even if you're fully behind what Mikel Arteta can do, if you're the owners and he's trying to convince you to sanction a 50 million pound deal like 3 years ago now, not now, 3 years ago, for a centre back who's had one season in the Premier League and had one good season at Leeds, you're like, I don't know about this.
It's a great point.
All the spend some epping money people were like, why are you spending that much money?
I mean, this is it. So I mean, it has been a collective effort to build this team and spend a lot of money on this team. And the fact that we are where we are now in such a short period of time is genuinely amazing and enjoyable. And I think it is something, you know, we do need to sometimes objectively step back and realize we've got a great football team. They're full of good lads who, you know, give their all every week, high quality, lots of flair. I love all the defending we do. It's incredible. I love the parsimonious defense that we have. And this is a team that should be enjoyed right now. And I hope obviously that we get there this season and win that title, and we can all celebrate with a big steak at Stan Kroenke's ranch. He was going to invite all of us. Was that it, or it was just Aston?
It was like, yeah, no, he was talking to like his management team. He was like, when we win the Champions League, we're all going to go out for a big steak. I mean, I wasn't there, so I'm just doing the voice that Aston did. But yeah, there's something.
Just steak, no sides though, because we've got to reinvest that money.
Yeah, the nice steak restaurants, the sides cost extra, so we're not doing that. I'm going to take a quick second, real quick, because our next hour's guests are rolling in, and I'm going to want to bring them on as quickly as possible, because I think you might know at least one of them, Andrew. But we're going to do a quick prize draw, and this hour's prize draw is for a piece of Ruth Beck's beautiful art, and we've been highlighting this throughout the podcast. But this is one of my favorite pieces. You're going to get to choose which one, but Ruth Beck, an amazing artist, amazing talented part of the Arsenal community, and we're raffling off a piece of her art right now, and so we're gonna find out who takes that home. And if you have already won one, we're gonna do a second draw, because we're starting to get some duplicates here in our number 16. Let's see. Let's share the screen. Go to the wheel of fortune. And here we go. The winner of a A3 sized piece of Ruth Beck art, including shipping.
You need the drum roll sound effect.
Tom Sable.
Unreal.
Tom has won a piece of Ruth Beck art. Tom, congratulations. It's something I know he already has some of his in his home, but I mean, until all of your walls are covered, can you really have enough Ruth Beck art in your house? So congratulations, Tom. Tom is in the house, so we get a live reaction of the winner. He is happy.
Well done, Tom.
Golf clap.
Congratulations, Tom, and thank you for your always generous donations. So as we move again, from strength to strength into hour 17. We welcome in 3 new people, and then we'll after the, us professionals, we call this a crossover. Is that what we do?
That's correct. Well done, Mike.
You know this guy, Andrew?
Do I know that guy? I recognize him from somewhere, all right.
Yeah, but when you hear his voice, you'll know. I mean, you may not recognize him by visuals, but when you hear his voice, you'll know. And we've also got, it might get a little crowded in here, but we're taking the handbrake off. We're taking the handbrake off right now. And welcome to the pod, James Gunnerblog McNicholas, Adrian Clarke Blog Clarke, and my favorite new person who's broken his duck on our podcast, Ian Stone. Are you live from Edinburgh right now?
I am live from the Edinburgh Festival. If it sort of echoes, it's because I'm in one of those flats with a 40-foot high ceiling, basically. So yes, I am live from the Edinburgh Festival. Yes,
and your flat apparently comes with a human that gets to walk around behind you.
It does. It does. I paid extra. I paid extra for that. I wanted a human to walk around. Yes, it's nice to be here. By the way, it's nice. We just recorded a handbrake, and then we went off. And James sent me a text saying, if I'm late, tell him I made toast from my grandma. And I thought, that's how very nice.
It's not true. I just said, tell him something nice.
Well, that's a great excuse.
Yeah.
Well, Andrew, are you on to your next thing for the day?
Yeah, I've got to put together the podcast for tomorrow, which features one of these 3 gentlemen below, along with a number of other guests. So our season preview podcast will be coming out hopefully today. No, not him. Not
actually not me.
No.
This is exciting. Is it one of us now? I mean,
either you or Adrian. So you probably know.
If it's not me and it's not you, Ian, who do you think it might be?
The secret's out. Yeah.
Oh, Andrew, Dara says hello. I saw Dara up here. He was performing up here. And,
Dara is also on the podcast. I got Dara on for a very entertaining, slightly Arsenal adjacent ramble about all kinds of things, including him, which will become evident if you listen to the podcast, being known as the Irish Snoop Dogg. So that's something for people to look for.
Snoop O-Dog?
Not quite even that. It's you'll have to listen to find out.
I think Sophie said it best. Absolute legend hour here. We are actually causing people to get sacked from their job. Albrecht is in Vienna, Austria right now, where it's noon, and he's just unable to leave right now. I told you this morning or this late morning is you can't miss it. And at this point, I'm just going to get a little obnoxious and say, like at this point, if you haven't donated to GoonersVCancer.com yet, A, you're missing out on some amazing prizes, and B, you're floating the best Arsenal talent in the Arsenal verse. I mean, it barely gets any better than this.
As someone who was part of the Tuesday Club, I know all about freeloading because we used to address them as such.
Well,
hello,
Andrew,
freeloading scum. Lovely to see you.
I don't want to freeload any more time from Andrew. So, Andrew, put that podcast together. We don't want to upset your billions of subscribers. So, thank you so much for joining us, Andrew. And I got to say that was my favorite hour we've spent together because we covered some topics that maybe you and I wouldn't normally have talked about. It would have been more just about how much how bad I smell or something like that. So we actually really.
That's usually it, yes.
Yeah.
So it's been a nice, refreshing change. And good luck with everything. Good luck with the fundraising. It's an amazing cause. And have a great hour with these 3.
How could we not?
How could you?
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Bye, man.
Cheers. And just some quick housekeeping. GoonersVCancer.com is the website. We are raising money to both try to find the cure for cancers of all kinds in all areas, and also helping to support families who are dealing with these diseases in this particular effort. Now, this is separate from the funds that we raised over the summer tour. This is separate from the funds we are going to be raising over the next 2 weekends with the women's team being in Washington, D.C. We have, just from this podcast event, currently, we have raised a total of a total of $5,318. We are on our way to the goal of $7,500, which would break our previous record from last year. So let's do it. Let's put us over the edge. There's still 10 to 11 prize draws left, and they're the really, really, really good ones. So it's not too late to enter. Please go to goonersvcancer.com, plunk down your credit card there. You won't regret it. And this fantastic group of assembled people who apparently I'm just going to talk all the way through is here to help you donate. So someone is very happy to see you, Adrian.
I don't.
And I don't mean to sound surprised by that. I just
thank you very much. It's very kind of you, Bamidele. Yeah, I've got an E on the end though of Clarke. Important.
Yes, he does. Yeah. You have to do that. I last spoke to you, I think it was during the pandemic. I recall speaking to you from a hotel room where we were lodged up because we had people fixing our roof and doing mold remediation. And it was a great time together. I've enjoyed watching you, especially the last couple of weeks on the Arsenal produced preseason games. Enjoyable, nice to be back in the Emirates again.
Oh, fantastic to be back. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, the summer went very quickly, but in a way that's a blessing because you're back doing what you want to do. You know, nice and sharp. Yeah, I remember that. It was look. I should basically say while we're here during that period during the pandemic, my wife was diagnosed with cancer, an aggressive form of cancer. So you know, so it was a really difficult time for us as a family. But she got through it. You know, she got the best treatment possible. You know, lots of chemotherapy, radiotherapy, operations, etc. And you know, she's downstairs at the moment. She's back at work. All is well. So you know, it's a cause very close to our hearts here. And you know, we just got to keep going. You know, because year on year, because of the funds that people like yourselves are raising, that you know the research goes in and the treatments get better. And you know, if she'd have you know had it 10 years earlier, that the situation might have been a heck of a lot different. So it's really, really important. So yeah, great cause.
Well, thank you. And you know, I made this announcement at the beginning of the podcast, but it's probably now that we're 17 hours in, it's a better time to say it again. In the last year, since we did this last year, Gooners versus Cancer has become an official 501c3 charitable organization. Previously, we were essentially a campaign to promote donations directly to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. You know, obviously that holds a place in my heart, having lost my father to leukemia in 2010. But the goal has always been to truly be not just Gooners versus blood cancer, but Gooners versus cancer. And now that we are our own charitable organization, we can do that. And we will be supporting every type of cancer. We'll be providing grants to the money we raise in Philadelphia is staying in Philadelphia with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia Cancer Center. And, you know, as we go through and accumulate more donations from folks, we're going to be making grants to some, you know, very deserving and very important organizations. And so, you know, if you'd ever potentially hesitated in donating because of the understandable kind of personalization that you have with certain cancers, be it breast cancer, ovarian cancer, prostate cancer, you know, and said, you know, leukemia lymphoma is an important cause, but I'm going to give to that. We are now kind of just, you know, working towards curing any type of cancer and supporting those charities. So thank you very much for your support and to you guys for joining us. I don't take it for granted. These things usually come together in about 5 days, and it just boggles my mind, that not everybody wants exactly the same hours, and I have to start to, I mean, the schedule just comes together, and I appreciate everything that you guys did to work together to make this happen. And, you know, Ian being on tour, you know, when's the last time you were home, Ian? I mean, you've been a long tour in Edinburgh, isn't it?
It's been a while. I mean, to be honest, I'm meant to be doing a show now, but they can wait, you know.
You're supposed to be on stage in 10 minutes.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no. So no, it's been a little while. I've been in Scotland for about 3 weeks, but Yeah. You contacted it. I mean, it wasn't that difficult to get together for us, wasn't it? Really, because I just said to Adrian and James, "You want to do it?" And they went, "Yeah." And I mean, it was really as simple as that. I'll send you the link. I'll see you Thursday. And it's not like we weren't listening. We were recording a podcast 10 minutes ago, so it's not like it's hard. We just turn the microphone back on and start talking. But yeah,
what we now know though is that you're not just so sick. Like some people, bands would go to a concert and they'd finish and they wouldn't see each other until they came on stage the next time, I guess. And you guys aren't like that. You voluntarily spending another hour together.
Yeah, I won't see them again for months after this, though. I mean, that's enough, I think, really. 2 hours. I mean, for goodness sake. We usually keep the podcast to about 45 minutes. But, yeah, no, of course we're here. You asked and we came. Sophie, we had a lovely chat last time we spoke, by the way. We had a really nice little chat on the on X, which is unusual for people to ever say that nowadays, isn't it? We had a lovely chat on X.
Make sure people know it was on X, not Triple X.
Yeah, it was on X, but no, because you went out with the pre-season and you were and it was a very optimistic chat about next season, wasn't it? Really, it was lovely, actually.
It was lovely, and you had to go to bed. That's the only reason why the chat ended. But you weren't having an early bird night.
Yeah, no. I mean, yes. My lifestyle is not as rock and roll as some people think, and I say when some people, I say no one actually, but my life is not like that. And I did have to go to bed, but it was just, and you were whatever it was, 8 hours behind or something. Let's chat more Arsenal. I'm like, Sophie, it's the middle of the night.
I know, and we were like, we've got to carry on this chat, and we were just talking to Andrew about, coming off the tour and feeling positive. And, yesterday was a really positive day, just more reinforcements about the club and the people behind it and where it's going. Kind of just, I think it's a really good time to be an Arsenal fan. And, you and I were going back and forth on some bits and bobs, and I just can't remember the last time I've had so much fun being a fan. The last 2.5 years, the journey has been amazing. And I know for a lot of fans, like, Arteta talked about the journey versus the destination. And for a lot of fans, the destination now is becoming a lot more important than the journey. But my goodness, it's fun, isn't it?
Well, that's an interesting thing, because we just spent a bit of time on Handbrake off talking about what would be a successful season. We all said top 2 and a trophy, right? Was basically what we said. We would like to win a trophy. But in terms of having fun, even when I was watching The Invincibles, the Invincibles was great, but I almost felt like a member of a theatre audience just going, "Oh, this is absolutely wonderful," and just clapping away as somebody did something amazing. Whereas this one, it feels like they need us a little bit. And I don't know. It's possible I feel even more connected now. I don't know. It's very hard to judge these things. I don't know what you guys think about that. This might be the most fun I've ever had. It would be lovely to top it off with a trophy, but it genuinely, the last 2 years have been a bit dreamy for me. I don't know how you guys feel.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I think as well, there's, obviously there's been a vast amount of money spent that's put us in that position, but it's felt quite organic.
Spoil it.
I know, but it has felt quite organic. Like I think the connection that's built between the team and the supporters, that is something that money can't buy.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's been such a special part of it. And also, we're talking about a team 20 years ago potentially as a point of comparison, but maybe the Arsenal community wasn't quite as joined up as it is these days. Like through forums like this and via online media, we're able to, share in the joyous moments with so many more people so much more easily. And I think that probably plays into why it feels so special as well.
Yeah.
No, I completely agree with that. Yeah, the Arsenal family is fully connected the world over now, isn't it? And I think that makes a real difference. Look, as someone, obviously I've been working back at the club, I don't know how long, the last 15 years, I suppose, but doing proper analysis for at least 12 of those. And some of the seasons were tough, when you're having to break down, performances that weren't the best and pick out where we could have improved. It was quite difficult at times. And I just feel the last couple of years have been an absolute joy, a real reward for all the graft that came before, because this is pretty much as good as it gets. Obviously, it can get better because we want to win the league. We want to win the Champions League for the first time. But I feel like we're closer to that now than we have been since the Invincibles. So yeah, these are good times. We've got to enjoy it. We've got to make the most of it.
You know, the other thing too is, like, I'm so happy to not be the dartboard, and you know, as fans, we all have, I don't know if we call it fan ego, right? But we've been part of a club and a culture where we competed, we won, you know, being the only team to go invincible in the modern era. The fact that City and Liverpool tried it, but then to be the dartboard and the laughing stock, you know, from the 8-2s to, you know, the Chelsea emergence and, oh, you haven't won Europe. That part, I feel people come at us now in different ways, opposing fans, and it's through envy and jealousy. And I love being back in that place.
Yeah, I completely.
Is that petty?
No. I completely agree. I mean, I think it's interesting. I used to go on stage. I used to go on stage in Manchester, maybe 15 years ago, and say I'm an Arsenal fan. I get booed. All right, I'd get booed. It would happen. Then about 5 years after that, I'd say I'm an Arsenal fan, and honestly, they would look at me like, "Are you okay?"
That was your best.
And I hated that more. Now we're getting booed again with a hint of, "Yeah, all right, you're good." and this is, I mean, it's a fun time. So I've seen it from that point of view. Yeah, it is nice, and I think. And listen, I like Robbie and AFTV. I'm going on there, I think, at some point in September. But certainly there was a point where opposing fans were watching AFTV because they just enjoyed watching us have a meltdown. And whereas we were like, "Oh no, please stop." So this is better, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, this time is better. So. James, you know, speaking of the good feelings and the good times, we've just you just come off of 2 weeks in the States on tour, and I asked Andrew the same question. And I mean, how do you compare this to previous tours? The feel around in the cities, the club's interaction with the fans, the players, the event in LA that you and Sophie and I were all at together at the Rams facility. I mean, this is a different feeling.
It is, but it continues a positive trend really over the last few years. I was also on tour a couple of years ago in Baltimore and Orlando, and that was kind of a little bit further back in the process, and you could feel that kind of connection building. And it was really interesting actually being at that Rams event that you mentioned and seeing Stan and Josh there with Mikel, with Sean McVay, and sort of starting to feel like this Kroenke network is beginning to coalesce slightly. And, you know, the bonds across that group are even building at this time. That connection, which is so inherent to what we have done at Arsenal and what Mikel has done at Arsenal and what we've built there, you know, that's expanding out to the wider network. I had a great time on tour. To be honest, it is, I sort of shouldn't say this, but it's kind of my favorite bit. Because you get to hang out with fans, like you get to travel, you get to meet people, you get to see new places, you get to go to football matches, and if you lose, it doesn't matter. So it's basically all the fun without the jeopardy, which
there's literally no pressure at all.
Yeah, that's really what I want in my life, and also, like, I find the games really interesting. You know, I love looking at new players, young players, people we haven't seen before, new developments. So I absolutely love it. I'm always sort of first in line when they're deciding who they're going to send, like elbowing others out the way. Do you know what I mean? Locking Art de Roche in the cupboard saying, "Sorry, mate, you've got to wait your turn." Yeah, it's brilliant. I love it. And and also just the passion of the fans out there is something else. Like, you know, especially when we're out on the West Coast and people telling me they're getting up at 3-4 in the morning to go and watch Arsenal. And I've got to hand it to them. It's pretty special.
It is, and the event at Cosm. I mean, tell us how that. I mean, that was phenomenal. It is one of my favorite. I mean, probably second only to Jacob's event a few days later in Philly, but. Are you building a Cosm in London? I mean,
Yeah, I think Andrew's diverting all the Patreon money into building a Cosm in Leicester Square. I don't know, man. I didn't know a lot about it because I think Elliot and Andrew were sort of leading the organisation of it. And I turned up, I could not believe this venue. So for those who don't know, Cosm is this space in LA. It's a little bit like the Sphere in Vegas, where essentially they've got this enormous screen that kind of envelops you. So it's like it's a sort of cinema screen that's curved, and it goes all around you.
This is where U2 played, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, in the Vegas one, I think they did.
Yeah, in the Vegas one, right?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So this is like a smaller scale equivalent, and they've got a partnership with Arsenal, so they've managed to have cameras basically right down at pitch side at the Emirates Stadium, so they can show you in-game footage from like behind the goal or from the touchline, and you absolutely feel like you're there. It's so surreal. Like, as someone who is a season ticket holder at the Emirates Stadium, you step out and it's like, oh, we're pitch side. And I was actually, Gilberto Silva and Theo Walcott were there. They sort of did a bit of meeting the fans and stuff. Arsenal sent them down. It was quite sweet. I sort of was walking out next to them, and Gilberto sort of turned to Theo and like nudged him and went, "Theo, it's like we're outside." And I was like, yeah, that is what it's like. And yeah, I think it's a really interesting development because obviously, I know that so many fans in the States and elsewhere internationally want to get to the Emirates and have that authentic experience. But game by game, week by week, there you go. That's Cosm show, making you feel like you're on the Alps or something.
And James, it was so romantic. I couldn't help myself. So.
Oh wow! Well, who can blame you? Who can blame you?
Interesting technique, Mike. Yeah.
But what was I going to say? Yeah,
she left right then, and I haven't seen her since.
Weirdly.
But yeah, I do think like it could be moving forward, like a really interesting development in terms of how fans, ingest games. I mean, at the moment, Cosm exists in LA. I don't know if there are any others in the States, and it's
Vegas,
Vegas, right? And it's not cheap to go and watch a game there. I think you're looking at like $100 to go and watch a game there.
But it is live. Like they have, like there is, and I think Elliot's actually going to be there for it. I think he said that earlier on the show. But I mean, they're showing the North London Derby live. And quite honestly, you're going to feel like you're in the North Bank.
Yeah, and they're going to show Arsenal, I think Villa, the home game of Villa, like when that comes up later in the season. I think it would be a very cool experience. I think it's a good close second to the real thing.
Yeah, what they should do is pipe the sound from the fans in the Cosm back into the Emirates, just so you get a proper vibe of how many Arsenal fans are watching and cheering them on. I'm not even joking, by the way. I mean, I'm genuinely not. I mean, we know how many fans support our team, but just to get a sense, I mean, it would scare the living daylights out of teams, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there are clubs that get accused of piping in fake crowd noise, but as long as it would be more legitimate if it was actually coming from like the O'Hanlons in New York and Maggie McGarry's in San Francisco. I mean, if it's at least real crowd noise, just not from the actual crowd that's there, I think that's legitimate.
But it's exactly what Adrian was saying about how we're much more aware of the global fan base. We talked about it on the pod a few days ago about all the fans in America and in all parts of Africa. There's Arsenal fans everywhere, and it'd be great to get a sense of them all having that experience at the same time. I'm going to write to the club.
Quick, go out and get a patent on that, so that nobody steals that idea. So, Adrian, how was I mean the Leverkusen game? Just kind of an interesting dynamic in the sense that, I mean, did it feel like a Granit Xhaka testimonial, or did it feel like we were there for business and to take care of? I mean, the way that game went, I don't think anyone saw that kind of dominance over Leverkusen.
Yeah, no. It was we mean business. I think that was the sense I got. I mean, he got a great ovation, an amazing ovation, several really. What was interesting was that when he came off the pitch, he didn't really acknowledge it that much. I think he was a little bit.
He didn't throw down his armband.
Yeah, he was in Leverkusen mode, and he was fuming that they'd been swatted aside so easily. But yeah, look, to sort of come up against a team that were invincible in German football last season, that are undoubtedly one of European football's best teams in the here and now, and to sort of wipe the floor with them in the way that we did, particularly in that first half, was a massive confidence booster. Because the tour in America on the pitch had been pretty good without blowing anyone away, but that was a lot of that was to do with missing players. Clearly, the goalkeeper, everything starts from David Raya, and I think that the way we play football, the goalie is the trigger for that. So I think we couldn't really start to play our proper stuff until Raya come back into the team. And yeah, I loved it. I loved the fluent football, the movement, the triangles. I like to see, I love seeing Zinchenko remind us of what he's about, and that he's not finished yet. He's got plenty more to offer. I love the pressing because, Leverkusen are a really, really good team at playing through the thirds, great pass and move football. Yet we swarmed all over them with a proper serious attitude towards the game, and we got some rewards from it. That goal from the Trossard press where he wins it, and then we go pop, 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 and basically Trossard then leaves the defender on his backside. It was just one of my favourite goals. It was fantastic. So, that was a really good day, and I think that was just a little reminder to everybody that we're in game mode again now, and this is where we're at, and this is the standard we've got to maintain over the next 9-10 months or so. So yeah, whets the appetite, games like that.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better 2 games to lead us into this season. So now we've got a few different questions. I want to try to get as many as we can. Put in your questions in the chat. We'll spend the last 15 minutes to 20 minutes going through some questions for our incredible panel here. Now, Ian, I have a surprise for you, and it is, I told you I wanted to do this, but in October, the plan is, and this is contingent on how the sale of our house in Virginia goes. So it may end up not happening, but as of now, I'm planning on being over, and I have identified the 24th of October to take a train to an area called Biggleswade. Partly because I need to see you at a live show, and partly because I need to find out if Biggleswade is just a piss taker. If that's not
yeah, it's an imaginary town. Actually, it's built out of Lego. The whole place. It's really interesting. Yeah, Biggleswade is a real town. Well, I'm glad you told me because tickets are going quite fast for that one. But how many do you need?
I probably just need 2, and one of them might need to be a wheelchair accessible seat.
I can sort that. It's all sortable. But I'm glad you told me you're going to come to Biggleswade to see the tour show. Well, that's very nice.
I didn't want to kind of cash in on our newfound relationship, but if they're going quickly, because I can't. I want to buy one, but I can't buy one because the trip could get canceled if we're having to move out of our house the next day or the next week. I cannot leave my wife here alone to do that while I'm off in Biggleswade. No. I mean, if I were in some other silly sounding English town name, then that would be fine. But Biggleswade, she already told me that's the non-negotiable. If I'm in Biggleswade, I better just stay in Biggleswade.
You have to understand what happens in Biggleswade stays in Biggleswade. Okay.
I've always said that.
I'll sort the tickets out. I feel like some tout now. Anybody want seats for the gig? 2 seats, 2 together.
It's like Oprah, like you've got a ticket to Biggleswade. You've got a ticket to Biggleswade.
Under your seat. Yeah. Oh, well, that's great. Yeah, no, Biggleswade is a real town, and I will be there on. Is it the 24th? You tell me. I
think it's the 20th. Yeah, I think it's the 24th. Oh, in fact.
Where is that in England? Whereabouts?
It's not far from Narnia.
I was going to say, it sounds like something out of Lord of the Rings.
It's I don't know, about 30 miles north of London.
It's on the Luton area. I think I passed through Biggleswade actually when I went to go visit Danny Sweetman he lives in Huntingdon. And
that's it. Yeah.
I took a picture when I went through Biggleswade Station because I couldn't believe that it actually existed.
Yes.
Little did I know that that would be a destination for me at some point.
If you want ridiculous, there it is. There's the tour dates. If you want ridiculous sounding place names, go to Somerset. Somerset has got loads of towns. Bill Bailey, brilliant comic, used to say that all Somerset towns sound like West Indian cricketers, and he's right as well. Just go through them, you'll find at least 10 or 15. It's absolutely brilliant. Well, I'll see you in. I've never said this. I'll see you in Biggleswade.
I can't wait to go to Biggleswade. I mean, look, we have in the States copied a lot of city names. We've got New York, we've got New Jersey, we've got York, every town that you can think of just about in England has 5 duplicate names here in the States. Sometimes with the word "new" put in front of it, sometimes not. I am not familiar with the Biggleswade, like Biggleswade, Texas.
Can I just say you've got 3 of the greatest Arsenal minds here, and Biggleswade is dominating
the conversation.
That's pretty epic.
Rightly so. Rightly so.
I love it.
Well, excellent. I can't wait to see you. That'd be great.
We've got to bring Ian on the tour next year so we could do some dates in the States. How freaking awesome would that be?
You mentioned this to me,
Listen,
and I got quite excited.
I'm going to make that happen.
We will definitely with Boston, by the way, because
we're gonna. I think we might have moved it back to the new year, and we're trying to make it work in the new year. But I'd love to come out, and because I've talked about this. The hospitality. I was in Miami and watched the Liverpool game, and Karen and Javier from Miami Gooners are actually coming over to London in October. They told me, and they're gonna be around on October the 22nd. So it's all going to be quite convivial.
Well, why the hell aren't they going to Biggleswade?
Good question.
It's a perfectly fair point.
That trip is the Arsenal America road trip where it's the one game a year before the Liverpool game. We get an allocation of, maybe 6 to 7 times what we normally get. So probably close to 40 different tickets. And there's going to be a massive number of American Gooners over there. And I am, I'm going to pack the house in Biggleswade.
All right. Well, let's talk about that.
All I need, can you hook me up with 38 tickets?
Do you know what? I don't want this to sound a bit, well, I'm just going to say there's not 38 left, sadly, but I'll see what we can do.
Are there 38 total?
That's great. Be lovely to see you. And that is a surprise, I must say, of all the towns you could have chosen.
I mean, look, I looked at the time I'm going to be there, and it was either that or Aldershot. And Biggleswade, you got to do Biggleswade.
Oh, I know where that is.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just about out of topics, and we're going to lean on the user questions, unless Sophie, you're incredible.
No, get the user. I was going to jump in, and but no, do the user questions because
what we got
plus
and keep put them in there. Oh, all right, we got one from Bam, and we covered this in the very first hour when we had the Arsenal Supporters Trust fellas on. We had Henry Winter, who obviously is a great friend of the Arsenal Supporters Trust, and then Tim and Akil. Bam asks, guys, what do you think about Premier League matches in America? I wonder what you think about it. Can't imagine.
Who wants to go first?
I mean,
it's an awkward subject. I'm not for moving the calendar around. In truth, I just think it's a 38 game season works, and I just think taking games on the road can distort things, can distort home advantage, and just maybe uneven that playing field. What I think would be the perfect solution would be to take maybe the Community Shield to America. I think that would be brilliant, because it is, it's a competitive game. It's for a trophy. It matters. But ultimately, I don't think the supporters in the UK would have any objections to that at all. And what an opportunity it would be for Gooners in America or supporters of other clubs to see their side win an actual trophy in their own country. So that's the solution, I think. But if truth be told, I do think that we might be heading towards this in the future. I don't know how we get there and how it will look, but it wouldn't surprise me. And we'll all get used to it. Here in the UK, if that happens, I do feel that one day Premier League matches will be played there. I do.
James, did you talk to anybody while you were over about this? Like, was this a topic that you kind of picked people's brains about, or
it was? Yeah, I did actually. Partly because the Athletic sort of were writing about it, and they wanted me to speak to people on the ground, but also just because I'm interested and nosy. By the way, just as a quick diversion, I can't stop doing this, but when you're bored, you can do things like, look, it's like I've got little horns from that chandelier. And every time I look at myself, that's all I can see. Like the devil himself.
That's screen grab. Yeah.
There you go. I did speak to a lot of fans about it. And I think there is a bit of a misconception around it. I think that a lot of the time in the media, it's portrayed as something that the fans are asking for. But when I speak to people who are fans, that is not what I find. I don't think it's something the supporters want. I think it's something the owners want. And I think that's a really important distinction. Genuinely, like the people I spoke to, they want Premier League games at the Emirates Stadium. You know, that's what they want. And if they can get there once a decade or once in their lifetime, I think they would rather have the purity of that experience than a kind of sanitized, commercialized version of everything they love the Premier League for.
We love the Premier League because it's completely different and in some cases unattainable, or a dream and a pipe dream and something that we work towards. In others, it's just that it's completely different. We love that, not in spite of the fact that it's different and difficult to get to, but because of that.
Yeah. Now, at the same time, and we've just had a comment come in from Sir Nicholas, who said all the things being said for reasons not to play games in the States were said about NFL games in London, and now everyone accepts the NFL London games as normal. Things,
apples and oranges.
I think it is a distinct. I mean, it's a different sport, it's a different culture as well, and a different competition. So I'm not sure it quite works like that. I don't know.
Teams move from one city to the other in the NFL, can't they? It's very much a franchise. I think that's a big distinction.
There are not hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people who regularly go to Jaguars games. And
you don't get away fans either at these games. Like, it's just as important for away fans as it is for home fans. You know, look how elevated our away fans have been over the last 3 seasons. It's just gone to totally new levels, and it's just not the same culture. It's not, it doesn't have the same legacy, sentimentality. It's just totally and I love the NFL. I'm a huge NFL fan. But it lends itself better to being this traveling roadshow versus the Premier League, where people want to go to Old Trafford. I don't know why. People want to go to the Emirates. People want to go, they want that experience. Whereas the NFL experience, I think, works in transit. Whereas the Premier League experience is just a beautiful thing. The preseason tours are great, and it's wonderful that you get to see all that. But when it comes to a game, and I'm a Brit who grew up in North London, living in America, you just want to go to a game there. You want to have your dirty burger. You want to do the thing. You want to go to not the Tollington, any other pub than I appreciate people like it, but it's like being a sardine. But I love that part of it too. I want to go be a sardine at the Tollington.
I'm really in complete agreement. I remember we've talked about this before, but I remember when the Super League was mooted and everyone was the demonstrations happened, and I know I said this to you, Sophie. I think that was the moment when the ownership realised what they had and how connected we are with North London and that stadium and that area, and I can't imagine an Arsenal home game. Listen, if an Arsenal home game took place in LA, I'd watch it. I would try and go to it, to be honest with you, but. I want them at the Emirates, and I think you could ask any football fan of any team, and they would say the same thing about their home ground, because it's home. And why would you want to play a home game away? I mean,
American fans don't even want it, guys. They don't.
I don't want to be a gatekeeperish type of person, but there is a certain environment in these summer games that you get. You have every 5 minutes, what do you think of Tottenham when we're playing Liverpool? You have, people doing the chants kind of the wrong way or too eagerly, because and again, I hate being the snobbish type of person, but it's just that I am fortunate enough to live the authentic experience enough that it is a noticeable difference at American games. And the biggest thing to just kind of lean back on and say is there's a reason for this. This is a first experience for many people. This is a rare situation. This game doesn't matter. Let everybody have their own experience. Don't turn your nose up at it. But if this was match day 19 and we're playing Aston Villa in Philadelphia, and that's the environment at the game that I'm sitting in, it would absolutely.
James, didn't Josh say that he wasn't really into this, and maybe they've learned, because the club kind of came out feeling a bit bruised from the ESL experience. Did he not say that they're not interested in this?
There were some quotes that came out. I think it'd been from a fans forum meeting, so it was a bit
AST,
of a hoo-ha.
the AST as well.
Yeah, so that, I think they weren't supposed to have come out, but I think behind closed doors he had kind of batted away the idea slightly. I think Josh is probably too smart to have committed to anything one way or the other.
Yeah.
I mean, what I would say is, I feel the same as all you guys, but I do think we're being maybe potentially a bit idealistic in a sport which is not really run on our ideals. Like, there are lots of things about the game in England that are not right. The kickoff times, the late notice for supporters, the way in which that impacts people's capacity to attend. Ultimately, the money and the owners do talk a lot. So I think, without wishing to bring anyone down, I think Adrian's right when he says there is a slight feeling of inevitability about it. Like, I agree, the Community Shield is the right step to take, but I feel like that's probably the first step along a path that may end in something like this, whether it's a Premier League game abroad or what I would prefer, the instigation of a different competition that takes place abroad, some sort of playoff or knockout competition. I do think we'll end up in that, with something like that happening before
the All-Star game.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
the All-Star game in Cincinnati.
Yeah,
that the American Express Premier League All-Star game in Cincinnati, featuring a new show from James with his horns.
I hope they got enough money.
I was waiting until it was perfectly centered. I didn't quite capture it.
I think the virtual reality thing might actually take care of the money a little bit. I think if they start doing that and they start having this sort of what they call cosms, these domes all over the place, I think people can watch the game, feel like they're at pitch side, and they will get, as you say, a very a real experience. And I think at that point, maybe the noise will calm down a little bit, because I think the integrity of the league is important, and if you've got a home game which is not played at home, as Adrian said, that does you do lose a bit of home advantage. And there's no doubt that we've had some home advantage with our fan base the last few years. I wouldn't want to lose that for 1 second.
And let's be honest, the reason why the NFL have continued to expand their international games is they were talking about fans want an additional game. And they added, Mike, didn't they? Like the 18th game. But that was
the 17th game now and
17th.
1 bye week. So, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And they're talking about adding yet another one.
That was purely for the international schedule. That had nothing to do with home fans that wanted more games and stuff. That was to give them the ability to take the game. Now it's in Spain, it's going to be in China, it's Germany, it's the UK, and that's exactly why they added the game.
Yeah,
the Premier League want to add one more game, do it that way, utilize that part of the NFL model as opposed
because footballers don't have enough games.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's not.
These guys need to earn their money.
Excuse me, it's the clubs that endorse all this stuff. They have the power to say no to some of this stuff. It's the powers that be that do it. They all want to make more money.
They can earn so much money doing this, can't they?
And
really?
if they do add one more game and utilize that game as the international game, I think fans will be okay. We're not taking anything away from you. We're adding something that you never had. I
definitely like the Community Shield idea. I think that one is the one, really, because it's meaningful and at the same time, okay, we can live with that one.
But split the.
And by the way, the other thing, sorry,
amongst all the teams.
The other thing to say is getting to LA is probably easier than getting away from Wembley.
No doubt.
we're going to do a prize draw right now. I'm trying to do these at about 45 after the hour, and then that way we can go through questions. We can just go right up until the next guests arrive, and we're ready to switch over. So this is a unique one. This is a prize that was donated by my great friend Ryan Youngblood, aka Detroit Gooner, who is in here right now. Skills competitions, that's right. And this is a authentic. You may have remembered these kind of coming on the market, but an authentic Dennis Bourke Camp banknote in
Wow,
excellent condition. This is actually a collector's item. It has a certificate of authenticity, and it has a case that you can keep it in that will keep it protected. So this is and I don't. Was this a limited, like a limited quantity item or something? But either way, it's a collector's item.
Wow, never seen those before.
Yep, and Ryan was generous enough to donate one to the cause. So we are drawing for that, and one of our incredible 114 donations and entrants is going to win this. So let's go to the wheel of names and see who's going to win the banknote. And the winner is
Would you send it airmail, by the way?
Here we go.
oh, look who it is. I believe we know these winners, Sean and Tiffany Campo, who there's no nepotism going on here. They legitimately donated money and have legitimately won this prize. So Sean and Tiffany Campo, congratulations. We love Tiffany is the events coordinator for Arsenal America and a very generous person. Sean is amazing, and I'm happy that they've won. So I would imagine they're not awake as it's only 5:47 a.m. right now where they are. But Sean and Tiffany, congratulations, and we will get that out to you ASAP. In fact, I may see you this weekend and can get that to you in person. So congratulations. And for the last 15 minutes or so, we have some user questions that we're going to go to. So this is more of a statement, I think, and I just like to highlight people who are rational. And Steve says, I'm no lover of our owner because of the EFL fiasco, and it's perfectly well within your rights to hold a grudge. It's understandable and to be upset about that. However, I'm not so blind as not to see the immense work and effort they're putting in to transform our club. And it's nice that people can. And we've seen Sophie do this over the years to have a very, very specific view of something, to not mince words about it, and then to acknowledge the change that's occurring. So thank you, Steve, for adding that to the discourse. And I think that's kind of where more and more people are being. So,
Sophie, this goes back to the chat we had just before my bedtime the other week when we were talking about how Josh certainly is now a fan. There seems to be no doubt in my mind that he's a fan like us. He lives and dies with the clubs like we do. And I think what happened with the Super League and when he saw the strength of feeling, and I remember standing there and singing, get out of our club to these people. This was 3.5 years ago. It feels like a lifetime ago, does it not? And I think it's right to acknowledge that they have transformed the club, and I know there were friends of ours who were really upset about having to sell their shares to them, and I think they felt they had an ownership of the club, and then they suddenly didn't. But they have transformed the club. It's a completely different place, and we have to give credit where it's due, I think. Well, it's not, I don't have to love them. I mean, who loves billionaires anyway, for goodness sake? It's just weird, to be honest.
There are a lot of reasons, and even if you're not from St. Louis, there are a lot of reasons, to have pretty, critical views of the Cronkies, and I think you're perfectly entitled to, but I think when people can't separate that versus misconceptions about the 20 years of their ownership versus really the last 6 years of their exclusive ownership, at least be real about what you're seeing and acknowledge what's happening. And that's why I put this comment up by Steve, because
And look, I think there's a determination for them to sort of complete the set, right? I don't follow American sports as closely as I'd like to, just for time reasons. But I know that they've had success with their other ownerships. So let's, I would have thought for them, that's got to be the ultimate goal now.
Every one of their American teams, except for their Major League Lacrosse and their gaming.
No. The lacrosse team won the championship.
Oh, they won as well. The Mammoth or whatever.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
How about their gaming team?
The only team that hasn't won recently is the Colorado Rapids, and they made a change there too, Mikel Arteta style, by hiring Chris Armas, who people laughed at when he was made Ralph Rangnick's assistant at Manchester United. And he has, a lot like Mikel, gone in and totally changed everything. Culture, vibe, fans love being and going to games again. And that was the last cycle in terms of their US teams to kind of rectify. And they went through a lot of pain with the Rams, as you guys know. They went through a ton of pain with the Denver Nuggets even. Because they blew up the team to rebuild it, to win that NBA championship. The Colorado Avalanche were a storied franchise. I hate to use that word, guys, but it's American sports speak.
I mean, they are. You're not
and then Colorado was rebuilt and they won the Stanley Cup. And in all of those scenarios, Stan and Josh have been together, reaping their hard work and the rewards. That for me, the Stanley Cup is like the best trophy to win, because it's the only trophy in the US where the captain gets to lift it, whereas in the others, the owner gets to lift the trophy. But the fact that they have done that, and they've done it under, very difficult circumstances, some made on their own volition, but in the end they got there, and Arsenal is the next frontier.
And I hear the Stanley Cup is about to be renamed the Josh Cup. Just because of how much people just don't like the Stanley Association, and the owner doesn't lift the cup, because the last thing the NHL wants is the owner lifting the cup and then falling on his ass because he's on ice and he doesn't skate.
No, they bring out the red carpet.
I knew you were going to say that. No, I know.
There's nothing like a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup. It is thrilling and exhilarating.
It's my second favorite sport. And then there's just a chasm between that and everything else. And
the fans are the closest thing to football. Gets a little rowdy in there, I like it.
Yeah, it does. There's big time rivalries. So AFC Max, thank you for the super chat, the donation, appreciate it. For the panel, how good is watching Odegaard? What do you think he could get to? Is he world class? Is Saka or Rice? Big up, Sophie. So that's 9 questions and a compliment in one question. I'm just going to pick one of you to answer that question, and it's going to be James.
Is he world class? I mean, this is such a difficult distinction, isn't it? I think he is. Yeah, I think he is. I think he's probably the best player. I mean, Adrian, we just recorded Handbrake off, and Adrian said I think he was the best number 10 in the league for the most part of last season. I think he will be that again. I don't see anyone playing at his level. I think technically he's outstanding, but it's so much more than that. It's the physical output, the leadership, the intelligence. I think he's a footballer of the year in waiting, to be honest with you. And I think he's, if Arsenal are going to do what we hope they're going to do this year, I think there's every chance that he wins a big individual prize. I know that's not what motivates him or what interests him, but I think his talent is on that level. For Saka and Rice, I think Saka's output puts him up there with anybody really in world football in that position. And Rice absolutely has all the tools. I think he's only spent a year kind of at the very top of the game. He's been playing at West Ham. I know he's played for England deep in tournaments, but I think the intensity of competition in the Premier League, at the sharp end, in the Champions League, I think he's got another step to take. And I say that not as a criticism. I say that with excitement, because I think he absolutely has the potential to do it. If you look at what someone like Rodri's done at Manchester City, if that's the bar, I think Rice has the capacity to influence teams on that sort of level. And let's hope he does it this year.
He's pretty special.
Yeah.
I just want to. I read a piece, Barney Ronay, who writes beautifully in the Guardian in the UK. He said Martin Ødegaard was sublime, such an odd mix of roughhouse pressing and wonderful surgical passing, like being hounded to death by a poet. And it stayed with me, and I thought, because it's with him. It's not just how good he is; it's the work ethic. I mean, he is leading our press. He's the fulcrum, as we said earlier, of the team. I mean, he could get better, but I think he has making him captain just is such a smart move because he seems to have grown. I think he could still get better. Actually, I think there's more to come from Martin Ødegaard. I completely agree with you about Declan Rice. I think there's more levels again. Saka, it's awesome. It's awesome what he does on a week to week. I mean, he gets kicked, he gets knocked down, and up he gets, and he keeps getting 15 goals a season and 15 assists. I think he's an awesome individual, Bukayo Saka. I genuinely do, and I know we've talked about this before. I'm in awe of him, and he's joined the club when he was 8, and they kept putting him, didn't they, in higher age groups, and he kept outperforming. And he never, a lot of them got injured when they went from the 14s to the 16 because they increased their workload. With him, he just grows into it. I think it's incredible what he does. And he's ours, isn't he? He's one of our boys, and he cost us nothing. I mean, that's the thing that I find most exciting. So it's a rambling answer. I think they're all great, is what I think.
You know what they all are? They're all world-class characters,
as
well as footballers, and that is why that's why we love them so much. They're great people that are absolute team players. There's no luxury there. There's no lack of, they give everything for the badge, and that. That elevates them even higher, in my opinion.
Yeah. That's such a great point, because not only have we kind of built a really good football team, but I love the levels of which you have to be, or the DNA that you have to possess to be an Arsenal player now, what that means. And I think that's totally elevated the culture, changed the culture, really. It's Arsenal 2.0, and you can see it,
Well, and we know, I mean, Edu has said that character is at least as important as footballing ability in building this team, because, and I'll never forget, he said this to me last year in LA. He said in approximate terms, he said, one bad person or one poor chemistry mix in the dressing room can kind of undo everything that we've been building over the last couple of years. And I think they've learned that lesson with the Mesut Ozils and Aubameyangs over the past few years, that you really do have to be careful, because chemistry is a very fragile thing. You don't just get to where Handbrake off at the heights that you've reached without or the Arsblog.
Oh, Michael, stop it!
And what I'm saying is, like, if you were to make the mistake of adding like a Magic Mike of the world into your formula, you could lose the whole thing overnight. And
all the talent, but you're right.
You're describing yourself as a bad egg, Magic Mike.
It's I do kind of, I drive a Lamborghini.
Fried egg.
I drive a Lamborghini. I go to visit my mother. It's a whole big thing, but yeah. We do not have our 11 o'clock or our noon guest in here yet. So do you have a minute or two more to stick around for another couple of questions? Question for the panel. Do we have the most handsome team in world football? And I have no idea why, but Ian seems like the right person to answer this question.
Yeah, of course, because I know about this sort of stuff. Do we have the most handsome team in world football? Martin Ødegaard is pretty dreamy. Ben White, of course, is a very good-looking guy. Yeah. Do we? I think winning makes you handsome, doesn't it? Maybe I don't know. What do I know? Maybe. I'm trying to think of other teams now. And
there's a team in Switzerland that plays in Bern. That I have you checked into them? They might be.
No.
We're not going to go there.
I was looking at their pictures earlier today. Yeah. I have no idea. I mean, it's getting to the point where we might have to hand out sunglasses to the fans, right? Because it'll all be too much for us to watch with the naked eye.
My daughter is suddenly interested in football. I mean, let's just say that.
Well, I don't know if you guys have noticed, and I say this with respect and as a gay woman, but Martin Odegaard's legs are so smooth and silky.
Do you think he waxes?
I think there's something going on there, but I tell you, I've never seen any. They're smoother than Giselle Bundchen's. They're unbelievable.
I'm going to look.
Special legs.
I mean, look, you're going to the game Saturday. Have a look and report back. I mean, let us know.
James, you saw him up close in the US. Can you back me up here?
Well, yeah, I guess he's just very fair, isn't he? So even if he does have leg hair, it's kind of not really showing.
Downy.
Imagine if he knew that these conversations were happening. What would he make of that?
You're doing a piece on the player's legs.
I'm doing a deep dive on his beard. Yeah,
it's very athletic. Yeah,
but Calafiori has added another edge to the good-looking ranks. He's got that kind of, he's going to have. Man. Yeah, handsome.
He is a good-looking guy.
Yeah,
one has to say. Yeah.
Yeah. Martinelli's got that cute vibe. I think we've got different buckets too. There's handsome, there's hot, there's cute, and there's rugged.
It's a good mix, isn't it? That's the point. You can't have too many handsome because otherwise it'll just be too much.
Well, I kind of like these, guys who can fill two different roles and handsome and rugged, or smooth-legged and rugged. I guess you can't really do those things, but it's the Arteta strategy, and you love to see it. The last question before we move on to the next hour, and we mercifully let you guys go and enjoy the rest of your day and your evening. Is where is it? It's for James, and it is have you been terrifying Rocky with the duck mask anymore lately?
No, it's been hung up. Although I have hung it in his room. It's just like propped up in his room, so staring at him. But he doesn't seem bothered, so all good. I've not been donning it again recently, and I think that's probably for the best.
I didn't understand a single word of what was just talked about there.
I mean, it sounds a little bit dubious, doesn't it?
The story is that what is the story? I can't even remember now. Oh yeah, my son is obsessed with ducks. It's like it was his first word, and he loves ducks.
And it's crazy because he's 26 years old.
He's 26 years old, but he's still very into ducks. And the other day, I went to pick him up from the airport, and in a moment of, I don't know, insanity, perhaps, I was like, I'll go and collect him with a latex mask of a duck.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So I was stood. So I put it on. Bear in mind, it was like 28 degrees and it's just like pouring sweat. And I couldn't really see out the mask. So I didn't realize that on the board, it said their luggage was delayed. I was waiting in arrivals for like half an hour, dressed as a duck. And anyway, I spoke about it on a podcast, and people rightfully took the piss out of me. And so what I did when I went on tour to America, I took the mask with me and basically had a photograph done in all these different locations of me in the duck mask. Put it up online. But that is it now. You won't be seeing, now the season started, the ducks being retired. Or is it? Keep your eyes peeled.
I will say my second favorite piece that you ever, or piece of writing that you ever did, second only to, of course, the article that you wrote all about the gerbil, is what you wrote about your son when he was born. That touched me. Having a son who I feel unbelievably in love with, even to this point where he's 20 and he's just my best friend at this point. I really, really was moved by what you wrote when your son was born. And I don't remember whether you wrote that in public or whether that was just on your Facebook page. But it was really, I mean.
No, it's out there. It's pinned on my Instagram and it's on Twitter somewhere.
Well, if you haven't seen it, go to James' Instagram because it was something really,
It's
really
weird, you know. Yeah. I that was a weird thing where I wrote that, and it kind of went viral among the sort of mum community on the internet. So I suddenly had all these new followers who were like mumfluencers, who do you know what I mean? And like I was being posted on like Mumsnet and things like that. It opened me up to a whole new audience.
Yeah. It was published on aw.com.
Basically,
and,
yeah.
I think,
and now they're looking at my content, and it's like a guy in a duck mask, and they're like, "Who the hell is this bloke?"
Yeah. We were misled that this person was
just post something about Odegaard's legs. They'll stick with you.
That's true, actually. If I want to retain that audience.
There you go. Well, thank you so much for all three of you coming on. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to the three of you together. Want to send out a special hello to Amy Lawrence, of course, the fourth member of the podcast, who I think is traveling right now, and she sent her best and obviously has been incredibly generous with her time and our podcast and our charity in the past. So thank you guys for joining us. Where can we, and now Ian, you're promoting your tour. So on Twitter, it's Ian D Stone. Is that right?
Ian D Stone on Twitter, or Ian Stone Comedy on Instagram and TikTok, and you can find dates. Biggleswade will be full of Americans. Can't wait to see that. That'll be fun.
I so hope that I don't have to cancel that trip, but
it'll be fantastic. And I'm in Edinburgh for the next 11 days every day, and you can find it on the Ed Fringe website. It's been lovely to talk to you. It's been great to be part of it.
I've enjoyed it. We have good chemistry, and I really enjoy you coming on the pod and sharing your thoughts with us. Adrian, great to see you again. So happy to hear about your wife's doing so well right now, and excellent news. And James, been fun. It's only 2 weeks ago I saw you, so I don't feel like
less exciting. Yeah, less exciting for you.
Yeah,
no, lovely to see you guys.
Yeah, great to see you guys, and it is a brilliant cause. Keep going, Mike, and keep donating, everyone who's watching.
Yeah, well done.
See you, Sophie.
Great to see you guys.
All the best. Yeah, see you soon. Yeah, bye-bye.
Take care, all.
Bye.
Let's put Ian on when he wasn't expecting. We're catching Ian's private moments now.
12:08.
That's so much fun. It is now in hour 18, and I'm more awake now than when I started. It's impossible to go through the wall. I'm sorry?
I was dozing off last night listening to. I woke up and it was you. Who was it who was on first? And I was messaging. I can't remember. And then it was Hertzie and the boys. And then it was Tom Canton. So I've been up and down all night and I've just kept my phone on. So when I wake up, I hear someone and,
No, that's got to be very unpleasant, especially considering that the middle of the night hours got a little bit, what's the word, noir or dark or it's the reason why you.
Well, when Andy Rhodes gets involved,
yeah, the F word was just flying left and right, and I told him in advance. I said this has to be PG, and no, he didn't go for it. But
see,
we continue to go from strength to strength, and we've reached the 12 o'clock hour in the UK. I would like to welcome back somebody who I first met in Denver at the Arsenal game in Denver, and was one of the few people who actually was in the room when we got to speak to Josh the first time. Welcome back, James. It is fantastic to see you again, my friend.
Oh, sorry, I'm just getting a call right this instant, which I'll just hang up on. Sorry.
It was probably Josh. Was it Josh?
If only. No. Not this time of year. He's no, unlikely that Josh Kroenke. It was actually my dad, which is not, which is really not the call you sort of want to disrupt things for on transfer. Well, it feels like transfer deadline day, but on the eve of the new season when all these transfers are happening, no one needs their dad calling.
I certainly hope everything's okay. I'd love a call from my dad, but a way to bring the tone down. But in any case, James, great to see you. James, with CBS Sports, you are. We were talking with Peter Drury earlier, and the question was asked: would you love to be? When will you? Do you aspire to cover the Champions League again? and European football. And, I'm like, how is he going to answer that question? He's employed by NBC and Sky, who have the rights to the Premier League. Is he going to, it's not like when.
Fuck the Premier League. That's what I say.
Yeah. If he's like, the little boy inside me has always wanted to do the Champions League again, that would probably not be a good career move for him. So, but you, on the other hand, are out there, and you're in Manchester, you're in Madrid, you're roving the sidelines and the press rooms and all that of Europe. How has that been? And are you happy to see the Arsenal back in your territory?
Yeah, well, last season that first Champions League game at the Emirates was a real sort of wow moment. It's a bit of a sort of like, I didn't realize how much I missed, because I sort of started covering the club in those sort of dog days of the Champions League, where everyone sort of took it for granted, and they somehow managed to play Olympiacos 6 times a season. And yeah, obviously I'd followed the club before, and so you didn't value it. It was, if anything, I suspect I speak for a lot of Arsenal fans when I sort of say I could see the argument for just not being in the Champions League anymore. By that stage, it was more of a chore than a thrill. But I think this last season, even though it sort of ended in a faintly familiar way by being knocked out by Bayern Munich, I think there was that rush of the new, and also just an actual real belief that right now is sort of the first steps in a more exciting journey, to be frank, than maybe the sort of the Champions League post Paris was for Arsene Wenger's Arsenal.
So James, this is year 3 of the kind of Arsenal 2.0, I call it, and year 1, it was an improbable run that nobody was expecting. Year 2, we really were one of the favourites to challenge Manchester City. Didn't quite happen. I was talking to David Hillier on our show, and David was saying how, to go around a third time, it's not going to be as easy or a slam dunk as people think. The pressure intensifies, the expectations are higher to be in that spot. What do you think about the third try here in this kind of third year of being this almost complete Arsenal team?
I do agree that the pressure's harder, but I think also the determination has risen to the sort of levels you don't really, you guys will have seen this on the tour as well, but we had Ødegaard and Arteta speaking from Marbella, and one thing that really shone through then was just this, and it felt like the same message had carried through from the final day of the season, of just like, we are leaving no stone unturned. There is nothing that we could do that we won't do to win the Premier League title this season. And it feels to me like this is the year that Arsenal, I've not played any football yet, so you're speculating a bit, but that Arsenal really just grabbed the bull by the horns. I think they are incredibly motivated by the challenge, and actually really of the belief that if we can take it to, what was it, the 60th minute of the final day of the season, not only can we go further, go another half hour this season, but we can win the league. And the thing that struck me, I know it's pre-season, and I know you shouldn't get too carried away with it, but the way that team played, exactly what Rufus Peterson is saying there, Martin Ødegaard was the one for me. The way he flew out of the blocks in pre-season, and the way he was playing against Lyon in what was a pretty baking hot day in London, when you would think a lot of players would have their eyes on just keep my fitness, it's only a week till the season begins, and he was just going for it. And I think they all are. I think there's a real collective, I think to an extent it might even be propelled by a level of kind of fear about what happens if it doesn't go right for the third time. The will it ever happen to us if it doesn't happen now? And while I don't think anything you see about this squad would suggest to you that they can't do it next year if they don't do it this year, I think they don't want to leave it too long. And
it's really
I actually
funny.
really believe. Go on.
No, I was going to say, it's really funny that you bring up fear, because I was going to follow it up with, do you think that they'll play with more fearlessness versus fear because of what they've experienced over the last 2 seasons? Of course, there's going to be stress and pressure, but the Martin Ødegaard, Eye of the Tiger type vibe, Do you think that element of fearlessness going into it, got nothing to lose?
That's the thing I find hard to read, and maybe we will start to get that in September, because I think they've got a lot to lose. I know that they're a young team, but I think, and they're very capable of managing their emotions. But I think missing out 3 times is when it becomes hard to just stick with what you've got and trust that they can all turn into a title team in year 4, year 5. I think there is going to be a sense in this squad of something's got to happen now. And maybe if they win a trophy, maybe that eases the fear around them. But I don't know. I mean, I don't think last season Arsenal were afraid by anything. So that maybe is why in the end you would say you can trust in this team. And I really do. I think they're going to win the league. So when I say these things, it's all sort of caveated on the belief that they were better than Man City last season. If you look at pretty much everything other than the points, expected goals, expected points, field tilt, all those things, they were the first team in a very long time that were better than Man City. And I think that will shine through because they've got better and City haven't.
So I want to tap into what you just said, because, when you say you think we win the league and the caveat, what is the difference for you? Did you believe we'd win the league last year first?
No.
Right.
Didn't think they'd get that close.
Okay, so talk to me a little bit about why you think that can happen this season.
I think it's as much a City thing as an Arsenal thing. I think City have got a lot of players who are 29, 30, older, and I think you kind of have to assume that some of Bernardo, De Bruyne, Walker, who else am I missing? Stones.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe to an extent someone like Ederson, because we know there's questions over his future as well. You have to assume that maybe some of them will be more injured, because that's what happens when you get older, or their form will drop. De Bruyne as well. I think you almost have to sort of price in injuries with him. And they've lost Alvarez, big loss, even if they replace him. I don't think they've kind of, when you look at the depth of this City team that could be playing almost a full year of football and will have to plan in that way. They've maybe got 4 good quality central midfielders: Bernardo, Rodri, De Bruyne, Kovacic. They look okay on the flanks, but if anything happens to Haaland, I don't know who leads the line. Defense, yeah, great. So I think that's part of it. Whereas I think Arsenal do look a better team. Although, they found a lot of things during the course of the season. I think we forget they started the season a little bit on the back foot. The midfield didn't work for a long time, and we've kind of discovered through that season that Kai Havertz might be a better option at 9 than 8. Martinelli had an off season. Jesus was infrequently available, and I'm not sort of assuming that Jesus will come back and score 20 goals, but I can see more cause for growth in Arsenal. I could see Arsenal going from, I can't remember what the points tallies are, but I could see Arsenal adding sort of 3 points and getting towards 95. And I think City feel like they might not be what they were 2-3 years ago. I mean, this could look very silly, couldn't it? But I mean, what hour are we on this stream? No one's ever going to discover this, are they?
No.
Well, 18th is your first, but no, that's
your 18th. Exactly. People are going to have to watch through 18 hours to all fast forward.
What about James? What about, we always talk about kind of like the players, but the maturation of Mikel as a manager and a leader, and we all know he's got this insane hunger to win and to kind of bring the big one to the club. But what do you make of his, if you could kind of pick holes in maybe not his immaturity as a manager, but where he still needs to learn last season, and how you think you'll see maybe even him evolve this season? What would those be to close the gap too? Because it's not just the players, right? It's him and how he's going to manage this whole process.
Yeah, I mean, there's one interesting aspect which I think we're sort of starting to see shine through in the transfer window as well. And the thing that gives me hope, if I'm an Arsenal fan, is that Arteta seems to understand this, which is, I think he has been very guilty of having a squad where you're all in or you're all out. And we saw that with guys like Smith Rowe, Nelson. I mean, even someone like Nketiah, he was either starting every other game or was nowhere near the pitch. And, you know, when you see Arteta talking pre-season about we need to have more, did he say variety, you know, be able to surprise teams more with how we do things, I think it gives you reason to believe that the squad won't be sort of split in two quite the same way it was. Because I know that players on the fringes found it quite demotivating, found it quite hard to understand what they needed to do to change Mikel's mind. You know, someone like Emile Smith-Rowe, I don't think I'm sort of giving much away here. You sort of saw how he pushed for that move to Fulham. I think kind of on his behalf, there was a real frustration that he would come in, have a man of the match game against, I want to say, Forest. And I mean, I know it's only Forest, but then the next 3 games he would get no minutes. And I think an ability to just sort of manage the depth of the squad so that you're picking from 20 as opposed to 16 really gives Arsenal that edge, that you know, when we saw them tiring in December, how valuable would it be if, you know, they had a player like a Nelson who's fully ready to go and can come off the bench or can come into the 11 for a game. And I think, I mean, that is something that at least Arteta seems to understand he needs to improve on it. And I think it might always be a little bit of a weakness. I mean, he's learned under Pep, and Pep loves a small squad, but it's encouraging to see that he gets it. And he's had a real crash course in management, hasn't he? In the ins and outs. And
he really has. You know, I think you make some good points, because even if you have a man of the match performance and you don't see a game, you know, for 2 or 3 weeks, and then even if you have a bad game like Kivior, for example, the Bayern Munich game he's not bounced back from that.
Yeah.
You know, and those moments maybe are also forgiveness or giving someone a chance, as opposed to, you know what I mean? Like, do you think that that's another, as well as being good, you could be bad, but how forgiving will he be?
I think it's sometimes, without wishing to not really answer the question, it kind of depends on who you are, because I think there are certain players who get quite a long leash from Mikel Arteta. I won't name them because, you know, you got to work with them. But I think there are certain players who can put in a run of fairly ordinary performances and still get selected. It hasn't happened that often this season, but I think there was maybe patience with, I'll name one because everyone knows I really like the player, but I thought Martinelli was really afforded opportunities last season to play through his difficulties in form that others weren't. And look, I understand where that comes from, because I think Martinelli is a potential superstar, and you maybe need to give him opportunities that you don't give Kivior, if you always view Kivior as someone that's a squad depth player.
Isn't that man management though? Like aren't those judgment calls all part of man management? How you handle you know, Nuno Tavares may be different than how you handle Martinelli. I mean, we know Martinelli is a bit of a confidence player / guy who has all the feels, and you know, the way he handled him through his injury struggles, through his
remember the time when everyone thought that Arteta hated Martinelli?
Oh yeah, no, Arteta ruined Martinelli, he ruined Saliba, he ruined everybody, but like all those times you know, that he just was managing people into the ground. Maybe he knows what he's doing, maybe he actually speaks to them about how he's managing them, gets a better sense of what they'll respond to. But yeah, I think if you were so inflexible as to handle every single person the exact same way, you would lose certain players. You would demotivate the people, and knowing how to pull each particular lever the right time and the right way, how to nurture somebody through a downturn in their play versus giving somebody the space to kind of find their form at Colney as opposed to, you know, at Old Trafford is a completely it's a judgment call that he should know this team well enough to make at this point.
and he's learnt in some of the hardest circumstances. I don't think, for instance, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang has ever forgiven Mikel Arteta. And I think learning all that in COVID must have been incredibly complicated. But yeah, I just think there is something to be said for if you can build. I think if you kind of look at last season, there were maybe 16 people who by the end of the season trusted that they would be trusted by Mikel Arteta.
I was trying to mute myself and I did the exact opposite of that.
There were maybe 16 players that trusted they'd be trusted by Arteta. I'm kind of plucking that number, but I think if you can add 2, 3, 4 to that group, they don't all have to be signings. If you can do that, it just becomes a little bit easier to run through those runs of fixtures like Arsenal had in December, where it just felt like everyone was dead on their feet, because that'll get even harder this season. 2 more Champions League games, hopefully deep runs into the FA Cup and especially the EFL Cup, which you can watch on Paramount Plus. I think then you are really going to need to be able to exploit a squad.
So James, I was talking on our show and to a couple of others about the domestic cups and how it would be great to have a run in. But I actually would love to win the League Cup in February and see this team win something together, because then you have 3 months of Premier League football for that to maybe further galvanize them. What do you think about that? Because all I hear back is that our squad is small. You talked about the Pep way and having a small squad. We've seen Pep, of course, win the domestic trophies with small squads. Is it possible for us, do you think, to do that when we know the biggest prize the club want is the Premier League?
It's really interesting you mentioned the League Cup. I'm sort of from a generation who's basically, well, I've never seen Arsenal win the League Cup, so I have that sort of side of it that's like, well, it would be very nice to sort of see Arsenal win a trophy in February. But I actually think as well, I know that there's that sort of special kinship with the FA Cup, but those sort of, if you're running deep on that, the Champions League and the Premier League, that's when I think your legs really start to get flayed. The reality is, I know we keep saying these extra 2 Champions League games, but most of the League Cup is manageable. You're not playing a huge number of games. You probably are going to, I think the way Arteta did it in the early rounds was just about right until they kind of ran into a West Ham team that really fancied a trophy and had got in that cup mindset, where I think, you would still play the B team with the odd star youngster. I'm sure we'll see Nwaneri and Lewis Skelly in the EFL Cup this season. And then if you come to the quarterfinals and the semi-finals, well, then you're only going to need to use your Erdegaards and your Sakas for 4 games and put them on the bench as well. I think a lot of the time, I don't want to sort of, I could go on for ages about the Arsenal fan base, amorphous thing that it is, but I do think sometimes there's a desire, especially online, for the moon on a stick. They want Arsenal to win the EFL Cup and to compete for cup competitions, and everyone's unhappy when sometimes it feels like Arteta doesn't take them as seriously as they might, but they also want to make sure that Arsenal have a pathway for the best young players and that those guys are on the bench. And I remember turning up to Brentford last season and everyone was raging because Cedric was in the squad and Mo El-Neni was in the squad. He was in the 11, wasn't he? And you can't have it every way. And you also can't have the squad that I just said is really important, a deep squad, without playing those guys in the League Cup ahead of the kids, because you kind of talk to these guys when they aren't selected, or the agents of these guys, or people who know these guys, and there's nothing that will infuriate them more and that will lose them from the squad more than if they're seeing their opportunities going to 16, 17-year-olds. So to answer your question, I think it would be a huge propulsive force, and we see City exploit it all the time, and Chelsea used to under Mourinho, didn't they?
Yep.
That League Cup gives people that taste of winning, and I think it would be brilliant. Not least, and like I say, it'd be really nice to see Arsenal win the League Cup. It's been
30 years. 31 it would be by next year. Yeah.
Is it 1990? But that's the last time.
92, 93. Yeah.
The Sheffield double. Sheffield Wednesday double.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, no, it's so. I love this conversation because I love to pick your brains, because everyone keeps talking about the inches, right? Like these incremental improvements, and I think that we've made them so well over the last 2 or 3 seasons. And you always feel like when we just make those incremental improvements, City do something additional to kind of crank it up a notch, right? Would you say, though, last season we made those improvements and our lack of clinical finishing is what was the difference? Or did they really kind of put that 5th gear in towards the end and they know how to win and they just went into this mode? Because I think it was closer than that.
It was closer than that. And I mean, I think Arsenal are very clinical as a team, but I honestly think last season was really just a few unlucky bounces of the ball, a couple of off moments. I think if games like the loss to West Ham had been kind of reflective of the performance, if they hadn't just totally brain farted against Fulham twice, Arsenal would be champions. I mean, it really is that simple. And is that clinical when they can also sort of score 5 goals, 5 goals almost every game in January? I don't quite think it is. I think Arsenal were just a little bit unfortunate that they hit a bad patch of form and weren't quite able to weather it. And yes, sort of having an Erling Haaland is a great get out of jail free card when you're out of form. But I just think in the end Arsenal did everything right, and sometimes the ball doesn't go in the net. I know that feels like a cop out answer, and there's always ways you can get better. And I would love to see in the
I don't think it's a cop out answer at all, because the biggest incremental improvements for me last year were you've got to win 1 game against City and Liverpool. You've got to do that and get a point away from home. And we did that. And you bring up the most fundamental kind of moments where, in order to win the league, you can't lose twice to Aston Villa. Yeah. You can't drop points against Fulham, and you can't get beaten 2-0, almost 3-0, albeit for the save by David Raya, against West Ham at home. And, even West Ham was shocked by that result.
Yeah.
So...
And they paid the price for it the next time.
They did.
Oh, that was beautiful.
But James, did you think to yourself, man, we actually got those points, 4 points against City, 4 points against Liverpool, and we didn't win the league?
6 against Chelsea. Or no, it was 4 against Chelsea as well last season.
Yeah. Was it 4? Oh, yes, of course. Yeah,
we drew away 6 against United, I think. I mean,
we beat United twice last season. Yeah,
I mean, our record against the top 4 last year was unbelievable. Or the traditional top 4, top 6 even was incredible last season. We didn't lose a single game.
And usually that is what wins you the title. If you go and sort of dig around Liverpool, when they won the title, they blitzed everyone, but they didn't. I mean, I don't even want to say shoot themselves. Well, it is. In the end, it was shooting themselves in the foot. Especially, I need to sort of double check what the points Arsenal took in those first 7-8 games were. But I think a lot of those games were, I mean, I actually would say right the way through to Villa, I think Arsenal was still a work in progress then. And we forget that Mikel Arteta ripped up the midfield of the second best team in England at the start of last season. And while I think the idea was right and it might still work in the future, the plan he had in the first place wasn't the right one. And Arsenal were kind of always trying to overcome that. And they did really, really effectively. But the vision of a Rice, Ødegaard, Havertz midfield, I mean, has probably, you could argue, still hasn't really clicked. And this time round, Arsenal are probably going to start with 11 players on the opening day that were there last season. And we'll see if Calafiori eventually usurps Zinchenko. But this is much more sort of needling around the edges and honing the team and maybe trying to improve the left flank, which was a little bit disappointing. This isn't sort of open heart surgery, which is kind of what Arsenal, or whatever you want to call it, I mean, putting a new rib cage in. That's what Arsenal did last season. And having done that, they still adapted quickly enough to have the best underlying metrics in the Premier League. So
we really saw a tale of two completely mirror image seasons from an opposition. We saw a team that came out of the gates flying 2 seasons ago, playing swashbuckling football, knocking our socks off, having me going on interviews saying that we'd won the league. But of course, there was a little bit of chemical reasons why I may have said that, but and then just absolutely running out of steam and depth at the end, and like an inexperienced team would. And then the next season, the exact opposite of that, where we really kind of came out of the gate searching for our identity. We have Gabriele on the bench. We've got Partey in right back. We've got like, what is going on? Why is Arteta tinkering with what seemed like a winning formula? And ultimately, that proved to be, something that even though we were in the top spot for a period of time, ultimately it didn't allow us, combined with City's strong finish, to get it over the line. But boy, did we turn into a stronger team because of what we went through the first half of the season. So it's almost like kind of take the first half of 2 seasons ago. I mean, it's easy for me to say the second half of last season, and we got no problems to it.
Just do that, Miguel.
Formula, though. I mean, don't you think that maybe now the players have that experience? They understand what they did right at the beginning and what they did wrong at the end of 2 seasons ago. They understand this a little bit better, and now they have the experience to draw from and know how to do it over 38 games.
I think though the run up to the 2022 World Cup was just a little bit magical. They were playing really well. I don't doubt that, but I don't. When you look back on it, you go, I'm not certain that version of Arsenal was sustainable. I think in many ways it was sort of typified by Granit Xhaka, who came back from the World Cup and was still really good and a far better version of Granit Xhaka than we'd seen for most of his career at Arsenal. But he wasn't, he wasn't 10 goals. He might have ended up being it, but he wasn't quite the sort of superstar 10 goals, 10 assists as the left 8 that Arsenal needed to be. And then, like I say, last season, I think if you can really the view shouldn't be like pick and choose from the last 2 seasons. It should be carry on from where you left off, because where you left off is, I've just got the results here. 5 points dropped after the turn of the year. They've dropped 5 points in the Premier League so far in 2024.
So James,
and that is totally sustainable.
Yeah. So everyone's kind of focused on us, and we've seen the fall of Manchester United, the fall of Chelsea, Tottenham, once again.
Chelsea might have further to fall.
So let's get into this a little bit, because I'd love to get into your mindset about, are we still, I think we're still the closest to Manchester City, and who's caught up to us in this window even? Has anybody even caught up to us? And the stockpiling of Chelsea and the question marks, they haven't even played a game yet. Maresco, the preseason was horrific. What's your take on that, on all of that?
So in terms of, has anyone caught up to Arsenal? Not greatly, I don't think. I know I'm on the wrong podcast to say this, but I like the business Tottenham have done. But the business Tottenham have done is sort of to get them in the mix for top 4, which I find very strange, because they're one of those teams in a PSR straightened environment who could really exploit the muscle of their stadium and the money they've got in the bank for Harry Kane. Like, while I like Dominic Solanke, I think they should be kind of trying to upgrade the 11 in multiple spots. I think they will obviously be one of those teams that's very tough, especially for Arsenal, and where, if we're talking about the teams you want to take 6 against, you take 4 against Spurs. I think, if I offered it to you now. Liverpool are the one I find very curious.
Yes.
I feel like they had 2 paths ahead of them. One was when Klopp left. One was to sort of say we have Virgil van Dijk in the last year or two of his prime, Salah the same position. Who knows what will happen with Trent, but we might only have one more year of 3 of their 4 best players with Alisson. And you either, I mean, they could have blown it. I mean, that's the third path, but I don't think anyone would have done that one. But you could have said, let's get the second title this season. Let's go out and maybe get younger but superstar players. And they didn't do it. Even Zubimendi, it doesn't feel like that. It feels like they could be doing more to really strengthen that team for a push this season. Whereas instead, if you look at what they're doing, the Georgian goalkeeper Mamadashvili, kind of giving a lot of minutes to Jones and to Elliott, I feel like Liverpool are really a little bit more looking to what life will be like after Van Dijk and Salah, because they can probably do that while still qualifying for the Champions League. But I don't think they will be quite as much of a title contender at the 30-game mark as they were last season. As for the rest, I think United are signing good players, but they don't have a good manager. And Chelsea could finish 4th, but they could just as easily finish 12th.
Yeah.
Pedro Neto's not better than Raheem. Pedro Neto's not better than Raheem Sterling, who you're now desperately trying to hook out of the club. I'm really excited to see them on Sunday.
Do you guys see the potential for a post-Fergie situation to happen at Liverpool? Different time frame, different clubs, different ownership. But I mean, Klopp was such a unique and dominating force, and you could say the same thing about the immediate time post Wenger, I guess. But do you see them kind of entering that netherworld again, where they were in after Dalglish left, and where they just kind of chopped and changed for a while? I mean, I certainly hope so. This is my hopes coming out. But
I mean, I think the advantage they have is a lot of the teams below them are pretty ordinary. So I think they could almost do that, but we don't really see it because they still finish 3rd. But yeah, I mean, I don't see how it could not change your club to lose one of the 2 greatest managers operating in the game, the sort of manager who can make players believe that they're better than they are. Is that a harsh way of putting it? I think when you maybe kind of, I mean, I'm intrigued to find out, but when you sort of saw some of the brilliant performances someone like Endo was having over a run of games last season, you think, do I believe that Arne Slot could get that out of or almost anyone you care to imagine to succeed Klopp? Do I believe that Slot can get that out of Endo, a run of 10 games where he's the best defensive midfielder in the Premier League? No. And I think there's quite a few players I think that I will have questions over. Diaz as well. I'm fascinated to see what any other coach does with Darwin Núñez, because I always think Klopp must have I think Klopp seems to be a very patient manager in spite of his histrionics. I think he's very patient with his players. I'm not sure luckily Arne Slot doesn't have any hair to pull out, because Darwin Núñez will make you want to do that.
The fact that they haven't super caught up to us then yet, and this is an amazing opportunity, because we know football moves fast, right? Next season, a lot of these teams could be much, much better. So in your opinion, what's your biggest fear for us? As much as you believe that we could win the title, what's your biggest fear?
What's the goal for this team this season?
I think, I don't really like talking about transfers that much, but I fear that Arsenal are in quite a healthy financial position at the moment, and they're just sort of not exploiting that this season to the maximum. I fear that we'll come to the closure of the window and we'll look at this squad and think, still needs that X factor attacker. City might not have as many, but they can still throw all sorts of bodies at you from the wings in the closing minutes. I love Trossard. I think him and Martinelli, I really enjoy the competition there, but even so, I think Arsenal maybe just lack. I think it's in wide areas, and I think they lack that one extra game changer that either forces Martinelli onto the bench, that allows Saka to rest and becomes a starter themselves. And Arsenal they're not, super flush with cash, but they're not sort of like right up against the PSR, whatever you want to call it, the PSR limit anyway. And I think when you aren't, and so many of your rivals are, I think it behooves you to actually take a really big swing at what you can do with the money you have. And I don't kind of like the idea of looking at it as like, well, we can then spend money next season, a little bit of money next season, a little bit of money next season. When you're in a position to really go for it, so I think this. I mean, I think
so.
This
Who does that represent though? I almost feel like
Kvaratskhelia, either of them, or Nico Williams. I know that one wouldn't really happen, but.
Because I think they're probably looking at it very similarly, but just saying we're in a position where we can let those deals come to us instead of having to go out and force it. Like I don't think they're unwilling to put the money into a player like that, but I do think that they're not going to force the issue. The amount of discipline in having the right player come along, rather than say we're going to spend money on a player because we want to go for the jugular while other teams are up against the wall. I just don't think that's how they operate right now. But I mean, I agree. I get what you're saying. I agree with the sense that, when you have an opportunity to turn the knife and stick it in, you do it. But I almost think that opportunity we're in a position where players are going to be offered to us that want to come to us, that are forcing a move to us, and that helps us on the price. And maybe that's the strategy.
I think though we're sort of functionally now, whether we kind of like talking about it like this, we're functionally in like a salary cap or league effectively. Yeah. And I think Arsenal right now are in a position, if I sort of they're like the basketball or the football team that's sort of one piece away, or you see them as sort of the coming dynasty. I watch a lot of NBA and it happens all the time. You see this team and you're like, yeah, they're going to be ready to compete for 10 years. And then something happens. And maybe that something is to do with 115 charges. Maybe it's all Chelsea's young players. Some of them click. Something can happen and your window's closed. And right now, the sort of window is ajar. And I think, or the door's sort of breaking open. And I think Arsenal need to kick it down.
So
right now.
I agree with that. And, we talk about City and we were talking about how they haven't really strengthened, losing Alvarez. And I kind of want to tackle both because does Pep have something up his sleeve with regards to, we've seen Rico Lewis play, we've seen Bob play, and they're both great young players, good young players. I shouldn't use the word great.
You have heard about Oscar Bob, haven't you?
And then
I have, yeah.
Well, I'm talking about Sophie. Sophie was busy yesterday, but he broke his leg in training yesterday.
You're joking.
No.
Oh my God, I didn't hear that yesterday. Yeah, I was at the service all day, so I didn't have my phone. Oh my God, that's, I know that's really sad for a young player to have to go through that. That's a blow, because I was thinking, James, that he'd be a trump card for them. Like Pep always has something cooking, right? And you talked about Mikel, and we've all talked about him learning from Pep and stuff. Does Mikel have something cooking? Is Waneri going to get more game time? You said in the cups and stuff and Skelly, but can you see something like that brewing, which would then ease the blow with any non-additional transfer business?
It's sort of speaking to people that know, I think rather than like a sort of Bob thing where he is dropped into quite a lot of minutes, I think Arsenal and Arteta have a bit more of a sort of Foden-y view of Nwaneri. He's not going out on loan, at least at the moment. Maybe if a really good club comes in and says we'd build the team around Nwaneri, but he feels too young for that. But he's not going out on loan. He will be afforded minutes, certainly in the Cups, probably in the Premier League. But the trajectory, I think, is really going to be one where we look up in 3 seasons and we go, last season, Nwaneri just played 2,000 minutes and we didn't really notice, or 1,500, however many minutes. I think it's going to be a lot steadier than a big bang with this kid. Of course, the one thing that can be the plan until he plays brilliantly, or maybe, but less likely until he plays poorly and makes it impossible to not select him. But I think the vision is a little more step by step. But there's a reason why Smith Rowe, I think he will sort of step into a lot of the minutes that were afforded to Smith Rowe.
Yeah, interesting. So, James, who do you think needs to have a big season?
Good question. I know I'd really like to have a big season. Gabriele Jesus is really good, and if only all the time. And I fear he won't be, because there's no better predictor of future injuries than past injuries. But the guy we saw in that period before the World Cup is utterly transforms this team. He brings the best out of Martinelli, would bring the best out of, say, Havertz, if Havertz was playing as the left 8, because he's so diligent, responsible for what he does defensively, that you could play him and Havertz. And I think beyond all that, when he was good, he was so much fun. I think the worst thing in the world when covering a team like Arsenal is when the players you really enjoy watching get sort of smashed into the great discourse machine of sort of, oh, Arsenal should sell him, but who can they sell him to? And Saudi Arabia, blah, blah, blah. And you just want to get back to the stage where you're like guffawing openly at whatever it was that Gabriele Jesus did. It's what Mikel Arteta said about he changed Arsenal's world, I think is totally true. And if you could get just 35 games of Gabriele Jesus at full tilt, this season would be a joy, no matter the result. I don't know. What do you guys think? The other thing is I can't really think of anyone else. I think maybe, the guys that are going to be playing at DM, Partey and Jorginho, the big pressure on them, but even that could be eased with Marino. So
yeah, no, I agree with you, because I actually picked Jesus to be my impact player of the season. I believe if he can stay fit, and for all the reasons you just said, that first season was just, he was infectious on the pitch, off the pitch. He did make Saka and Martinelli hustle more. Everyone learned about discipline off the ball in so much greater detail. And I think if he, and I see a lot of fans poo-poo, oh, he can't score goals. He's not that player, and what he offers, I think, is so unique and special to this team. And he was great in the Champions League when he was able to play as well. But yeah, I mean, I see people talk about Saka, cover for Saka, but I think maybe we have a cover for Saka in Jesus.
When we saw Havertz in the left 8 struggling last year, who was in the 9? Eddie Nketiah. I think it might be a little different with Gabby Jesus. I think the biggest person that Gabby Jesus playing in the 9 could benefit is Havertz in the 8, which of course allows us to really just play the patience game with Marino.
Also, by the way, I mean, just imagine if you're a centre back on the ball trying to play out, and you've got Jesus, you've got a line in front of you of
Jesus,
this mad kid Martinelli, Jesus, Odegaard, Saka. You get through that, and then there's these 2 hulking great big midfielders, Havertz and Rice. It'd drive you mad.
No, exactly.
I mean, I'm excited about the fact that, and Havertz playing the left 8 with Jesus at the 9. I mean, we're going to see Havertz in front of goal plenty. So I think we do have options. And, of course, when Partey gets hurt and Rice slides over and Havertz has to play there, as long as Jesus is healthy and doing the things that he does, I'm just not convinced that we need to force a move for a 70 million pound striker, or even a 40 million pound striker if it's Ivan Toney, for sure. But I just don't.
Ivan Toney will never play for Arsenal.
His goals are going to come from other people's goals that would have scored. We We scored 91 goals last season.
Right, we broke a record last season. Yeah. It's not. It's like, and everyone wants a striker. The point is to just be more effective in front of goal. If Trossard scores the chance against Villa, what does that game look like? Right?
Yeah.
It's kind of funny because when a defender makes a mistake or a goalkeeper, it's the end of the world. The sky is falling. But when a striker misses a chance, they get away with it a little bit more, don't they, James?
Unless they Gabby Jesus or Kai Havertz at Chelsea. I think that's so true. Also, though, the other thing when we talk about going back to what I was saying earlier, and my mind went to when you said when a defender made a mistake, I was like, when was the last time an Arsenal defender made a mistake? But then you sort of remember that Arsenal also. Oh yeah, he made the whole. Maybe that's the point of him all along, was to
make us appreciate what we have now more.
Exactly, down pay for all the mistakes to come. But I sort of totally forgot when I was talking about new players and all that. We had a completely new goalkeeper playing a completely new system to him as well. And do you remember that those times around October, November, where you were like, everyone was sort of saying, God, you can't play David Raya, you can't play him, bring back Ramsdale. And now it's, a Golden Glove winner. The mistakes, I can't remember the last time he got beaten down at his near post. It's almost as if when you sort of work together with your teammates, work together with your player, your coaches, you kind of can improve, and Arsenal have quite a good track record in that regard. So, I mean, like you said, Sophie, it is probably going to be decided by if Arsenal cannot make, not have that Trossard miss this season, not have that occasion David Raya gets beaten down at his near post. And certainly on the latter, I'm very confident, very, very confident. Can I say,
we're about to give away another prize.
Do that.
Sorry, James wanted to add something.
I was only going to say, one thing to keep an eye out is my favourite stat from last season was Arsenal. Watch how much Arsenal this season, no one was talking about it last season. Watch how much Arsenal centre-backs block shots. Gabriele had sort of the most blocked shots as a proportion of shots faced of anyone in the Premier League last season. I love that side of Arsenal. Nice. I really do, because in all my time watching them, I've never seen an Arsenal team that sort of puts you in mind of the stories you were told of the George Graham era.
Yep. Very cool.
So we are here to raise money for cancer research and support of families dealing with it, and that is through goonersvcancer.com. So I just want to remind everybody that's watching, and we've got across all platforms nearly 300 people watching. If you have not already, and many of you have, please reach into your pocket as if you were reaching into somebody else's pocket, like Mikel Arteta hired people to do. And please take a moment to donate anything that you can to goonersvcancer.com. And it'll make a difference. And you'll have a chance at winning some pretty cool prizes. And in fact, we have a double prize for this, thanks to the generosity of one of our colleagues and generous people in the chat. So this hour, we are giving away a Gooners versus Cancer T-shirt, and along with that, you will also get something that Sophie's very familiar with. But this particular one was donated by Ryan Fletcher. Thank you, Ryan, for contacting me and adding this, and that is a Zenith coin. Ryan has some Zenith coins that he wanted to throw into the mix, and so we appreciate you doing that. And that's a nice keepsake to have. So we're going to award both of those to one winner, and we will now draw a random draw. We have our own drummer. Here we go. And the winner.
What is this?
Per Midstute, and I hope I've pronounced that, but Midstewie, okay. And I'm gonna, and Per Midstute lives in Cleveland. Now I don't know where Per lives, but we will ship that to you. Thank you so much for your donation. Congratulations on winning a prize. And if you want to be eligible to win one of the 7 or 8 remaining prizes, and trust me, they're the really, really, really good ones that are still left. Please enter by donating, and you're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You're helping to cure cancer, and you're potentially winning something. Please enter by.
Sorry, that was me.
I think that was me. but yeah, it's we put the fun in fundraising, Gooners versus Cancer. So thank you for your donation. We are now ready to roll on our next hour, which is one I'm looking forward to. But we're going to say goodbye to both Sophie and to James. So James, first of all, it's great to see you again. Been a while, and hopefully it won't be as long till our next chat. And hopefully it'll be in person. I'll stay in touch if I happen to make it to any Champions League game. We'll find out, and we have that beer to grab.
Absolutely, yeah. Hope to see you guys at the Emirates soon.
I would love to carry on talking football with you, James. I've really enjoyed this conversation. So you're welcome on Highbury Squad anytime.
Oh, I will, and I'll be there anytime. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for having me.
Perfect.
Beautiful. And Sophie, you know how I feel about you. And thank you so much for making time in the morning on your trip, and for especially sharing your experiences yesterday. I mean, I feel like I was able to experience something very, very special through your eyes, and thank you for sharing that with me.
Lovely. Always welcome, Mike. I'll see you later on.
Yeah, I'll see you later for the
Who's on next? I want to know who's on next before I go.
On next is the announcer hour. We have 2 Jims and a Harry. So we'll bring them on real quick, and then we'll say goodbye to you. So, and I'm also going to say goodbye to somebody else while we're doing this. But welcome to the podcast, Jim Beglin.
Woo!
Jim Proudfoot.
Hello.
And
Legend.
Jim Simeo.
Yeah, Harry, you missed out. Your parents have got a lot to answer for.
Yeah, I was going to say, how could you build it up so much with 2 legends and then bring me on third? What a down.
No, not at all.
Look, you're
one legend, and one legend.
Very nice.
So Sophie, James,
I just wanted to say hi to you guys because I love all of your voices, and of course me and Harry sporting the Greeks in black always. I love it. And just wanted to say hello and love all of your stuff and what you guys do. So
well, it's very kind, Sophie. Thank you very much indeed.
Being a fangirl,
Yeah, it's very kind. And on that note, Jim and I had a little chat earlier this morning, and I think we're both actually predicting Arsenal to win the title this season. There you go. That's an early shout.
All right, I can end the podcast now. I mean, we've got an ex-Liverpool player, ex-Leeds United defender picking Arsenal to win the league. That's you can't get any better than that.
Love it.
Yeah,
love it.
But he's not a professional gambler, though, so don't read too much into anything we say.
He's not a punter, is he?
Yeah. Jim will jinx it. Jim will jinx it.
Yeah, beautiful. All right.
Bye, guys. Have a great show.
Thanks, guys.
Have a great
Enjoy
hour.
the show.
Take care. Lots of
Give my
love.
best
See you, Sophie. Bye, Joe.
Cheers.
Bye.
All right, beautiful. So this is becoming quite a tradition now on the. I mean, we have multiple commentator and football announcer hours now. We were joined by Peter Gurry for what was an absolutely fantastic hour earlier. We're going to try to replicate the quality of that here in a different way. But Jim, not to put too much pressure on anybody, but Jim, you joined us last year. Jim Proudfoot joined us last year, but in kind of a, I feel like I almost kind of did you wrong because your first visit to the podcast, and it was a game. It was a FA Cup of football phrases, because I just wanted to get the expert's view on some of these amazing phrases, like, pulling up trees and pockets of space. And I mean, it's a favorite of mine to do that, but we didn't really get a chance to chat that much and to dig into what makes Jim Proudfoot tick. So I'm glad that we're not doing the game this time. And we also have, of course, a former Shamrock Rovers, Liverpool and Leeds United defender. First goal for Liverpool was in the semifinal of that fateful 1985 European Cup, scored against, I had to say this, Harry, but Panathinaikos, which wasn't a great memory for you if you had been alive, I think, at the time. 15 senior caps for the Republic of Ireland and can now be heard on co-commentary for the Premier League and Cup competitions, including this coming Saturday for Brentford and Palace alongside a certain Jim Proudfoot. So is this considered preparation for the big game on Saturday, for the Brentford Palace game?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Jim and I can work out exactly what we're going to say for Brentford agast Palace, because that's exactly what all of your viewers want us to do, Mike.
You know, I'll just mute myself for the next hour, and you guys can work on some strategy.
Yeah, we'll talk about Vitaly Janelt's work off the ball and how Palace are going to cope without Michael Elise. Yeah, we'll just do that for an hour. Jim and I have worked together for a long time. We've known each other for even longer. We've probably known each other, I would think, for the best part of 25 years. And it's always a privilege to be in his company. I'm happy to very much regard him as a friend as well as a colleague. So it's very fortuitous that the two of us are on together.
Well, it was planned that way. Well, it was hoped for that way, but yeah, I've always had a great affinity for football commentators. I grew up kind of, I was one of those kids that put the television on mute, or I guess at the time you had to turn down the volume. There wasn't really like a mute button back then. There were dials, and you would turn down the volume and try to kind of announce into a pencil or a soda bottle or something like that. And, it didn't really go any further than that for me, but that's what I love about Harry, because I got to know Harry. And I mean, have you guys met or aware of Harry Symeou and his work?
Yeah, Harry and I have met. He might not remember, but Harry and I have met. Yeah.
No, I definitely remember, of course.
But Harry is someone who I first knew as a kind of a fellow podcaster who clearly had eyes on bigger goals. I sell insurance and podcasts for fun, and I think it shows because the level of I'm literally podcasting in front of fours and fours of people every week. But Harry has progressed. I've really enjoyed watching his small podcast grow into a larger podcast, grow into a career of commentating on radio for Arsenal Football Club, for BBC, and it just continues to grow in leaps and bounds. And so I've enjoyed watching that, and I fully expect one day, based on your trajectory, to have you in the next generation of people I'm hearing on NBC Sports and Sky and the World Feed. Is that the plan, Harry?
I'll send you the check later, Mike. Thanks for that.
Yeah, I get 10% of future earnings. You don't have to send me anything now. I'm patient. I'm playing the long game here, but yeah, no, Harry is a colleague.
It's an honor to be on with two commentary legends as well, and of course Mike, who's a legend, just not as a commentator. But no, honestly, you two guys are people that I've looked up to for years, ever since I wanted to sort of start doing commentary. You always look around at the very best, and you try and learn, and you try and you want to have your own style. I'm sure you guys will say that that's really important, but you want to take the bits that you really like from different people and stuff. And I've really enjoyed you guys' coverage over the years. So to be here speaking to you, to be in press boxes with you guys as well, it's just amazing. So yeah, thanks for everything you do.
Well, thank you, Harry. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
And I want to point out we're getting a ton of wow. I can't believe everyone's on this podcast at the same time. I love to see that. And again, the best way to express your enjoyment of the guests on this podcast is to go to goonersvcancer.com. That's what we're all here for today. And please go donate. You can win some great prizes. We will allow you to continue to watch the incredible talent that we have on the podcast coming up over the next few hours. But please buy raffle tickets. By making a donation, you can win some amazing prizes, and we hope because that's why we're all here, obviously. So and what we also want you to be able to do is provide you access to folks that you may not normally have the ability to ask questions for. So if you are one of the hundreds of people that are watching this on all platforms, put in a question in the chat. We will get to that question and ask it of them at the end. So just put a question in the chat with a capital Q at the beginning of it. We'll start and get ready to ask them probably about halfway through the hour. Have we lost you, Jim, or just lost video? Beglin.
No, it's all good. I went blank for a second. Well, not me, but my screen went blank.
I'm not saying anything.
It only lasted about 30 seconds. So yeah, it's all good again.
Is anybody else not? Because I'm still just seeing a black screen.
Yeah, no, I can't see you, Jimbo.
Oh,
interesting. Okay.
I can see myself.
Okay, so then it's just my screen. That's bizarre, but I will take everyone's word for it. So so please again put your questions in the chat, and we will go ahead and ask them. So you've talked about chemistry, and obviously Jim, you have the chemistry of working together for a considerable period of time. Chemistry more important in a kind of a partnership of co-commentators than just knowing everything about the game, being prepared. I mean, where does chemistry rank in all of the qualities that you have to have in order to have a successful game?
Well, I think if I can.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't really clarify who I was asking that question to. So
I would think it important because I think for most of the viewership that if you've got good back and forth and maybe a little banter every now and again between your commentator and your co-com, I think it works, and I think it's received well. I think rather than have something that's more regimented, more stiff, I think if you're a little off the cuff at times, without going too far, then I think it serves the viewership that little bit better.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot easier to achieve with somebody that you know that you've got a good working relationship with. And experience is everything. If you think of two guys playing a centre half together, they can both be fantastic players, but if they're playing with somebody that they know and whose game that they understand, that's probably going to be able to bring a little bit more out of the pair of them individually. And I think that's how it is with commentary pairings. We at PLP doing the world feed, we tend to work in very similar teams. I will often be with Jim or with Matt Holland, sometimes with Andy Townsend. And when you've done as many games as we have together, I think it makes it easier to bring the best out of you. And as Jim says, there has to be light and shade. In football matches, Jurgen Klopp put it perfectly. Football is the most important of all the very unimportant things. And I think that is absolutely bang on. So people are watching the game. They're not there to watch a comedy act by any stretch of the imagination. You've got to give the significance, got to try and convey the significance of the moments when they happen. But there has to be light and shade. And it can't be forced, but if you know somebody's personality, then it's probably a little bit easier to bring some jolliness to proceedings as well. And I think that I certainly feel that that's something that Jim and I are in the fortunate position to do because we've worked together for so long.
Yeah, and there's a discipline to it all. Obviously, Jim has certain requirements, and likewise I do. But I've kind of learned from the commentators, including Jim, that I've worked with over the years, that if they can prepare everything they need to prepare, well, I can do that analytically too. I mean, initially, I was just using my career as my experience. But then there's much more involved, and you need to get down to the detail of each team that's playing and the circumstances around the game. And I thought, well, I can do that in an analytical way, and I can make my notes and make my little pointers. But then you don't necessarily have to use that on the broadcast. It's there as backup. And I've always felt, if I can go into my own little world, I've always been drawn to co-commentary. I was by one of my bosses at RTE in Irish TV once upon a time did ask me to do a trial to see if I could be a commentator. And I chose not to do it because I thought it's probably just a little step too far for me to take. But I've been drawn to it because co-commentary, that is, because you get some great work in studio. You get some wonderful analysis. and some of the pundits are superb at what they do. But I've always been drawn to on site, the stadium, the football, the atmosphere, the noise, and what's happening below you is fact. In a studio, there's a lot of speculation, a lot of conjecture. But on match day, when you're looking down at fact, and then it's my job to put my interpretation on the fact. And so I think you kind of know that there's a discipline there, and that you don't want to be kind of stepping on each other's toes verbally, if that makes any sense. But yeah, it's lovely to get the nitty gritty and get down to that detail. And as Jim said, the more you work together, the more relaxed you become, and the more familiar you become with everything, and you start finishing each other's sentences after a while. So yeah, it's always been commentary for me.
Is it a coincidence? It can't be a coincidence that I'm trying to think of all the kind of co-commentators that aren't necessarily doing play-by-play and announcing, and calling the goals. I mean, what percentage of co-commentators are former players? It's got to be close to 80% or something. I mean, that just seems to be the formula, and obviously for good reason, isn't it?
I would say it's even higher than that, probably over here, maybe touching 95%. You probably have more commentators, play-by-play commentators in all sports, maybe more some athletics and cricket more than football, but more ex-pros as commentators than non-ex-pros as co-commentators, if that makes sense. I think that I think that you need as a commentator. I've done however many games it is, but I believe that Jim or whoever is alongside me should still be seeing things that I don't see, that I can't see, because they will always look at a game in a different manner and analyze it in a different way than I will. And it's a fascinating exercise. I do a lot of work on the radio over here with Stuart Pearce, former England captain, and we get on very well. When we're at tournaments, we sometimes get the opportunity to go to games that we're not working at. And it's an absolute education, because if I'm working on the radio, I think I kind of know what points he's going to make and what things he's looking at. But when you're looking at it and he can sit there and he's relaxed and he's not on there and he's looking at it from a coach's viewpoint, the stuff that he sees is just, it's a different level. And I'm only picking Stuart out because he's the one that I happen to sit next to at games when I'm not working more than anybody else. Everybody would be the same if Jim and I live a long way from each other, so it doesn't happen with us. But if I was sat next to Jim, he would be saying, well, look at this, look at that run. And you just see things on a different level. So I think that it's important for the viewer, for the listener, that they're getting that kind of in-depth analysis from somebody who's played the game, because I don't believe that I or really many of my colleagues would be able to provide that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the perspective we're looking for now. And speaking, kind of tracking back to chemistry again, Harry, I think last year when you were on, we did kind of a look at the ICDB, the Internet the commentators database that has, I mean, it's an amazing repository of statistics about who's doing what, who's worked what games, who's worked with who the most. And what I was struck by is, as relatively and in the grand scheme of a full career, as relatively early in your career as you are, you've worked alongside a lot of different people. Has that, and I think that's almost, I mean, you're trial by fire, because have you been able to build that chemistry with any specific person, or are you just learning how to accelerate the process of building chemistry by working with so many different people?
Yeah, it definitely helps to be able to work with someone regularly. I think I've worked with quite a few different people. Often I get called up when no one else is available. So sometimes I get slotted into jobs quite late on and stuff. But there's a few co-commentators that I've worked with, probably I would say 6 or 7 times. And you can definitely feel the chemistry building, and you certainly feel more comfortable. you kind of get a feel for when they're going to jump in. You can kind of tell when they're on the kind of tip of saying something, and you let them breathe, and and they obviously learn when you're going to come in. And the more experienced the co-commentator, the more sometimes they realize that there's an attack developing, so maybe kind of condense the point that they're making so that you can make sure that you call the goal right, or anything that might happen. So yeah, I definitely think there's value in working with the same people multiple times. And that's probably one of the things I found quite difficult at the beginning, because every week certainly in the first season I was doing it tended to be someone different, and it felt like I needed a bit of time to kind of figure them out, as I'm sure they needed time to figure me out as well. But it's all experience at the end of the day. And I've done some games that I found really challenging in terms of the research. I did quite a bit on the CAF Champions League over the last 2 seasons, which was really tough to research for. Was working with people that I'd not worked with before, for whom maybe English wasn't the first language, because that's all broadcasted out of Paris. And so, yeah, it's been challenging, but you know what? I wouldn't change it, because I think I've learned so much, and I've learned to handle and deal with situations that maybe if it was kind of easier from the beginning, I probably wouldn't be able to handle. So it's done a lot for me in terms of building my confidence, that now I can sit down with whoever and I'm confident that we can do a good job. So yeah, there's definitely value though in those pairings and the partnerships and the rapport that you build, for sure. And that comes across to the viewer. That really comes across to the viewer, I think, as well. Yeah,
and I really kind of love to get it. I hope that the viewers are as interested in this as I am, or at least will forgive my indulgence on this. But I love to just really drill down on some of this stuff, because these subjects fascinate me. Working with different people, and we had a question about from Demsek, how do you build the chemistry with a new co-presenter? And I want to kind of build off of that question by saying, when you are working with people who you are only now meeting for the first time, let's say the game's kicking off say Saturday at 3:00. What do you do leading up to kickoff in order to make sure you're on the same page? Clearly, you don't walk into the booth and just press the button and start going. So what is the behind the scenes preparation when you don't have 30 years or 20 years or whatever of just kind of finishing each other's sentences, and quite the opposite?
I guess that depends on who it is. And when I say that, it's probably not the identity of the person, but how much experience they have got. So if I was working with Gary Neville, for instance, I don't know Gary. I've never done a game with him, but he's done hundreds of games himself. So I wouldn't have to, I'd phone him up during the week, introduce myself. I'd always get to the games early, and I would hope that he would be there and we could sit and just have a chat in very relaxed circumstances. But he doesn't need me to tell him exactly what he needs to do, the mechanics of the job, far from it. But there will be some people that have never done the job before, and for whom you can imagine, like, first day nerves, making your debut for somebody as a player. So those conversations, it's just like the proverbial arm around the shoulder, and this is what you need to do. This is when you need to speak. If it's radio and television, are 2 very different skills. So it would depend on the broadcaster who we were working for as to exactly how that conversation might go. But generally speaking, it's probably a little bit easier than you think, particularly if the person you're working with has done the job before. It's not too bad, because the mechanics of it pretty much all work the same way. But there'll be idiosyncrasies that you probably can't sort of foretell, that you just have to sort of ride the wave as you go, I guess.
And let's ask a practical question. Jim Beglin, let's say you get your assignment for match day 2, and it's Spurs against Everton, and you find out that the commentator for that is Harry Simeo. Now, besides spending an hour with him talking about Spurs and how much we hate them, what are logistically you doing to ensure that you're ready to go? And I mean, because not having worked with Harry before, I'm really kind of fascinated about like, do you meet the day before? Is it just the morning of the game? And what do you talk about? Because obviously one of you a disparity in experience and and a lack of knowledge of each other's kind of processes?
Well, I guess Harry and I would share a phone call the day before and just have a little chat about how we like to operate or the game itself. I just think that once you arrive at a stadium, just be ready as a co-com, be ready to allow the commentator to do his work. You can fill in around him, but the commentator is the most important person. The commentator is the driving force. The commentator is the lead. Yeah, you can add the little bits of analysis now and again, but I think that's where you have to assert that discipline, not to be anxious to want to get in on the end of every sentence from Harry or Jim P. And just kind of let it go, let it breathe. And yeah, you have to be aware of your role. You have to understand what you need to bring to it, and what you need to bring to it are those kind of bigger moments and the insight that the viewers don't quite know, and you're obviously informing them of, you know, what is going on or what might happen or what has just happened. And yeah, for me always, and I was kind of coached on that from day one to let the commentator do his job and to come in when necessary. And I remember in the very early part of my broadcasting career, coming in would be occasional. It wouldn't be overly regular. And then bit by bit, as as I developed my broadcasting, it began to grow and it became more conversational between commentator and co-commentator. So yeah, first and foremost for me would be just to let the commentator do what he does. And Jim P, I'm sure, will tell you, and he has remarkable patience around me, because I'm always throwing in little things before a game while he's in the process of his final preparation. And then I ask him a stupid question about, you know, or a pronunciation. We often go through all the player name pronunciations, and I'll ask him something, you know, and he's in mid sentence on his script. He's just, you know, scripting something, and, you know, and he looks at me, and I can tell that he's thinking, well, you leave it alone. But he's never let that out. He's always contained it. So thank you for that, Jim.
It's never happened. It's never happened.
You know, to first ask a question from Dempsey, I'm actually going to answer this, even though it's for you, Jim Beglin. It says, how would you prepare to present with Mike? And the answer to that question is that he would retire prior to the game. But you bring up pronunciations, and you know, the first thing I think about when I think about pronunciations was conversations I've had with Derek Ray, because he is the king of authenticity when it comes to pronunciation. So the landmark for me is, you know, how do you approach a Bruno Fernandes / Fernandes? Because, you know, Derek, I know, has told me he considers it a sign of respect. He would not say I consider it a sign of disrespect if you don't use the kind of the local pronunciation for him. But, you know, all three of you will have said his name on air in the past, I would imagine, at some point. What do you go with and why?
This actually is a hot topic of debate involving Bruno at the moment. And we have, I don't think I'm breaking any confidences here. We as commentators have asked for clarity from our management as to exactly how they want us to go going forward. What happens is at the beginning of every season, it's just been going on over the last week, 10 days, that production crews go to every Premier League club and they have media days. Every club has a media day. And as part of that, the players will stand in front of a green screen and they'll do the walk-ups that you see and for the celebration. So they'll walk up to the camera and they'll do that. And then they'll do the celebration. James Maddison will throw his dart or whatever. But part of that process is that they stand in front of the camera and they say their name. They say it twice, they say it, and then they say it again slowly, more broken down into syllables, so those idiot commentators can actually get our heads around it. And part of that process will be Bruno going, Bruno Fernandes. Now, there's a train of thought in England that he's played in England for so long that if you change from Bruno Fernandes to Bruno Fernandes, you change Jose Mourinho to the correct Portuguese pronunciation, you change Freddie Ljungberg to Freddie Ljungberg, that you are alienating part of your audience. And I agree entirely with Derek that you have to respect the people involved and get the name as accurate as you can. I think that there are some cases, and Erling Haaland's probably the most prevalent of them, where they genuinely don't care, even to the extent that Erling, whose name is Haaland, wanted it because he was so sick of it being mispronounced. He actually asked people to call him Haaland because he wanted the uniformity. So going back to the original question with Bruno, I think we're still waiting to hear. I can imagine a situation where for domestic audiences in England this season, I'm calling him Bruno Fernandes on the radio, and on the TV around the world, I'm calling him Bruno Fernandes. I don't know how that's going to play out. I'm not doing Manchester United for a week or two, so I've still got time to digest the emails and listen to the phone conversations about the way forward. But it is a course of debate. The bottom line is you've got to try and be as accurate and as authentic as possible. But I do think that comes with a caveat that you've got to make sure you're not alienating your audience at the same time.
And I had no idea that this was such a current day issue. I mean, I obviously he's been playing in the Prem for what, 3 or 4 seasons, and I almost thought it was, you know, like what they would call here in the States settled law. I think it is to a certain extent. That's the problem. But I think we've got to take a step back and say, okay, if we're going to the effort to make sure that we are getting every African player's name correct, which clearly as commentators we should be doing that. We've got to make sure that we're also getting every Portuguese player's name correct. The Scandinavians are constantly mispronounced. That we're getting them all right. And so yes, it is settled law, but I think that we're at a position now that we're taking an overview. Well, should it be? Just because we've always been getting it wrong, is, you know, should there now be uniformity that we all start to get it right? And I think that what is important is that as commentators that we are all saying the same thing, essentially. I think it sounds, I mean, Jim and I on a broadcast would, Jim will always say to me, if we're talking about pronunciations, he say, well, what you say what you're going to call him, and I will follow whatever you say with an asterisk, even if it's wrong. Jim will very politely follow me, because you need to have that uniformity within a broadcast. But I think we've got to a stage now where as broadcasters working over a number of different outlets, we all have to be saying the same thing, really.
Yeah, you'll never get it right. You'll never get it right across the board. It won't happen.
I'm glad you're familiar with my work.
I'll give you a little example. Luca Dean, and in France, in the French language, it's Dean. But even he, when he had to perform in front of the camera, as Jim P alluded to, he even said Digne to suit the British way of pronouncing his name. So even the players are serving up their name not quite as they would say it in their own country. So as much as I respect Derek and he's brilliant at what he does and the pronunciations, it will never, ever be completely clean. It will never be absolutely correct.
Well, but it's consistent though.
And even to the extent that, I mean, one example I got this week, I've commentated on.
Is it me or is it Jim?
It's frozen for me as well.
Oh, okay. I actually thought I was the one that was frozen because I can't see Jim and Harry. You were sitting really still, so
sorry.
no, I think he was knocked offline.
He was talking nonsense anyway.
Yeah, the internet sometimes is self-regulating. So and I just will say, by the way, Seth, this was an Easter egg specifically for your benefit. My favorite Arsenal Gooner lawyer. Jim, we lost you for a second there, so we'd love to have you pick up where we left off.
Yeah, apology. I'm sorry about that. That's what comes with living out in the sticks where we've barely got electricity rather than internet down here. So I'm sorry about that. No, I was talking about Gus Harmer, the midfielder that plays. When he was at Coventry, the official Coventry pronunciation guy called him Gustavo Hamer. Sheffield United calls him Gustavo Harmer. So where'd you go with that? One of them is wrong. So it's very difficult. And please don't think I'm criticizing either club for that, but I'm just making the point that, pronunciations are very difficult, and, we all do our best to get them right, but that can be very difficult.
By the way, if when Jim was frozen, I looked annoyed, it was me being annoyed at my internet connection that I thought had frozen. It was not me being annoyed at Jim. It was me being fed up because during these 19 hours, my internet has knocked out a couple of times. So I thought it was yet another one of those. So I just want to clarify. Harry, we haven't heard your views on pronunciation, enunciation, and do you have a kind of a policy going in, or is that something that is a matter of conversation with the companies that you're working for, like it is with Jim and Jim?
I mean, I've not really done anything so high profile that it's been pulled up if I've got one slightly wrong. So I guess it's a bit different for me, but I always try my best to find out what the pronunciation is. I think obviously in sort of Derek's case, we mentioned Derek Ray, obviously he's got a great knowledge of the German language and he works a lot in German football. So I think that helps. I see, for example, commentators that maybe cover Serie A who are doing it week in, week out. I think if you have that knowledge of another language, and then you can obviously find the right ways sometimes yourself as well. But I think when you're working on the Premier League, which is such an international competition, and you've got players coming from all parts of the world, I think you've got to do your absolute best to get it right and be as accurate as you possibly can. But I think as Jim Beglin says, I think it's really difficult for everybody to be, 100% spot on with every pronunciation. I think that should be, as a commentator, your goal and what you aspire to do. And you should always put the maximum effort to do that. But I think you'll always get situations where one becomes a little bit difficult, or, it's been said in a way that you feel like you need to kind of uphold it moving forward. And I think sometimes, I speak another language, right? And I find that helps me if I'm covering, I've done a few bits on Greek football, and for me it's easy because I read the name and I can pronounce it. But I can understand why for somebody that maybe doesn't speak that language, sometimes your tongue doesn't even roll to say it the way that you should say it. Sometimes it's not that easy as just hearing it and then being able to kind of repeat it. So I think you should make maximum effort. I think that's the minimum standard as a commentator. But I think it can be difficult at times, I think, as everyone knows.
Yeah, the thought that counts.
I was going to say, Mike, that we got a very renowned presenter of sport and football in this country, Des Lynam, who retired quite a few years ago now. And every time there was a European Championships, like we've had in the summer, or a World Cup, he had a column in the Telegraph newspaper here, and he would get really angry about the fact that the commentators were trying to take it into the languages the players were from, the country that the players were from. And he just wanted everything simplified and anglicized. Yeah,
this is almost kind of like the borderline xenophobia angle of things, where we're in England, we're going to say it English.
Simple. Yeah, don't complicate it. Just break it down and just say it as kind of as anglicized as you possibly can, and everything will be okay. But it doesn't necessarily work like that.
The anti-Derek Ray, in other words.
Yeah, you could.
Raric day.
Very well put.
Yeah. So we've covered some amazing ground. We have a lot of of listener questions here. Many of them amazing bangers from the same people. So I want to make sure to get to those. We've got a prize draw to do and some great user questions. I want to start with one question, which is just what's been the highlight of your career so far? And I realize that is a big question to ask of the gyms. So I'll start with Harry because you probably have a smaller range of possible things. I mean, I can think of something that might be the answer to this, but I obviously want you to answer. What is a certain call that you've made, a certain highlight, a particular game, an opportunity, an experience? What have you said? What would you say so far has been the highlight of your career? And then I'll go to the gym stuff.
It's funny because obviously I do kind of a mixture of full match commentaries and also reports as well. And I cover Arsenal for BBC London. And if I go back to the Reece Nelson goal against Bournemouth, that's probably the one for me. It was a report that I was doing, but obviously when we do the reports, we do the highlights of the game as well. So I was in full kind of commentary mode, and to call that moment and to just feel the stadium erupt around me. Like, it's no secret I'm an Arsenal fan. So for me, that was just incredible. And to be honest with you, like, it's just the experience of just walking out into a stadium and knowing that you're voicing a game that, it would mean so much to you anyway, that just that privilege is unbelievable. And I've been really lucky to do some of the TV comms for the club over the last year or so as well. And just to turn up at the Emirates Stadium and go into the positions that your heroes have been occupying, broadcasting, legends have been there, and you're there and you're getting to call the game, and that kind of sense of responsibility that you feel to get it right. That's kind of what I get a buzz off. So yeah, I would say the Reece Nelson goal is the one if I had to pick one.
You're not realizing that you had been covering that one. I had just assumed it was Jurrien Timber's comeback goal for the U23 team.
That's another one. Like, that was just, I remember getting the call to go and do that game, and I was thinking, it's not like Arsenal to put this game on TV, like as in on their website. Why would they do this? Timber must be coming back. That's all I was thinking in the lead up to that game. And then obviously you get the call and you go and do the game. And I remember, I think I was doing the game with Perry Groves, and I remember turning to him and saying, the dream scenario here is that Jurrien Timber scores a goal. That's the perfect moment that you can ask for from this game. And that's what we got. So it's amazing.
Then we got a little bit of, and Jim, I muted you only because there's a bit of feedback coming from your microphone. So I was going to unmute you. Is anyone else hearing that feedback? Or is it just me?
A little bit. I can hear it a little bit.
Okay, so Jim, with all due respect, I'll come to you and unmute you, obviously, because then there won't be any feedback. But I want to now come to you about the moment. I mean, in your many years of doing this, is there one particular thing, whether it's a call, whether it's a specific goal, whether it's a moment or an opportunity or an experience? And I'll start with you, Jim. Beglin.
I would probably have to say, I mean, there's been a few important ones over the years. The opening game for the World Cup in South Africa, between South Africa and Mexico, that was important simply because working for ITV at the time, UK broadcaster, they'd had a few problems and they wanted everything to go right. And I worked with Peter Drury, and he called the great goal from Shabalala. I mean, it ended up 1-1, but he called all that, and everything had gone smoothly, and the boss was pleased afterwards, and I always kind of have a good feeling from that. But I would have to say, looking back on them all, would be Liverpool-Barcelona, when Liverpool recovered from a 3-0 deficit in the first leg of the semi-final, of course, and without the likes of Firmino and Salah and Robertson having to leave at half time and things like that, they were so up against it. And it was just a remarkable turnaround, and the belief and the atmosphere on the night, and just kind of saying the right thing at the right time. It just seemed to be one of those nights where the words seemed to fit what was happening. And I felt that if we can say that Liverpool have a maybe at half time, then that would be a really good thing for them. And they did have a maybe, and ended up scoring another 3 goals in the second half, and it was just kind of one of those nights that you didn't expect that to happen. You didn't expect a greatness to somehow emerge from what was looking daunting at one stage. And I think not only did Liverpool go on and win it, but I think there was a real blow to Barcelona. I think it knocked Barcelona for 6. It knocked them out of kilter. I think for a while they were stunned into what had happened and wondering why they couldn't see something like that through. So yeah, that was a one that always stands out for me. And I worked for Irish TV on the night, and of course we got a call from our boss, which didn't happen much. We got a call from the boss after that game, and he was thrilled with the way it had gone. So, and he's a Man United fan, by the way. Nothing to do with Liverpool.
Well, he also likes successful commentary. So, Jim Proudfoot, is there a moment that's crystallized for you in your memory?
The one goal I can guarantee, if someone's going to say I remember a goal that you did, I can guarantee pretty much that it will be a goal from a Division 4 game in the last century, which was the last goal that was ever scored at Brighton's old ground, the Goldstone ground. That season, they had been on the brink of going bust and even closer to being relegated out of the league for the first time in their history. They've been bottom of the table for nearly 7 months. And the last game that they ever played was the penultimate game of that league. So the last game that they ever played at the old ground, the Goldstone ground, was the penultimate game of that season. It was a terrible game of football. There was more fighting than football. There were at least 2 red cards, possibly even 3. And Brighton won it 1-0 with a scrappy goal. And my commentary was literally just shouting Stuart Storer's name very loudly. There was nothing more to it than that. But
it's almost like a Dennis Bergkamp.
Well, yeah, almost, but less coherent.
Yeah.
And slightly louder. But people still say, Brighton fans will still occasionally say, "Oh yeah, I really remember that moment," and it's just a guttural roar of the name Storer. I'm so eternally grateful that I got the goal scorer right, because it turned out to be a very significant goal. Took them off the bottom of the table. They ended up drawing the following week at the one side that were beneath them. They stayed up, and look where they are now in the upper echelons of the Premier League. So that was arguably the goal that kick-started their recovery, because they then got taken over just after that. And although they had some nomadic years before they ended up at the Amex, that is a goal that I know means an awful lot. The goal itself, not my commentary, the goal itself means an awful lot to a lot of people of my generation and older who are Brighton fans, and that is for essentially quite a random goal. That was a real privilege to be there and see that.
Would not have expected that to be, but it just shows you it's not necessarily the significance of the competition from a top level standpoint, but the importance of that game to the people that were there and the people that cared about it. So that's fascinating. So a quick comment I would like to just a quick comment, and then Harry's got a question. This is what I like about the podcast community, and there are certain people who are proponents of kind of having intra-club podcasts, and Dan and Lee are certainly 2 of them. Turkish as well. That they have podcasts with other clubs, and there's a friendly yet rivalry there. And we've got the Wolves Fancast here at the very beginning of this hour. Said well done to all involved with the Podathon. Keep at it. Hopefully see some of you in person on Saturday. You know, and it's nice. I appreciate you dropping in, and you know, I'm apologizing in advance for what's going to happen on Saturday, but other than that, I'll try to be nice. Harry.
Yeah, just a quick question that I wanted to put to the guys, because obviously I'm learning, I'm trying to get better and better. But one of the things I've found quite interesting, and I don't know how you guys have managed this over the years, is the transition from radio to TV. When I'm doing radio commentary, obviously there is no pictures available to the listener, so you need to fill in a lot more. You need to be more specific where the ball is at and all that kind of stuff, and keep people sort of aware of every single happening. Did you find when you kind of moved from one to the other that sometimes you found yourself having to kind of keep reminding yourself that actually this is a different job? Because I think like I found it quite difficult. The first time I did a few TV things, I was like, in my own head anyway, I was like, am I talking too much? Do I need to speak this much because this is TV now, not radio? So is that something that over time gets easier and comes more naturally?
It certainly does get easier over time, Harry. I'm in the fortunate position that most weeks I will do both radio and TV. And I adore doing radio still. I just love it. They're very different skills, as I guess is self-evident. And you're absolutely right. It's the biggest challenge, I guess, is being very almost minimalistic on TV. I don't think, some producers might suggest otherwise, I don't think you can ever say too little on TV, really. I think that you can, and it's important to let it breathe and let the atmosphere within the stadium come through in a way that you can't necessarily on radio, because by its very definition you've got to keep going and you've got to keep saying what is happening all the time. But less is certainly more, without a shadow of a doubt. I think TV is harder, actually. Some people say they think radio is harder. I think TV is harder, because on radio, if you're having a bad day, you can get away with just saying who's got the ball and where it is and let your co-com do the rest. You can't do that on TV, because you say that's where the ball is the one thing everyone can see where it is. So that's a no-no. And there is perhaps a greater responsibility on TV to be able to find exactly the right word for the right moment to complement the pictures. So they are two quite different skills. The one thing I would say is that the more TV stuff that you do, the easier you will find it to flit in between the two until it gets to a stage where it becomes second nature, that it's just like swimming. I'm a swimming backstroke or breaststroke. Okay, I know what I'm doing. So it's you're essentially doing the same job in a completely different way, and it does get a lot easier quite quickly as things go on. But you have to you've got to think to yourself the mechanics of what you need to do on any given broadcast.
Yeah,
I got to apologize, by the way. Obviously, sitting in front of a computer, drinking a lot of fluids. I think we all know where I just was, and forgot that for the sake of not having an echo, I left Jim Beglin muted. So I guess, Harry, you only had one option as to who to ask for that. But
is it far, Mike? Because you were really quick, mate. Did you watch it?
At my age, the bladder's a little different. It works differently. But Jim, if you have an answer for Harry's question.
Yeah, I mean, when I first started broadcasting, it was mainly radio and doing the co-com. So Granada Television, which is the regional northwest area in England, obviously Liverpool, Everton, Manchester United, Manchester City, all the big clubs. But I would work on games from a level down, but what is the Championship now, the old second division. And when I first started co-commentating, I found it more difficult because I had to refer to the monitors. I couldn't just memorize what I just seen, which I had done on radio in the past. I now had to look at the monitors, and I had to listen to what the director was putting there for me. So you were getting messages all the time, and I found it hard to get all that to kind of in my head and working together. It took me a while to figure all that out, but yeah, that the most difficult part for me was that. But of course, over time, the more you do, the more it becomes a habit, the more it becomes normal and expected, and then you can kind of grow it from there. You can kind of work it from there, and you know, I've been very lucky to have some very, very good directors in my time, and they've been very supportive in basically saying, you call it, I'll follow you, you call it, and I will give you the pictures that you want. So, and if you want anything kind of flashed up, we have what's called lazy on our box, our broadcasting box, which basically will cut off our microphone and we can speak to our director. So we can do that all the time too. You know, our directors are based in Stockley Park in London. When Jim P and I are commentating, we have a host director in our ear too, because we want to be aware of what's happening. So it'll either be a Sky director or a TNT director. So, you know, he'll be saying something to Gary Neville, who we can't hear if it's Sky, but we have an idea of what he's going to show Gary Neville or what Gary Neville wants from him. So it kind of keeps us in tune with, and all that now, thankfully, because we've had years of experience, all that just becomes, you know, much easier to handle.
Amazing. Thank you, guys.
Sorry, I'm toggling this mute button to try to handle this. We'll do the prize draw now, and then we've got a few more minutes. Our next hour is going to be a really, really interesting one, and we've got 5 different guests that are joining us, and you'll know why when we get started. But 3 of them are in the back so far. So we are doing our prize draw. This hour's prize draw is for a signed, and again, this isn't necessarily one of the prime prizes, but from here we go to some amazing ones. So a 2018-2019 signed first team photo, right before things got really good for Arsenal. So yes, this one will have the Aubameyangs in it. We'll have some Mustafis going around, but yet it's still, you know, still an autographed first team photo. So and also thanks to Ryan Fletcher, a Zenith coin as well. Which is one of those nice keepsakes that are an Arsenal themed coin. So the 2 of those in this package together, and we will do our random draw now for the winner, who is going to be Robert Smith. Congratulations, Robert, and thank you for your donation. Robert has won a signed team photo, signed by all the members of the 2018-2019 team, and a Zenith Arsenal coin. So again, thank you for your donation. This is the 18th prize draw, actually the 19th prize draw out of 27. So really appreciate your generosity and for supporting the cause. Anyone else want to enter the rest of the draws and or just give money to help try to cure cancer, which I would hope that you'd be in favor of doing. Please, it's not too late to go to goonersvcancer.com. That is goonersvcancer.com. With the few minutes we have left, I'm going to try to whip through as many of these questions as possible. Some of these would seem like they have long answers, but and David Ziegler, your questions, I would love to ask them, but I am just not going to, because I know that the commentators union probably will not turn on themselves. So I'll leave.
Mike, I've got to leave. I've got to go on a PGMOL call. So
okay. That's right.
I've got 2 minutes, so I do apologize, but I've got to do it because it's all in conjunction with the new season.
Can I give you a message to give to the PGMOL, or would that not be?
Yeah,
no, thank you, Jim.
I know what that's going to be. Yeah,
I appreciate it. Thanks, Jim. And Jim, do you have a minute for another question? I mean, first
yes,
of all,
I've got a minute. I've been on that call. They do 3 different versions of it, and I went on one yesterday, so I'm good.
All right, perfect. Let's see, where was it? I just lost it. This is more of a comment from from Demian, who's taking time out of his musical tour to put in a comment. Jim's Euro coverage on TalkSport was absolutely incredible. The honesty, the eloquence, the passion. I'd rather listen to Jim on a drive than watch the game with most pundits in American TV.
Wow.
There are some other American pundits that did not do so well in the questions, even as this. But yeah, that's.
Well, thank you so much for your kind words. I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Thank you.
And we'll be seeing Demian a little bit later on in the show, I believe. And a question for Harry from James. Do you have a specific long-term goal you're aiming for in your career as a commentator?
I just want to improve. Just want to improve and get better and better, and hopefully be in a position where, like the guys, I'm covering the biggest competitions in the world. That's the dream, the goal. I'm under no illusions that there's a lot of work that needs to be done to get there. I think over the last couple of years, I feel like I've learned a lot, but there's still loads to learn. There's still loads to improve on. So yeah, I guess just to get to a point where I'm in contention to cover the biggest competitions in the world. That's literally it. Like, I think it's a job that there's a lot of work behind the scenes that maybe people don't see every day, but obviously it's a privilege as well, to be able to call such big moments that mean so much to so many people. So I guess that's it. Yeah. It's as simple as that for me, really.
So Harry, not that it's my place necessarily to dish out advice, but the one piece of advice I would give you, keep believing in yourself, because it's a growth industry, both broadcasting and football, and the opportunities will always be there. I'm sure that you've done the hardest bit in your career is getting to the point you are now. So keep believing in yourself, and you'll definitely be doing the games you want to do.
Thank you so much, mate. Really appreciate it.
Well, and I've just gotten the highest possible praise you can get from my daughter, who is a professional journalist, who has just said, "What a great segment." I hope, again, hope I'm not violating that, but, I get very proud when my kids seem proud of me. And that's, this is a hobby for me, but it's one that just gives me great thrills. And what the insight. And I started this by being really, really kind of drilling down into the technical aspect of what your days are like and stuff. And I appreciate your patience with answering those questions, because I find it fascinating, and apparently I'm not the only one. So, fantastic. I think we got one more question, because we're just waiting on one of our 5 guests for the next podcast to show up, which should be any second now. This is from Christian. Which player do you hope never comes to the Premier League because his name looks impossible to pronounce, and why is it, Harry?
I mean, Vice Kvaratskhelia. I'm not too worried about that one, to be honest. I like that one. I think it's funny because, like, if you think about sort of the language that I speak, there's similarities to Georgian, there's similarities to a lot of the Balkan countries in terms of how things are pronounced. So I'd obviously brush up on it if there was an opportunity to cover one of their games. But I think there are some difficult names, but it's part and parcel of it. There's not anyone that I would be worried about. If you do your research and you do your diligence, and should be fine.
Same.
I'm gonna cheat, because if I'm working on TV, as I said earlier, less is more. You don't have to call out every name. He might not be touching the ball too often on my commentaries, because I'm at an age where I need to play it safe these days.
I love that.
And the last one from Demsek. How is Ethan Nwaneri? So there's a lot of debate about this. So, I mean, has this been part of your call? I mean, is this a name that's been discussed, or is he not really on the radar yet?
Well, I saw his debut at Brentford, and I hope that I came close to getting it right. My understanding is that probably the N at the beginning of his surname is silent. But no, Ethan is Ethan, the 76.
Yeah, I mean, that's why people should just go with one name. So I think Ethan would be good. All right, so I appreciate the time, Jim. It's been a pleasure. It's really been nice to to have 2 different types of segments with you. We had a lot of fun last year. We really got to know you a little bit better this year, and I truly hope that we'll have another opportunity to chat maybe hopefully even before the next Podathon next year. But I appreciate your joining us, your generosity with your time, and your support of our efforts.
Well, not at all. And I know I'm speaking for Jim. I'm not just saying that because we did catch up this morning on the phone before we spoke to you. So I'm speaking on Jim's behalf as well. He's sorry that he had to rush off, but both of us would like to congratulate you on everything that you've done. It's some undertaking, a 27-hour podathon. You're looking remarkably fresh for being 19 hours in. I know how tired I feel having just done a day's work yesterday. So the fact that you're going as you are, it's a magnificent cause. And on behalf of both of us, many congratulations on the amount of money that you will raise. And thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be a very small part of it.
Well, it's an honor for me, and it would not be easy to be up 27 straight hours sitting in a chair if it was not for the fascinating conversation and I mean the people that we've been able to have on. I mean, how can you get tired and start to lose interest when we go from guest to guest like we've had on this podcast? And that's a tribute to those of you who give your time for that. So thank you so much. And we wish I won't be watching you this week because there's kind of this Arsenal Wolves thing that I got to do. But enjoy, and congratulations on the start of yet another Premier League season.
Thank you very much indeed. Great work, Mike. Harry, I look forward to seeing you very soon.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Mike. Thanks for having us.
My pleasure. And Harry, thank you for joining us. And I will see you and talk to you later. All right, here we go. Wow, I don't think I've been alone on the screen once during this podcast yet. And I'm going to make sure it doesn't last that long because who wants this? But our next hour is a really, really, really interesting hour. And if you've been following me on social media, either the Gooners Beat Cancer account or the Gooners Pod account, you will know that there's a really, really interesting event that's coming up on the 30th of August. It is the first of its kind that I'm aware of, and it involves incredible teamwork and generosity from 5 different amazingly talented people. And these are folks in the Arsenal artist world. If you're on social media, you know that Arsenal as a football club has just the most unique talent, the most diverse talent, and in the artistic field. So, obviously we're going to start with someone who's a very, very good friend of mine, who's become this. Ruth, it's a fantastic honor to have you back on again. And thank you as always for contributing your amazing creativity to the prizes. So many of my American friends who have bought and won your artwork through the years. You've changed the way people are decorating their house. And
it's insane. And I've got to thank you for that, Mike, because honestly, I was a really small fish in a massive sea. And I'm not saying I'm a big fish now because we've got some bigger artists coming after me. But yeah, with your help, it's just been an amazing journey. And to be part of this, Gooners Beat Cancer story as well it's an honor. So thank you.
And when I say people are excited to have your art, Seth won a piece of your art earlier, right in the middle of the night, and he's excited, and he already owns 12 pieces of it. So next joining us is someone I've gotten to know a little bit better over the last few weeks as we've been planning this event. But Mr. Charlie Shanks, it's lovely to see you. Thank you for joining us.
No worries.
And Charlie, again, if you can't not know these people because you've seen their artwork. In many cases, the club has highlighted it, and I'm really excited. I'm going to start. I'm not going to slow walk this anymore because I want to get to the meat of this. But also joining us today, Carl Bourke from Carl Bourke Art, which is an aptly named company. It's lucky that it actually had your name in it. That's just coincidence, isn't it? Oh, are we? We can't hear you. I'm not sure, Carl. We're not hearing audio, but it doesn't look like you're muted, so there might be a microphone issue. Let's see. Can't hear you, Carl. Is anyone else hearing him?
I can't hear him.
Oh, okay. Well, you look great. But yeah, I'm not sure if the mic setting on your computer might be off. I don't. It's going to be hard for me to kind of walk you through this on the live. But let's try that. You want to try that again, Carl? Yeah, it's not that you're muted. I think maybe the microphone is looking for input from a different source or is off or something like that. But unfortunately, we're not able to hear you. So I'll bring on the next. Llewellyn joined us last year on the Arsenal Artists Hour. It was great to have you on. But Del, fantastic to see you again, my friend.
Good morning, Mike. Hello, everybody else.
No doubt.
Thank you for recognizing that it is in fact morning where I am. He's a full service person, and I'm not sure whether this has happened before. And I don't mean to overhype this, but someone whose artwork but who you may not have seen before, and we have partial disguise here, but the one and the only North Banksy is joining us today.
Yay! There he is.
Usually people ask me to cover my face when I'm on camera, but yeah, North Banksy, it's fantastic to join you, and I've really gotten a kick out of getting to know you and seeing how dedicated you are to what we're trying to do here, and I got to say I appreciate it.
Can you hear me through this thing?
Yes, we could hear you. It's weird. We can hear you better through that thing than we can hear Carl, who doesn't have a big like paper plate on their face. Is that like two COVID masks sewn together? Like
Builder's dust mask?
Well, appreciate you
Don't
joining
feel
us.
too much.
I think it's you remember the days of the pandemic when everyone was
living in the 2020s.
Yes, exactly. So we are all here. Last year we had an art hour, and it was Ruth and North Banksy and Del joining us. Or no, sorry, it was Ruth and Del. And did we have a third person that was joining us last year? Fran was supposed to, but couldn't. So maybe it was
Ruth, I think.
Yeah, it was the two of you, and if you've looked at how the decor is in our Highbury flat, and I'm going to be adding to that. We're going to be diversifying. It's not just going to be your art anymore. Because good art to go around. But an idea came. I'm not going to claim that I came up with this idea. I want to credit this idea to Sophie Nicolau. I believe that she's always been about recognizing the talent in our Gooner fan base, and I believe that she said she planted the idea. And if I'm wrong about this, and I'm not giving the credit to the right people, I apologize. Years ago, what if there was a live art show? Yeah, I did. Carl, did you?
Am I on?
Yay! There he is. Hey.
That's a good start to my podcast and debut, isn't it?
Hey, look, it's we were almost at the point where we're going to have to all learn sign language in order to be able to communicate.
So little cards.
It would have been almost as quick.
Yes, but what we have all kind of come up with is a date, a location, a concept, an idea, and unbelievable buy-in from the five of you. And so I'm going to kind of tell the story a little bit, and then hopefully if you want to jump in and kind of give your thoughts on it. But what we're doing is an in-person event that is also online, taking place on the 30th of August. That is a Friday night, the night before the home game against Brighton. And it is an art show, an art fair, an art exhibition, but bringing together these five incredible artists for a night of drinks, of artwork, of culture, which is something I'm not particularly known for, but will be on this night. And really what I wanted to do is obviously combine fundraising with awareness of the incredible artwork that you guys all put out, give you an opportunity to showcase it maybe in front of a different audience, right across the street, as it turns out, from Emirates Stadium, and you all have taken it to another level in your generosity and in buying into the Gooners versus Cancer element of it. So I don't want to do all the talking in this hour. So, I'm gonna put you on the spot, but Ruth, tell us what your contribution to, and I've got pictures to show, but if you come to this event, you will have the opportunity to purchase art. You will have the opportunity.
We've all got like, the plan is we've all got like a little stall. So it'd be like, that's the art fair element of it. So we should all, most of us will have bits and pieces that you can buy on the night. I think you've got a couple of bits, Del, hopefully. But we'll have a stall set out, each of us, and you can buy from us directly. Or we've donated to hopefully an auction, but definitely raffle prizes. And I know the other artists have been amazingly generous, and we're giving either original or signed pieces over, so they'll be auctioned. And pretty much original is, there's only one of them, so if you can buy this, then you're going to get a really special piece.
A lot of times I've done a lot of fundraisers over the years, and I do, in person, like what we're going to be doing this next weekend for the Arsenal women's visit. Basically, anytime you have a large number of Gooners getting together and they're willing to allow me to kind of set up my shop for Gooners versus Cancer, it's usually a raffle. And we always kind of look at, well, what are the fundraising opportunities versus the value of what we're giving away? And I always, I don't want to overdo it. We don't want to raise X amount of money and give away prizes that are worth 2x or 3x. We obviously want there to be about fundraising, but the value of what is being donated to this, it blows me away. I mean, I honestly just cannot believe what you guys are donating. So we really need to spend, and by we I mean the fan base, not you guys, need to spend the next 2 weeks purchasing raffle tickets, purchasing entry to the event, and of course being prepared to consume and add to your art collections, because this is going to be a special event, and we need it to be successful so that we can do it every single year. But well, let's kind of go around and talk about the raffle prizes that we have here, that you can buy raffle tickets. Oh, Charlie's got his here. I was going to put it up on the screen, but why do that when
I've got it here, Mike.
We're all prepared. Look.
Oh, look, all right. Let's start with Charlie. Charlie has generously donated what? Let's take a look at it and tell me what we have here.
Oh, it is a print of my commemorative artwork that I've done for the 1994 Cup Winners' Cup team, and it is hand signed by Alan Smith up here and by Nigel Winterburn down there.
Amazing, and
that the winning goal. So,
and we'll be hearing from him in just a couple hours on the podcast. And he's phenomenal, and obviously that game is an incredible memory for people. And obviously the signed element of it, that's a 1-of-1, correct?
That's a 1-of-1. Yep, that's a 1-of-1.
And you have a chance
to one there. I've got a few with Alan Smith by himself, but none with Alan Smith and 99.
Amazing, and I can't thank you enough for adding that to the available prizes. Carl, you've made a submission for the raffle. Do you have them with you, or do you want me to put them up on the screen?
I don't have them with me just now. They're still being signed in the week ahead, so these will be signed by the two legends you see before you. Obviously celebrating the FA Cup in '71, and I'm hoping for a few other pieces as well, signed by the gentlemen, maybe Pat Rice, George Graham, and a couple of individual pieces as well. So a few signed by the gentlemen there. Yeah, this one here with George Graham as well. So lucky to have a couple of contacts through Twitter who are generously helping us out with this cause, and they'll all be one-offs, signed by legends of '71. What a great squad that was.
I mean, being a Highbury fanatic, and that's where I learned about Arsenal. That's where I became an Arsenal supporter, and of course during the George Graham era. I mean, this alone would be amazing, much less being signed by the man. And it's absolutely unbelievable that these are available for people to win by buying raffle tickets. So now, Del, tell me first a little bit about your ascent and your style. We're going to go around and kind of talk about your unique styles, because every one of you has a slightly different type of style and focus. And I don't profess to be a art expert. I mean, I still do stick drawings and stuff, but Del, the club has essentially promoted and adopted you and placed your artwork in the Armory, and deservedly so. So tell us a little bit, for those of you that didn't watch your segment last year, about your work.
Yeah, so basically, go back to the start. I was 31, decided that I was going to jack in my job, become a postman, and become an artist. Easy as that. And then down the line, I luckily just drew Tyrone Mings, who was a local lad, just signed for Villa. And then my sort of career into football art took off. And it's just gone from strength to strength, really. Worked for the Premier League when Liverpool won the league back in 1920. Not 1920, the season 1920. And
I was like, wait a second, did that happen?
Yeah, I'm looking really good, aren't I? I got a few grey hairs, mine, but it's like Botox. And yeah, I'm fortunate to meet a couple of fantastic memorabilia companies that have given me the opportunity to work with some of the world's biggest players, both past and present. That's enabled me to obviously work with players directly and obviously work with our club, which obviously is a little childhood dream. And yeah, obviously there's 6 portraits currently in sale at the Armory and available on Arsenal Direct. And yeah, hopefully there is going to be more to come in the near future.
And this is the raffle prize that you have an opportunity to win. So tell us the backstory behind this. Obviously, for those of us with bad eyes, it might not be real. This isn't the hugest picture in the world, but I mean, clearly this is a special piece.
So I support the Willow Foundation, and the Willow Foundation basically they're a massive part of the London Football Awards. And about 3 years ago now, we sort of got in touch, and I was fortunate to donate a Bukayo Saka print, and that went for auction, and I think it went for about 7 or 8 grand. So then next year, I drew Aaron Ramsdale. I actually drew Arteta there on the night as well, and Arteta surprised me, scared the shit out of me. So Aaron Ramsdale signed 2 prints. These are it's the same print that's available on Arsenal Direct. However, this is double the size. There we are.
Beautiful.
Signed in there, if you can see. So this is what you can win in the raffle. It will come in this presentation box as well. And yeah, it's not a bad price considering of that size. Yeah, I said only 2 were signed. So, and obviously I'm keeping 1, obviously. So
you got to. Unbelievable. Now, if you have been in and around the Emirates, if you've been through the Hornsey Road Bridge, you've seen this man's work. You've seen it behind him. But North Banksy, I didn't know when we started this conversation that you necessarily kind of, did things besides just on the side of tunnels and so tell us a little bit about how you became North Banksy, what that ride has been like, and what you'll be bringing to the art show. Because obviously you're not just going to remove the tunnel and bring it into the Drayton Park pub. So,
I suppose North Banksy came out originally from quite a bad time of Arsenal. It was the protest movement of Kroenke out. The first thing I planned to write was Emery out, but on the morning I was going to do it, Arsenal sacked him. So then I went down my hit list of other things that needed to be cleaned out of the club. And the next one online was Arsenal Fan TV. So I wrote Arsenal Fan TV out in very large letters by the roundabout in front of Emirates, where they used to do their broadcasts from. And that seemed to be very popular because it went viral. And as a consequence of that, Arsenal Fan TV at that time found it very difficult to operate close to away fans and close to our stadium. And that graffiti galvanised people. Everyone was thinking it, but no one had actually just spelled it out. So I was happy to have played a part in that. My friend, who I didn't realise was my friend, saw me and said, "Oh, you should do Kroenke out." At that time, that's what a lot of people were thinking. And I did do it in broad daylight, sort of with a paint suit on, like Banksy style. But I'd studied the law, and it said if you do criminal damage, like balls can be, it's not criminal damage if you think you have permission to do it. So I wrote myself a fake permission letter. But I got arrested, and it didn't. The police didn't. They could see through the letter straight away. The old lady said, "The man's writing on the wall. He said he's got a letter, but it's true."
It's from his mother.
It was a sort of an awkward one. It was a trainee policewoman being trained, so I think that they probably would have 9 times out of 10 ignored that tip-off, but they couldn't show a trainee. We ignore, antisocial behaviour. So they did arrest me, and I was in the cells. We were playing West Ham under Freddie Ljungberg at that time, and I came out of the police station, and my friend texted me and said, "Oh, are you back on the streets, North Banksy?" And I said, "Well, what's a North Banksy? What do you mean, what's North Banksy?" And they said, "Well, you are North Banksy." "Why am I North Banksy? What? Oh, didn't you see someone had video getting arrested, and that video had been put up on social media from Arsenal fans, and someone in America made up his name. We should call him North Bank, and that's what you are called now." So that name, I like that. That's quite funny. But then it got me thinking, am I really part of something positive around Arsenal, or am I just as bad as Arsenal Fan TV saying Benge out, change this, change that? If I'm just telling, I want Kroenke out, I want Arsenal Fan TV out. What would an Arsenal version of Banksy do that would be good? Who should paint that would get Arsenal where I think it should be? And so I thought, maybe David Rocastle, remember who you are, what you are, who you represent. And I went opposite the Che pub, and I have my techniques and my technical skills and my good eye. I'm not a natural brilliant artist like these other people here, but I have my ways to do things, and I'm prepared to go out into public spaces and take that risk and do it. Now, I think it's practically, the tunnel is huge. It's tacit. The council don't stop me. Arsenal seems quite happy. The images that they see started out from a sort of protest point of view, and then I thought maybe it contribute somehow to sort of rebuilding the atmosphere. There's a relationship between the supporters and the club and the team. I do remember when we were at the Kroenke out protest, or the Super League protest. There was thousands of us, and we had pyrotechnics and banners, and it was a good atmosphere. But it
burning American flags and stuff like that.
There was effigies of Stan Kroenke being lynched. That's quite nasty stuff. But Arsenal was playing in the background. The players could hear it all.
Yeah.
It was COVID times. There was 250 people allowed in, and the 5,000 outside. Wanting to, like you say, hanging of Stan Kroenke out flares of us. But for me, that was also a turning moment. It certainly showed en masse, in the midst of this very strange global situation, which was a coronavirus, and we were coming out of one of the waves, that thousands of people really loved Arsenal and cared about it to the extent that they would turn up at the stadium when they weren't being allowed in by the police and make things known. And I said, that's not a hatred, that's a love of the club. And if I can do something from the streets that shows that we care, on the streets that shows that we care, it's not just in someone's living room or on your phone screensaver. It's on the physical architecture of the environment that Arsenal Football Club exists in. Because Arsenal, they're going for global fans, and there's nothing wrong with supporting it. But Arsenal is actually a place and a neighborhood and a community that people live in, and you can join that community as people like you do, Mike, when you come to visit. But it's there all the time. Not just a FIFA game of football with this sort of people commenting, we've got to change like this, you've got real people that club matters. It's for me, I see it as like the church or the unifying glue. You know, it's the religion that's on top of all the. The area is extremely mixed now, and culturally and ethnically, and you'll see maybe in that part of Islington more different kinds of cuisines and more different languages being spoken than almost any other part of the UK. Certainly in London, it's one of the most diverse boroughs, and London's probably the most mixed up place. So it's like a United Nations around that club, and the thing that unites everyone, regardless of their faith or their beliefs or their kin or their ethnicity, largely speaking, that we all support Arsenal, and it's so important, I think, not just for to show what football can do for communities and for people and to bring people. And it's rare that you, in the modern world, and maybe it sounds fickle about how commercial the Premier is, but real drama. We can try and affect the outcomes of these games, shouting and screaming or throwing things at our TV screens or going crazy on Twitter or something, but it doesn't really. You're putting your heart and your hopes in the hands of these guys. And it's very rare that you get that kind of live drama. And if you're fortunate and privileged enough to go to live matches, actually you are part of that drama. You are that 12th man. Yeah. You can't cinema movie and by screaming at the screen at the top of your lungs. And you can't change a theatre by saying, you know, watch out, Macbeth. This is not going to work out for you. Don't do that. You know, else. But you could.
I've tried though. I've done that, and it didn't go over so well.
There's those sort of moments. Sometimes it's quite often that leads to a counter attack, and there's boom, and that is from 60,000 people, and it's like, come on then now, and it's all there, and we're part of that. You know what I mean? You can see they're riding on the wave of the energy. The players talk about it all the time. There's nothing else, I think, not in my life, that comes close to that anymore. And what the artwork do, in the area where the players can see it and the community can see it, is kind of help rebuild that bridge between us, you know, the people, and the team. But they're young. Well, you know, don't mistake it. You know, we think that they're heroes, and they are our heroes. These are very young men, you know, half my age, less, you know. However much wealth they've got, however much we idolize them, you know, talking about 22, 23 years old, for me, that they're like children almost, you know what I mean? So, of course, they are skilled at their job, but they still need encouragement and they need that support. And we can make that difference. I thought of artwork kind of way to claim public. These streets are our own. Like
it is, and we've seen so many different things that have been done to kind of rebuild the relationship between the club, and a lot of that has come from the club, who's finally, you know, really kind of adopted a strategy and a genuine strategy to build bridges back with the supporters again. We've seen it through the efforts of the Ashburton Army. We've seen it through the efforts, the kind of organic efforts that we see in the North Bank before every game outside of Block 5, with the likes of Fergus and Dan and Trev and those guys who have, you know, we've seen it through the new chants that have just absolutely taken over through social media and wildfire from Ben and from Dan. It's great stuff, and to be able to make that impact in a completely unique way through street art that people see, it energizes people, and it is unique. And so I'm really glad that your work is being known and publicized more. And, you know, to my surprise, when we started having these conversations, you know, it isn't just, hey, you can go look at this on the street. It's, hey, you can have this. And that's why it's fantastic to me that you're participating in this art show, and this particular piece of the world's greatest central defender is available through the raffle, and I appreciate you donating that to the cause as well.
Well, it's different now because this one, the one has now been signed
Oh, wow. That's phenomenal. So, I mean, like, what I want to try to get across here is that I mean, just the raffle itself is an opportunity. Now, not everybody will win a piece, but you have the opportunity to win something that's not just of significant value, but is sentimental. It took time and effort and love and all that from the artist who created it, and I just really feel that this is going to be one of those feel-good events. I envision this hopefully becoming a landmark, an annual event that occurs, possibly rotating through different artists. But the public deserves to know and be able to participate through different channels in the artwork that you're creating, and certainly we want you to benefit through that as well. Did I overlook any of the raffle situations? I don't believe so. Let me describe how the raffle works, because you may be thinking, hey, you know what, this sounds like a great idea, and I don't live in London, or I didn't get tickets to the Brighton game, so I'm not going to be in town that weekend or something like that. And this isn't something that we just wanted 100 or 200 people to have the opportunity to participate in. So you absolutely can participate in this no matter where you are in the world, and both participate from a potential to win prizes, as well as the ability to watch and kind of take in the evening. So we are you can buy raffle tickets to this event, and here are the links. Let me try to get that up here. Here we go. These links are good now. You can go to bit.ly/Arsenal Artists to buy raffle tickets. Now you can buy entry to the event. The event costs $10 to enter, but in exchange for those $10, you're getting a free drink. I should mention it's at the Drayton Park Pub. The newly refurbished Drayton Park Pub. Thank you, North Banksy, for facilitating that. I'm excited to see the new place, and that's where it's going to be held. So you'll get a free drink in exchange for your £10, which is also that's worth £6 or £7, and a free raffle ticket, which is worth £5. So you're actually making money by coming to this event and spending the £10. I mean, you will leave richer than you entered, and full of beer. But and you can also buy additional raffle tickets, and if you buy ahead of time, they're 10% off, £4.50p, and you can buy as many of those as you want just by going to that website, clicking on the add-on raffle tickets, and purchasing as many as you like through the Eventbrite website. And what will happen is, if you are purchasing those ahead of time and you did not purchase entry, meaning that you're from somewhere else in the world or you're not able to come to the event, the night before the event, you will be emailed your raffle ticket number or raffle ticket numbers and be entered into the draw that's going to take place that night, along with everybody else who is going to be at the event and purchase raffle tickets at the event. And the event itself is from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Starting at 9 p.m., we are going to be doing a live stream from the event that will include interviews with all 5 of you, with some of our attendees. We have some special people that are going to be joining us. And then at 10 o'clock, the raffle drawing. So not only do you have to just buy tickets, not really be participating in it, and then hope that you won and never find out whether you did or didn't, you'll actually be able to watch the raffle drawing and see whether you won or not. So we hope that over the next 2 weeks, raffle ticket sales and entry ticket sales will skyrocket, as my attention now can go back to this after this podcast is over. That's taken me away for the last few days. But please buy raffle tickets for this, because there's too much value in these prizes that are being given away. I
bought some raffle tickets.
I'm sorry?
I bought some raffle tickets. I want to win these other guys.
Amazing. Own one, Ruth. What are you going to do?
Pardon?
What if you win your own picture back?
Oh, well, I have to get it back in. That's the only thing I don't want to win. But
that's a money laundering strategy, and we know Ruth is into money laundering, but yeah, that would be a good way to do that. But yeah, please, and again, I don't know that we've really gotten the word out enough, but we will be getting the word out quite a bit over the next 2 weeks. You have all been very helpful from your influential social media accounts. North Banksy's been, he's not opposed to putting up stickers without asking first. So that's been going on in the N5 and N7 postcodes quite a bit. So we're going to get the awareness of this event really into the mainstream in the next couple of weeks, and my wife and I will be there along with the 5 of you. Hopefully just raising a lot of money, raising the profile of you guys, and just having a really, really special evening that we can build off of in the years to come. So anybody else want to talk? I kind of changed the role of our roundtable about how we all got into this. So we'll keep going with that. Now I know your story, Ruth, but some of the viewers may not. So you don't live in North London anymore, but you certainly did when you were a young, impressionable young lady, right?
I did, yeah. I was born and bred in Highbury. Mum and Dad met there, got married there, had us there, and grew up there. So my art journey, I've always drawn and painted and did creative stuff. My dad was very creative, and my brother as well. But in 2018, I had a big op on my hand, and it was reconstructive surgery on my thumb. So in 2019, it took 11 months to recover. And my surgeon said, and the physio said, if you want to get back into your art, do something very light to, encourage your hand to get back to normality. So I did a bit of watercoloring, which I'd never done before. And I sat at my kitchen table and thought, I need to paint something, but I want to paint something that I love. So I painted Highbury barn shops, which I suppose a lot of our viewers will recognise and walk past a few times. And I thought, that doesn't look too bad. And I put it up on a Facebook page, and I got this amazing feedback from people. It was an Islington page, and they recognised it, which amazed me. And it just encouraged me to paint the next thing in Highbury, and then the next thing in Highbury, and where I was born, where I went to school. And I got like 10 or so pictures, and then it was my brother's birthday about a month later, and my brother's a massive Gooner, like the whole family are. And I painted him the West Stand, just a watercolour. And I thought, and a few of my friends liked it, so I then did another Arsenal picture. Then I did more Islington and Highbury, and it just developed like that. And then eventually, I started getting more comments online of it, and I thought, I could, enjoy this. And then someone said, do you sell prints? And I said, well, no, but I could try. And it just, over the last 5 years, it's just grown and grown and grown. And I've just painted, a few hundred pictures now. And I love it. And it's my life. So I'm so lucky. And with help from you, Mike, getting more of an audience, I mean, this is a great platform for me. And it's just been incredible. So, yeah, so I'm more Islington as far as my back catalogue goes, like Hybrid Islington views, but they all kind of connect, because I'll do like chip shops and pubs and where all the Arsenal fans would meet, and it's all like interconnected, because if as North Banksy said, Arsenal isn't just a match every second Saturday during the season. It's Highbury, it's a life, it's it's where we all go to for the football, but there is a whole life there, and it's my life, and that's what I try to project in my art.
One of the coolest things to happen that was really, really neat to me was I guess it was in January. No, it was probably in February. Whenever it was that we played Spurs away, I was in London, staying at my flat in Highbury, and I couldn't sleep. I woke up at 4:30 in the morning, full of energy, full of nerves, because I was going to be going to that game later. And I just said, you know what? I'm gonna do a Forrest Gump. I'm gonna put my shoes on. I'm just gonna start walking. And I walked and I walked and I walked and I started tweeting about my walk. I walked around. I walked in Blackstock Road. I walked through Highbury Fields. I went to Highbury Corner and walked around. And what I found happening was
I was stalking you.
Two of you. Well, no, I loved it too. You know, as I would take selfies in front of the Bank of Friendship or something. Yeah. I would, like, 2 minutes later there would be a retweet or a response from Ruth with one of her pieces of artwork of the thing I just took a picture in front of, and then a little bit later on in the walk, North Banksy chimes in and responds, and I'm like, I was just taking this walk. I mean, not even so much for exercise, but just to kind of get rid of some excess energy that I had. And by the way, that day between the walk to from Seven Sisters to up to the Spurs and back, and I probably walked 40,000 steps that day, and then the next day I was so sick I walked like 40 steps, never left the flat. But anyway, I felt, again, this connection with the community, this connection with people that you never know if not for this football club, and I had two really talented artists who live and love and just are North London accompanying me on this walk. It was really kind of neat. I could point out, Del, why you didn't hook me up on that trip. I mean, come on, I thought we was mates.
But it does help that Islington and Highbury, in my humble opinion, has some of the most beautiful places to paint. In my opinion, I mean, I look at Highbury, people are like, oh, it's a bit grimy, it's a bit grotty, whatever, in some places. But I just see beauty and all the architecture. It's wonderful. I have great joy. At the moment, I'm painting the Coronet in Holloway Road. And that's where my mum and dad met. My dad was a projectionist and my mum was a usherette in the cinema, the ABC. So that's where they met. So it's a very special sort of connection for me. But it's also a big Gooner pub. So it all kind of, it's brilliant.
And Del, I think the reason that you didn't start chiming in on that walk is because I didn't happen to run into Arsene Wenger, Lionel Messi. I normally I would on a walk, but that day I didn't. So there was really nothing for you to tweet back at me.
Yeah, I didn't ever come back then. I was sorry to let you have your moment.
Yeah, he was just waiting for me to run into Lionel Messi so that he could show his signed piece with Lionel Messi. But speaking of signed pieces, now this is not for a raffle, but this is for an auction, and this is something that this is a very, very special thing, and this is part of how it came to be. And if for some reason you don't know who that is from behind, you could certainly look down at what he is signing and see who that is. But if you don't know who that is from behind, you can just leave the chat right now. But this piece, a signed Del Llewellyn of Arsene Wenger, is going to be up for auction at this event. It is not going to be something that you might get lucky and if the auction only goes up to an insulting £40 or something like that, it will not sell. You're going to have a reserve on this piece, but the reserve to me is something that is well below what this is actually worth. But we'll be publicizing more about it on the day. But this is going to be something that you will have to be in person for. But this can be yours, and this can be yours from Ruth Beck. We're going to be literally right across the street, and this is a one of one, beautifully framed shot of the Arsenal letters, it's just, again, I'm blown away by what the five of you have decided to contribute, and we really need to make this a special event. So I don't mean to. This is the sales side of me, but please do not let those raffle tickets be few and far between, because we really need to get value. We really need to raise money for Gooners versus Cancer through the generosity of these five amazing individuals. So and Dave from California says, Mike and I had a beer at the Coronet before the Porto home game in March, which was on my birthday. Big place. Please share the painting when you're done, Ruth.
It'll be on my social media for sure. I'm painting a tree in the corner at the moment, so a few leaves to get through.
and you know what I should have done? I didn't think to do this, but should have. And I could still do this, but it's going to distract me from the task at hand. You can commission pieces from these 5 amazing artists. Now, commissioning a piece, it sounds a little, it's like, oh, I've never commissioned a piece of art before, but it's really easy. You say, here's, can you do this? What would it look like? And and you need to arrange for one.
Polaroid picture from 1990, Mike.
Yep. If you thought, and the video of that is not, but I asked Ruth to. I wanted the big wall in our flat to have something that was really, really special, really meaningful, because through my experience of being on the North Bank in 1989, 1990, 88, 99, 88 to 90, and I found a picture that I had taken during the New Year's Day game from 1990 when we were playing Palace and beat them 4-1. And it wasn't an amazing picture, but it was right after we had scored, right after Smudge had scored a goal. Everybody kind of running back to for the kickoff. And it was just special to me because it was something I had experienced and taken a picture of. And what Ruth was able to create with that, you saw me open it, and I was like moved to tears. Like it just was so special, and I'll never forget you doing that for me. And do you do a lot of commission pieces, Carl? I'll ask you. Is that something that you get asked to do a lot?
Yeah, I would say one of the things that blew up most for me was the favourite Arsenal 11s. And we were all having a chat about it last night about some of the obscure requests I've had in the past. But I think having the chance to choose your favourite Arsenal 11 from any era, from your dad, who you might have supported him. My dad's favourite player was George Armstrong, and then my favourite player being in the same team, that seemed to resonate with Arsenal fans. And it all came, like most of us, it came from social media, and it grew there, and it kept me very busy. Yeah, because each one's hand drawn, each one any formation that someone wants, and it's a lot of fun to do as well. Yeah, like everyone here, drawing things you love. That's why we all do this, and that connection with the fans and talking to people. People put through that order when it's something bespoke, and you have a chat about it. A lot of people might give you, 5 strikers to draw, and you've got to talk about what formation are we going to make with this? How are we going to make this work? It's a nice thing to do. It's nice to get commissions, and it's nice to connect with fellow Arsenal fans out there.
And of course, in addition to having pieces there on the night and your generous donations, you will have the opportunity to chat with any of the 5 of you to discuss, negotiate, kind of talk about what they can do, and they've all generously agreed to donate a portion of the proceeds of sales to Gooners versus Cancer, which again is just extremely, extremely generous of you to do. So I think you can probably tell that I am a fan, and I'm a little bit emotional about the fact that you guys have given this given this to Gooners versus Cancer, this opportunity. So Charn is saying all those steps on that day, and you didn't meet me at the Blackstock. You told me you were at the Blackstock. I walked past the Blackstock. I saw Axel there. Did not see no Charn there.
I painted that.
Exactly. So, but Sid asked a question because Sid's in Toronto, Canada, and says online auction. We can't do an online auction, but in case you didn't hear, we are doing an online raffle. So you go to the links that right here, Arsenal Art, bit.ly/Arsenal Artist to buy raffle tickets. The more raffle tickets you buy, the more of a chance you have to win some amazing prizes. And you can go to bit.ly/Art Show Podcast from 9 p.m. on Friday, the 30th of August. That's 9 p.m. UK time, of course, to get the best non-live experience of what the event's going to be like. So, Charlie, what's the kind of the craziest commission you've ever? Do you accept commissions? Have you done a lot of those as well?
I do. I mean, one of the most nerve-wracking is when somebody asks you to draw a portrait of somebody that's recently passed. And I've had it a few times from Arsenal supporters come to me and they've got a photo of someone, I don't know, it might be their dad or their granddad, and they're with them at a game. So you've got to try and now, the likeness and the atmosphere. And so that moment when you kind of send the image back to them, I mean, you're obviously happy with it because you've finished it, you've done it, and you give it back. So, but it's raw still, and you just, I don't know, there's something about it. But it's an honor as well to be asked that somebody's come to me and said to me, can you draw or paint or whatever, me with my dad or my granddad or my mum or whoever. That's probably the most touching of commissions. I mean, I get commissions all the time, but those ones are hard and rewarding when they like it. Because touch wood, I've never had them say, "Oh, it's rubbish." So,
well, and I mean, I just remember how nervous Ruth was on the day when I was getting ready to open this. I'm like, "Why are you nervous? I know I'm going to love it. I just didn't realize how much I was going to.
You never know. You never know.
It's a big responsibility. It's a big responsibility, and I don't feel like, I mean, all of us here, you'll see our finished works, our good works, but I'm sure that they're all the same as me. There's a pile behind me in a big bin of screwed up, where you just can't nail the likeness, or you do the wrong pen mark, and it can take a lot out of you, but it is also very rewarding.
And I want to, real quickly before the next hour begins, I do kind of want, I mean, it's somewhat self-evident by looking at it, but you each kind of have a different style, and I want you in your own words to kind of describe what your style was. So Del, while you do that, you told us a funny story in our kind of event chat the other day about how the club asked you to do a specific kind of, I don't want to call it a stunt, but like they asked you to do something in real time. That was let's just call it a disconnect on really what was involved. So are you
yeah. And obviously, I don't think it's because of the style of work I do. Some of my portraits can take weeks to months, and of course, I had the amazing opportunity to draw at the Emirates before the Crystal Palace game. 60,000 people, surreal, mad experience. And obviously I was drawing in the Armoury after, and I met loads of fans, loads of kids. It was absolutely a great day. But I think the club were expecting me to draw, well, that side, to basically have that finished, and I literally didn't even manage to draw a sock because I was just chatting to people, and it's like my stuff takes so long. I try and get every thread, every detail, every crease.
Did they think you were like a caricature person, like
yeah,
it takes 10 minutes and then hands you the thing and then says, "What do you think?"
Absolutely. Yeah, no, of course I was obviously, when I was pitch side, I was drawing on an easel, and obviously I was like sort of like squatted down like that. My back was in pieces. And then obviously then in the Army, like I said, people were coming in. Every single person was speaking to me and asking me questions and about the artwork, how people didn't realise they were
pitch side drawing while football was happening on the pitch.
No. So I don't think they realised how long it took me to put everything away as well. So they're like, right, you got to pack up and get down the tunnel. And I was like, right, that's going to take me 5 minutes. And next thing you know, all the players are coming out. I met Eddie and saw Aaron again, and then they did the whole lineup. Obviously, the players like the lineup, shake our hands, music, fire everywhere and stuff. And then she was going past. Obviously, Mick Arteta walked past me. I was like, "Ooh." But yeah, that was mad. Great day. Heavy night. I know the coronet. I went for a couple of beers after with a couple of the retail gang, and I didn't get in until 2 a.m. So
a couple of beers.
An interesting day.
Point, at the coronet probably cost about what, £2 combined.
Yeah, I don't know. I was on such a high. I was walking on cloud nine, and I was walking into pubs, and people were just like collaring me, going, "Are you the artist from today?" I'm like, yeah. And then I went to one pub and it took me about 10 minutes to get served because I was just like, I don't know, felt like a celebrity. It was weird.
Now that sock that you drew, I mean, it was the best sock ever.
It's quite possibly the best sock I've ever seen.
It's unbelievable, and
best sock.
That piece went for £50,000.
Yeah,
just the sock. I mean, it was just like
sock.
Soccus interruptus. Carl, describe, if you would, your style of art.
I would simply describe it as digital art, but it's definitely I think a journey I'm still on. I'm always trying to improve it, always trying to make progress with it. It's not something I grew up doing. It wasn't an option back then. I grew up practicing, making up my own Arsenal kits and drawing Ian Wright and all the likes. And then it was actually just before COVID, I got my first iPad Pro and opened up a new world, really. So started from there. And I look back on them now, they were pretty terrible. But it's a journey, and I enjoy doing it. I like looking out for those moments, those funny moments, like the pickpocketing with Mikel Arteta recently, and trying to turn those into art as well. So I think probably the biggest successes with my art have come from when I've drawn the iconic moments, that iconic kit, the iconic celebration. It just takes you back to that moment, isn't it? They're the pieces of art I think people want on their walls, maybe in an office or something like that, not necessarily in the living room above the fireplace, but something that they remember and they have a personal moment with, something, whether they were there or whether they just remember watching it. Those iconic moments are what I try to focus on, but through digital art. And it's just something I enjoy doing and enjoy sharing with other Arsenal fans, really.
And it can be lighthearted. The Dell stuff is there's gravitas to it. It's the players in their glory and detail and stuff, and then but being able to do a pickpocket drawing is,
some of them like that. They're a bit silly. I hope they make someone laugh or bring a smile to their face. Like Bukayo on a unicorn went absolutely viral. It was insane.
It caused me to buy I have an inflatable unicorn at
everyone does now, right?
Yeah, I've had it next to me on podcasts before. I've ridden it on Bukayo and Carl inspired me into making that.
That's
purchase.
it. Well, I'm happy to have inspired you, Mike. But I'm a kit obsessive as well, like many of us probably are. I love Arsenal kits. The older the better, the more retro and outlandish the better. So that obsession started from a very young age. Now my children are the same. It's something that passes down the generations, doesn't it?
Well, I wish we had more time to chat, but our next hour, our 21st hour of 27, is getting ready to start. Our guests are in the green room, and our co-host is in the green room. So, again, not to continue to go in circles here, but you guys. I'm going to enjoy the next couple of weeks of making this thing a reality. I appreciate everything that you guys are doing. Please, if you're in the audience, you're not going to want to miss being a part of this, no matter where you are in the world, even if you're far, far, far from N5. Please go to the links listed here. You can follow at Gooners Beat Cancer on Twitter, or at the Gooners Pod on Twitter. By the way, this is the piece that means so much to me that Ruth that Ruth created. This is a moment that I lived, and she brought it to life in such a beautiful way. And thank you, Ruth, for that. Friday the 30th at 7 p.m. Where are the links? Here are the links. Please, come, say hi, purchase art, decorate your entire house. Spend your entire retirement fund, I guarantee you that we'll be curing cancer through this. So thank you all, appreciate it, and I'll be seeing you very soon.
See you want to say yes.
Okay, Mike. See you.
Oh, you're on a different level. Yeah, there we go. I had to scroll down to get, and still haven't done it. There we go. So in case you're just joining us, it is as the wonderful late great Kevin Campbell always did, Dickie Bow Thursday. Every Thursday, a bow tie in honor of somebody who was a friend and mentor of his, who always wore a bow tie on Thursday. So in case you wonder why I'm not necessarily wearing colors that go together, not wearing a shirt that normally would be worn with a bow tie, this is a tribute to Super Kevin Campbell. And we have a very wonderful next hour as we move into, I forgot to do the prize draw in that hour. So we'll do 2 in the next hour, but welcome to the podcast back again. Jared, my co-host, who is wearing a bow tie.
Yeah, if you were dressing up, you should have told me. I didn't get the memo, but
You're the best dressed, podcast host in the nation.
Well, it's a low bar in our group, but I'll take it. Thanks.
Yes, and we welcome back to the pod for the 614th time, and I'm very lucky to have him, Gabby Marcotti, the man who I've known longer than anybody else on this podcast. Gabby, welcome back to the Podathon.
Thank you, and I think that mostly means that we're old.
We are
so old. In fact, I have no idea if this is going to work. I just thought of it in like the last 30 seconds. But I am holding here in my hand, and I will raise up in a second, a figurine of a former Arsenal player. He's not, I don't know if you can see this. He is not wearing an Arsenal jersey. He is wearing, he's wearing his national team jersey, actually. If that gives it a hint. Anybody know who this is?
I'm not I'm not good at claymation.
These figurines are so hideous. Everybody kind of looks the same. So
like if you had held up that statue of Ronaldo that was made in Portugal, I don't think I would have known who it was either.
It's roughly it's about roughly the same.
We have
the same thing. I'm happy to give this away if anybody wants one, or you guys can play 20 questions. It is an Arsenal player from our lifetimes.
Yeah, we've got some guesses in the chat.
Over Mars.
All right, you got it right away. You guys are slow. Yeah.
Yes,
that kind of does it, right? That game's over.
It's funny because Grant thought it was Jared, which is weird. But yes. So that's
very cool.
That was a great bit. Thank you for writing that. Having your team of writers come up with that. But yeah, we appreciate that. Now, you're not an Arsenal supporter. We know this.
No.
And we've had many interesting conversations over the years, and we're going to continue that trend today because the team that you support in England, I find to be the most fascinating football club in the world. Always has been, well, not always, but since they actually became a football club 20 years ago, and seemingly always will be for one reason or the other. But Chelsea. What's going on? What is happening?
So, great. First of all,
don't tell me you don't know why I'm asking. Like, what do you mean? Everything's fine.
No, I'm just pointing out. Not that I want to go back into the history books and stuff, but Chelsea did win they become English champions for the first time in the mid 1950s.
I know.
Also, Chelsea didn't move from South London to North London, take the ferry across and all that jazz. I'm just pointing it out. Like they're still kind of in the original location.
Take advantage of the opportunities I have. So
I don't know. It's an absolute. It's so hard to decipher from the outside. All right. So there's a footballing answer, which is essentially, if you think, and I know some people have a serious problem with it, including my company, which is why, at ESPN, we don't say that players were bought or sold because it's considered to dehumanize them. But if we can suspend this for a minute, essentially, if you view players as assets that might appreciate or depreciate in value, if you view them as an asset that has an acquisition cost, maybe a maintenance cost, which is obviously the guy's wages. If you essentially hoover up as much as you can, as much as the best talent around, and maybe you overpay, but if you're confident, it's like if you're confident there's going to be inflation, right, and things are going to be more expensive in the future, you'll go ahead and buy a whole load of stuff today, right, rather than wait till tomorrow because it'll be more expensive. I mean, roughly speaking, I think that's kind of what they're trying to do. They have these two guys, Wayne Stanley and Stewart, who are the people running it, and in terms of the talent acquisition side, and that's what they're doing. What does it work on the pitch? Do the pieces fit together? I don't know. Can they satisfy profit and sustainability rules? Without selling hotels to themselves, selling the women's team to themselves, stuff like that. I don't know.
I mean, are they at the point where they're about to sell a bag of crisps to themselves for £60 million? I mean,
You know what? Look,
apparently 14 of the 20 Premier League clubs have no problem with them doing that. So,
no, well, look, I mean, the stuff with the hotels, I am not, despite what you may think, I am not an expert in commercial real estate in West London. But it's not like they said, oh, look, our hotels are worth, 500 million each. They're not worth 25 Amari Kellermans, right?
You're not a real estate expert? They're what my whole agenda.
That valuation that they gave probably seems like a pretty reasonable valuation. This is a very expensive part of town, and these are large buildings that can house a lot of people. Well, if that's the case, then why not just sell them to somebody else who's not you, rather than get into the saying, oh, it's worth this much or whatever else. And the whole notion with the women's team is just odd because, the reality is most women's teams, in fact, I think all women's teams, and we're not going to talk women's football, though, obviously. You guys as Gooners know sort of how historic the Arsenal women's team is, but the reality is all these teams lose money, and there's a bit of a dysfunctional situation in the league where the 3, 4, 5 biggest teams, including Arsenal, just outspend everybody, and the others can't compete, which is why in the second tier right now the costs are so high that you're seeing some of the ridiculous that's happening in the women's game. I don't know why they're doing these cartwheels. Reportedly, they're still. I don't think it's a very transparent system because you get little, snippets. That's how the Premier League want to do it. So there's always going to be speculation. Like there's always speculation around City and Everton and stuff like that until they actually publish the report. But yeah, it's odd. It looks like the guy who goes into the casino, right? And in casino you can bet or black or red, right? And you bet on red every time, and if you lose, you just double your bet. Well, eventually you're going to win, right?
If you have enough money to sustain the period of time that you have to wait, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. You're an insurance guy. You get numbers and figures and probability, right?
I understand constant doubling, and it doesn't end well. For a while, I was doubling my weight and then doubling it again and then doubling it again, and that didn't work for me. So yeah, I do understand that. And you mentioned something that is, the concept of the 9-year contract, and forget about the strategic element with that the loophole that was eventually closed about amortizing £90 million over 11 years instead of 5. That I understand. But the element of it that should be attractive is buying an asset that, yes, you take the risk that you're going to pull a Mesut Ozil and an Aubameyang where you sign them to massive money, and then you don't get the results, and it's an albatross hung around your neck. But you also presumably have the ability to get a bargain on a player, lock that player in for a number of years, say 7 years at, say, I don't know, 50, 65,000 a week, and a player who really just absolutely smashes it more than you think that they would. And that should be seen as, we won this gamble. Why then extend that player for 2 years and give them a pay rise right away? Like didn't they just invalidate the entire reason that they signed him to such a long contract in the first place? And obviously I'm talking about Cole Palmer.
You're channeling your inner Paul Merson there, right? Who he doesn't get it either. Well, let me explain it to you and to Merce.
I would love. I mean, I understand pay rises and contract extensions. It just seems antithetical to these long contracts in the first place. But
so this is the stupid reality of why I think it's a foolish system, and it's not like they just invented something. But in the Premier League, you can't just give somebody, or you can, but technically it's difficult to give somebody give somebody a raise, right? It's a lot easier to extend their contract and give them a raise at the same time. So essentially, obviously, Cole Palmer totally outplayed his contract last year. He's worth a lot more than that. So there was no real benefit. So, and basically, it would have been difficult for Chelsea, not impossible, but accounting-wise, it would have been difficult for them to just give him a raise and keep the residual 8 years in his contract or whatever it was. So I guess 6 years, I think, is what he would have had left. So it's just a lot more straightforward to give somebody more years and when you give them a raise. That's the short answer. Overall, the system, does this make sense? No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for what you touched upon. Notwithstanding the fact that you can only amortize over 5 years, right? But if I pay $100 million for a player, and I pay him $1 million a year, which is what or let's say $2 million a year, which is kind of what they want to be doing with their young players. Many of them don't make a lot of money because they're young players. Then he's costing me $22 million a year, right, in wages and amortization. But I have him locked up for 9 years, right? So one is after year 5, his amortization effectively goes to zero,
right?
And then he becomes pure profit when I sell him. So that's part of the logic there. Part of the logic in buying young players, the young players don't make a lot of money. So if the guy turns out to be a dud, I can hopefully sell him. The idea is I can sell him pretty easily, right? It's not like Romelu Lukaku, who was signed by the previous regime and is on this enormous contract, and you can't sell him, right? You have to loan him and then do weird stuff to try to offload him. If I have David Datro Fofana, does not make a lot of money. Most teams can afford him, so I can easily loan him out, or maybe I can sell him. That's generally the thinking. I know you've got a lot of listeners in the US. It's kind of like, in the NFL where like draft picks or people who are still under rookie contract are worth a lot more than like the 5-year veteran who's a Pro Bowler. I'm exaggerating here a little bit, but they're worth disproportionately more. Well, that's the idea. They're easy to monetize. They're easy to shift. That's what they're trying to do.
So I think we all kind of understand what you're saying and agree. And I know it says it's dehumanizing to look at players as commodities, and I get that. But if you're running a football club, that's what they are, and that's the way you have to approach it. The human side of it, though, if you're a new manager coming into Chelsea, you've got a squad of 40 plus probably first team players potentially. How much harder do you think that job is now, trying to balance all of those guys' personalities? Obviously, everybody wants to play. If guys are making a move to Chelsea, they want to go to a big club, they want to play football, they want to feature. How do you think he manages the fact that, half of that number right now aren't going to be able to see the pitch regularly, if at all?
I have a pretty good idea how he's doing it. So there's maybe half a dozen players who are not training with the other players or aren't doing it regularly, right? Or elsewhere or whatever. And those are the players who know that they're going to move on, or who don't want to be there. The club doesn't want them there, whatever. So that takes away some of them. There's a core of maybe 15, 20 players who know that they're going to be there. And then the others are in a limbo. And it's a case of, if the right situation arises, they might move on. It's difficult. It's difficult because just even as a human being, like anybody who's ever managed others, right? You got a team of, go back to you, Mike. You got a team of 8 little insurance guys with your actuarial tables and stuff. And
why do they have to be little insurance guys? Like, can they be normal size?
No, they're all Overmars size, right?
Yes, exactly. There's the insurance guy.
You don't want to devote just when they're all on the same level and they're all saying, okay, you guys impressed me, you can be part of my team, and then you guys will suck, you be transferred over to some other office doing even smaller insurance stuff. You want to give everybody a shot, right? You want to be able to talk to these guys who are there. You want to, you don't want to come across as a dick, basically, right? But he can't necessarily do that. So I think his job just becomes a lot tougher. If you're Nani Madueke, for example, right? I think in any good club, there's a hierarchy, right? I use your club as an example, right? Bukayo Saka knows that he's not the same as Leandro Trossard. Trossard knows he's not the same as Saka. You have, and you're there because you earned it on the pitch. Doesn't mean these things can't change. Doesn't mean Trossard can't outplay Saka, whatever. But there is a sense, and that when the manager speaks to them, that these are the 7, 8, 9 players who are going to form the core of the team, and then there's 6 or 7 that are going to play regularly, and then the other guys are going to be more on the fringes, and make my decisions hard for me, prove me wrong. At Chelsea, I'm not sure I'm not sure how you can do that. I'm not sure that you're in that position. I'm not sure how many guaranteed, cast iron starters there are. And that's even before you get into all the guys who were injured or coming back from injuries or having to prove their fitness. And that makes your job really hard. I mean, is Cole Palmer going to start? Of course. But get beyond that, I don't know anybody who's guaranteed. Reece James, if he's fit, sure. But do we know he's going to be fit? I don't know. Fofana going to be fit? I don't know. Enzo will start, sure. Okay, that's one guy. But then Dewsbury Hall, is Caicedo definitely starting when Lavia is now fit? Who knows? And so you have to manage all these situations. If you're Madueke, if you're Mudryk, how do you feel about this? And that's a really
and they're still looking at. I mean, there's constant chatter about bringing new people in. Like it's one thing to say, where am I going to fit in as one of 45 people? I mean, like are we going to do that thing that where you saw Neymar in China playing against like 465 little kids? Like, is that what our games are going to look like, or is there going to be a process for identifying 25 of us that are going to be able to play for the team this season? And then there's just more people getting rumored to come in.
Well, that's why they bought Strasbourg. I think in the end, the reality is they can only register so many players for the Premier League and for European football.
So 19 loans to Strasbourg then is what we're going to see.
And there's limits on loans now as well, as you know, right? So that's going to be difficult. They have to figure this out somehow, and the clock is ticking. I don't know how they think they're going to do this, because obviously every day that passes, you hear like it's a familiar situation. It gets headed with Ozil, right? And I'm Lukaku. I mean, if I'm any club that might be interested in Lukaku, every day that passes, the screws turn a little bit on Chelsea, and it weakens whatever negotiating ability they have, right? So yeah, and the whole everybody's going to Saudi to make a ton of money, that pipeline is pretty much dried up. Remember all those people like this 10, 12 months ago? It was like, well, within 2 years, the Saudi Pro League will be bigger than La Liga, second only to the Premier League. Yeah, we've seen how well that's going, right?
It is turning into the China thing from 10 years ago all of a sudden. I didn't expect that out of this, but
it's worse because, I mean, first of all, attendances are actually down. You know that, right? So last season's attendances were worse than the year before. They've actually gone down, which is pretty extraordinary when you think about it. But they're right around 11,000. But I mean, in China, you have a gigantic country, gigantic economy, and you had people who, they didn't have a strong football league, and they had people who they're trying to encourage to go out and start going to games and spend money, and they have a growing middle class and all this stuff. But Saudi's completely different. They've had football in Saudi. Football's been the number one sport in Saudi for forever, right? For 40, 50 years. And so just getting them better, more expensive players, it's not like all of a sudden you've got more people. You still have 40 million, 45 million, however many Saudis there are. And yeah, it's a rich country, but it's not like all of a sudden everybody has more money and they can all go and you can triple ticket prices, because then you alienate fans. They've already alienated a lot of fans internally because, it's really only 4 or 5 teams that really spent the really, really big money.
I mean, you don't really think that the goal there was to build a self-sustainable, world-class football league. I mean, that I don't want to be too, what's the word, cynical, but I don't think it was ever the plan. There's a word that starts with S and ends with ing that I think might be able to apply to that situation. But
you know what? You're talking about sports watching. I might play here, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that that's the case. And the reason I say this is that works if you can go into another country and or if you develop such a global presence in something that people say like, oh, let's just focus on how great the football is, how great the sports is, how great this entertainment is. I don't think that it works that way. I mean, I think the people who have opinions of Saudi one way or another, those opinions aren't going to change. I think if I were trying to do this, I mean, I think it can make sense for smaller countries or countries in a different situation. But I mean, politically, Saudi's a really, really important country. With the world's second biggest producer of oil, the world's third biggest buyer of weapons, most of which they buy from us in the West. So I don't, they're important, right? They're strategically important, geographically important. They can pick up the phone and get the president of the U.S. or Putin or China, the leaders of these countries, on the phone whenever they want. This isn't Qatar trying to become relevant on a world stage. So I don't think it's that. I think it's just a massive miscalculation. And unfortunately, we often generalize about entire countries or whatever. I don't know that this is. We look at Newcastle. I don't think this is the same strategy, because if you look at Newcastle have generally lived within their means, right? I mean, they may have some PSR issues like Villa or whatever, or Chelsea. Well, probably not as bad as Chelsea, but they've gone for kind of the organic growth part, right? Saudi Pro League, I don't know what the hell they were thinking. I don't know what the hell that business model was, but I don't think it's going to last. I think they're not morons, right? They don't. If they're losing money on something, I think they will pull the plug. And right now, it looks as if they're just losing enormous amounts of money. And this is money from the Public Investment Fund, which it's oil revenue that they're supposed to use to turn into sort of some sustainable economic business that can sustain the country once the oil runs out. That's what this money is for. And giving that money to Neymar or Cristiano or Sergei Milinkovic-Savic doesn't necessarily mean that in 20 years, the average Saudi is going to be better off.
No, I don't think it does at all. Do you think any of those guys regret their move already? I mean, we know obviously what happened with Jordan Henderson. Do you think Ronaldo is? We know Ronaldo is much more conscientious and emotional than he's given, than his reputation is. He certainly hasn't spoken out about his move, but I don't think it would be in his best interest to. But do you think he regrets that? Because he certainly is the one who kind of the first domino to fall in all of this.
It's an interesting question, and you look at it. I mean, we're purely speculating from the outside, right?
Well, of course, but
I think
you're maybe a little bit less on the outside than most of us.
Cristiano's slightly different in the sense that I generally think because look, we've all wondered this, right? None of us, I'm assuming, not even you, Jared, is a billionaire, right? So,
despite the tie, no.
Exactly. So I always wonder, like,
okay, I know he's also in the insurance business, so you never know what us insurance. I mean, different side of the insurance business, but yeah.
No, so you ask yourself, how much money is enough money, right? How much generational wealth do I need? Having been around some of these players and their family members and around them, I actually think for some it's a way of keeping score. So, like, I think when Cristiano reads he's making 300 million or whatever, it's not like Cristiano goes and checks his bank balance every week. But when he reads people tell him, "Oh, look, you're the best paid player in the world, or second best, or third best, or whatever it is," he's like, "I still got it. Look, I still got it. And on top of that, I scored 54 goals in 51 games last year," or whatever it was, right? It's a way, I think, of keeping it up. This is, nobody wants to be disrespected, right? If you're doing the same job at your company as the guy next to you and you're producing the same, but he's making twice what you make, you get annoyed, right? Even if you have all the money that you'll ever need. So you balance that against the relevance of playing at the highest level. I actually don't think Cristiano's deluded. I think Cristiano, when he went back to Manchester United, he looked around and he's like, not only do I not like it here because I don't like the manager and whatever, also, I can't do the things that I wanted to do before. And I like playing and scoring goals and having fun and having the crowd sing my name. He's got that in Saudi.
Yeah, and Messi really kind of did the same thing. I mean, he moved to what's clearly a inferior league from a quality standpoint, and it's just, for some reason, and this is the whole Messi versus Ronaldo thing, which is a can I don't want to open, but he's not seen as the mercenary, as the it's a fascinating thing. And one of the people I love hearing from about the whole Messi Ronaldo thing again, not going to go down that rabbit hole, is Sophie Nicolau, who loves to. I mean, she's team Cristiano. Messi's not the guy he makes himself out to be, and Cristiano's also not the guy that the press make him out to be. But again, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, because we have something really, really new and fresh that I want to talk to you about, and that is something that I have a feeling you participated in, which is the ESPN's top 50 managers in Europe. Were you a part of the judging crew for that? Because this just came out a couple days ago. I love me some lists, but
I was not. I believe actually it was.
Really?
I could be wrong on this, and my boss is listening. Please forgive me. I believe that list is put together by Tor Christian Carlson.
Well, it was, but I think it was like a committee of 50 people or 70 people. I think that
I'm not sure about that. I certainly wasn't a part of that, so I can't claim responsibility. Tor, for those who don't know, is he's been director of football at a number of clubs, including Monaco. He was also former CEO of Monaco. He is a scout. He's an old school. He does use his analytics, but he's more old school. And, he's a guy who's been in the front lines. He's actually hired and fired coaches. So I think he brings a lot of insight from kind of inside the game. And I'm glad he's putting himself out there. Although, no doubt you will point out some serious flaws in his top 50.
Okay, I actually misread it. It says an initial group of 70-odd names was narrowed down to 50 before I brought together a host of people working in the football.
You go reading comprehension, Mike. If it were numbers in an actuarial table, you'd be good. But
I got a crap high school education.
Exactly. Slow this down.
Yes, I did think that they essentially crowdsourced from 50 people. And averaged out all the rankings and stuff, but no, he essentially got the list down to 50, and then talked to a handful of folks, coaches, sporting directors, CEOs, and chief scouts for added input, and ultimately then ranked those 50 people in order. So I found it really interesting, because it really. I liked the list. I bought into the list, and I'm gonna kind of go through it real quick with you, and any commentary that you'd like to add to it, I would appreciate. But obviously, I kind of like the way it ends. But top 50, you see a lot of coaches who are currently unattached, but I highlighted the ones that I found fascinating, and Enzo Maresca at 38. I figured you'd have something to say about it. And Conte at 36. I've never been a super fan of Antonio Conte. I thought the hire at Spurs, I absolutely thought that was a joke, and just about Conte, building a path to a bigger job rather than, Spurs showing ambition. It was desperation. But what do you make of that? Is that do you think those are kind of, and then of course Ten Hag at 34?
You're not asking me about the other former Chelsea manager who's
Graham. This is like
it's a Chelsea list, 4 to 5 in a row.
Well, I mean, if you look over the last 20 years, the chances of 30 or more Chelsea managers being in the top 50, I mean, you're going to have that.
I think it depends on the vantage point. I mean, for me, if you're looking at it from a coaching perspective, if you're going to parachute Antonio Conte down with a group of footballers, and you tell them you have 2 months to prepare them in preseason and then go out and win, who's going to get the most out of them? I generally think Conte's, from that vantage point, is top 4 or 5 in the world. I mean, to me, there's no real question, no real debate there. But the problem is that's only part of what we ask our managers to do, right? They're also the face of the club. Conte's methods in the past have become grating on the players very, very quickly because he works them so hard. He believes a little bit like Jose Mourinho. I think Rafa Benitez once said that Conte was Mourinho without the charm, which might be a bit harsh, but there is something to it, right? He's he's the guy who's so like testosterone, winning mentality, work hard, blah, blah, blah. And then when they don't win, he's like, well, we need better players, better mentality, winning mentality. We need winners. So I think the knock on him is that he doesn't push kids, that he's kind of always looking to upgrade you. But there's a reason why Juventus got rid of him after 3 seasons, because the players had enough. 3 seasons in which they won 3 straight titles. If you go through his career, he's never spent more than 2 years in any one place. And again, why? Because the club owner just gets fed up with it. Like, I don't need this maniac with fake hair running around. You know, we might have won for a while and whatever, but, you know, it says the same things. He gets sulky, he gets broody.
I need a maniac with real hair, because the maniac with fake hair thing's not working for us. We need a maniac with real hair.
You know, he could give you some tips, though, and soon give me some tips as well. But I think he becomes hard to handle, right? So in terms of an instant lift, if you bring in Conte and you spend a bit of money, you're likely to do very well very quickly. I mean, even Spurs did very well very quickly. And then other issues come to the fore. And I think that's been the reality of his career there.
So we start getting down to brass tacks here, and Jared, I'm interested in your feedback on these. I mean, Big Benge. What team did he put? Oh, sorry. I just have autocorrect when I put Tottenham in. That's what comes out. 22nd Big Ange, 17 Mourinho, Arne Slot, is it? Arne Slot, and then Unai Emery at 13. I mean, I don't really have a huge problem with any of these things. I don't know that Jose Mourinho is really relevant anymore on the world stage, but you know, we're seeing Allegri at 28. These are names that people were just desperate to see at Arsenal in recent years, and you know, complained didn't get the right support. But Jared, I mean, anything interesting on this list that pops out at you?
You know, I love the list, and I like when they get created, because they create a lot of fun conversation. Because if you have 50 different people do this list, you're going to get something slightly different, right? And I think Conte was the one on the previous slide that stood out to me, in that he was within a handful of spots of Vincent Kompany, who I actually like, and I think will do, you know, it's hard to not do decently well at Bayern. But when you look at career accomplishments, you couldn't find 2 guys that are further apart than those 2. And then you put the list together and they're, you know, a handful of names apart. This one, Unai Emery, is a good one. I think he's one that is a little bit polarizing. I think there's a lot of people that would put him right up where he is on this list, which I think is a fair number. But there's a lot of people who would put him in the category of, you know, one of those guys who can't win the biggest of championships. You know, the Europa League's not nothing. It's a good thing to win. It's an accomplishment. It's a feather in your cap. But he's never kicked on to the bigger trophies, the bigger things. Like you see some of the others on the list. I mean, you see him wedged in between Simeone and Thomas Tuchel. We're talking about some Champions League winning type managers. So it's interesting the way they fall.
But Jerry, I don't want to be a dick about this, right? But all right, so and look, he does mix things in there, right? Thiago Motta at 11's never won anything, but he's also never had the teams to really achieve anything, right? When has Unai Emery, other than his stint at Paris Saint-Germain, ever managed a team that was a realistic Champions League contender?
Well, I mean, I think there's always occasions where I don't think when Jose Mourinho took over Porto, anyone thought he was a Champions League contending roster there, or squad that he had, but a good enough manager gets better results out of players. And again, I actually like Emery. I think he's a good manager. I think he's deserving of that spot on the list.
I think he's a good coach, not a good manager necessarily.
That's maybe fair. Maybe that's a fair way to put it.
I don't know. I think, I mean, you see on that list, you had Hansi Flick at 18, for example, right? So you're a career number 2. You move to number 1 at Bayern because your boss gets fired. They go on, they win the treble. You're a freaking genius. You go coach Germany, and you absolutely stink. And now you're at Barcelona. You're a big team, and so you're number 18 on the list. So you've achieved something. You've shown you were a good coach. If you put Hansi Flick in charge of, say, Stuttgart, or at number 25 and did really well in Germany last year, with Sebastian Hoeneß, what would he achieve? Is it a different skill set? Is it? Did you see what I'm saying? Is like when people
the best example of that was Ancelotti at Everton. I think. I mean, there are certain. I get annoyed when I see coaches praised for being serial winners when they. But I mean, and look, they've earned the right to be put into these positions. They didn't just get hired out of coaching ASL, JV, and become the coach of Bayern Munich and then just become massively successful doing it, which ironically is the one place that Ancelotti wasn't particularly massively successful at. Right?
And I think he's right. And Gab, I take your point, but that's kind of across all sport, that kind of transfers. It's always more the players than it is the manager in a lot of cases. I mean, what was the Charles Barkley quote? It's not about X's and O's, it's about Jims and Joes. I mean, you look at American sport, Bill Belichick wasn't winning Super Bowls without Tom Brady. Popovich wasn't winning without Tim Duncan and Tony Parker. Phil Jackson had Shaq, Jordan, Kobe. So I think it's a fair assessment that you're making that if you're going to be at the top of that list, you're going to have to be in some fortunate situations. Obviously, you're going to have to be on one of those bigger clubs that has more money, more resources, more talent, and is more of a destination, which I think as we go into I'm assuming the final slide of this list, we're going to see a lot of those destination teams managers right at the top. So I think in a lot of cases, it's success at a medium, slightly lower team level where you're sort of out kicking the competition that's going to end up in getting you in those big jobs where you can be considered one of the best managers because you've got the resources and players to kind of put you in that space.
Yeah, I absolutely. Just the one thing that I struggle with this is like, obviously you would want to, I guess, weight more their more recent work more than their previous work, which is how, we end up Mourinho, behind Arne Slot, or weirdly behind Thomas Tuchel, who I thought was brilliant for a long time and was an absolute walking disaster at Bayern last year when he had all the resources and he had all the players, right? And look, I mean, that's when opinions come into it. Big Ange, who you guys obviously don't want to talk about for whatever reason.
Oh, I like Big Ange. Actually, I hate that I like him, but I like him. I just don't like him.
This is a guy who literally started, at the very bottom of the totem pole, and was successful at. He's had a couple setbacks actually, but kept climbing, and then he made Spurs better than they are now. The reality is, you ask yourself, what defines success going forward? I use Tottenham as an example, right? Tottenham aren't going to be able, unless the ownership changes, they're not going to be able to match the spending. And it just goes back to your argument about the Jims and Joes. You're not going to match Man City or Manchester United or Liverpool or Chelsea spending or Arsenal spending, frankly, in the next 5 years. It's just not going to happen, right? And so what is his ceiling? Like, does he need to finish 5th or 6th every year to maintain that level? And if he never goes above that, does it mean he's a worse coach? Oh, Spurs haven't really kicked on under Ange, I would argue whenever Ange passes one of these other better resourced clubs, that's a big W for him. That is a real achievement.
And of course the final 10. I think this is a very, very spot on top 10. I actually am not sure I have any arguments with this. Maybe I don't. I've never really had the kind of respect for Mauricio Pochettino that a lot of people have, and I don't say that having anything to do with Chelsea. I see him as a guy that, I mean, what has he truly accomplished? And one of the criteria for this is, and yes, you could say the same thing about Mikel Arteta. I fully understand that, but he's now been at 3 clubs, and now with the U.S. national team, a 4th. He's kind of I don't know. I think he because he had Tottenham playing awfully well for a while. I think he just got this reputation for coaching them up, but I mean, I just don't buy it with him. I don't understand.
I'll play devil's advocate for a minute, right? On Pochettino versus Arteta, because you could make an argument that where Arteta is now is where, or that their apparent was where Pochettino was at his peak, right? So I mean, difference obviously. Arteta was a number 2 to Pep, but Pochettino made Espanyol a much better team, made Southampton a much better team, went to Spurs where they didn't actually have a lot of resources and spent a lot of money, was there a long time, built a culture. They finished second in the league. They reached the Champions League final. Arteta's finished second in the league, hasn't lost the Champions League final yet. May it happen. And so we have Arteta at 4. If he'd made this list a few years ago, before Pochettino went to Paris Saint-Germain and Chelsea, maybe Pochettino would be where Arteta is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can get behind that. I mean, Pochettino, yeah. I mean, Arteta's at a cusp where he either goes, as we go forward and do this list next year and the year after that, he either, ends up in the 3 to 4 range, or, if things don't work out, he easily could drop into the double digits. And I would hate to see that, but I don't know. I mean, my point really was that I think they got 9 out of the 10 of these pretty well spot on. And I've always kind of pushed back on Carlo Ancelotti, and it seems everyone I have a problem with has at some point in their career managed Chelsea. It's just, that's not the reason why, but I just, for me, Carlo is the Phil Jackson of football, and that's not a bad thing because Phil Jackson won like 74 world championship or NBA championships. And Carlo Ancelotti's obviously won massively everywhere he's gone, that he's had the kind of team that Phil Jackson coached in Chicago and in LA in the basketball. A good manager and a good manager of prime talent. But Napoli, Everton, like I lose respect for folks when they, you're supposed to be able to, win with their players. And what's the expression? I can win with your players, or I can win with my players. And I don't think he's set up to actually improve players that are, I'll actually say Mauricio Pochettino was better at giving players to play above their station than Carlo Ancelotti is. Is that a ridiculous comment?
Yeah, it kind of is. Sorry. I mean, obviously he's coached a lot of really, really big teams. I mean, I thought
maybe the players, I'm seeing these players as being Galacticos, and maybe I'm not giving him enough credit for for cultivating them into Galacticos. I mean, I'm aware that might be the case.
First of all, coaching Real Madrid, I think, is totally different than any other club. But, at Milan, they had those Champions League runs when everybody was old and they were effectively doing it on a shoestring. If you look at, what they actually bought, what they actually achieved. Am I going to hold against Pep that, he coached Barcelona, Man City, and Bayern? Is it his fault? Do we knock him back too because he hasn't coached bad teams? I mean, look, in fact, this whole list, right? Klopp's never right. So who has coached, poor teams? I mean, Ancelotti actually coached in the second division years ago, but whatever. But Klopp obviously had those years at Mainz, right? And then what? Inzaghi did come up the hard way. Gasperini definitely came up the hard way. Valverde came up the hard way. The other guys, Luis Enrique. Oh, look, here's Barcelona. Let me win a treble. Okay, yeah, fine. Let me go and coach Spain, dominate everybody, and then we don't win anything because Morata can't finish. Great. Now I'm at Paris Saint-Germain with Mbappe. Is it fair to hold this against them? I don't know. I mean, look, Xabi Alonso, tremendous feat, right? But then you get into longevity with him, right? He's been there 18 months, has not set a foot wrong. If he continues along this arc, and it's interesting because Leverkusen, they have kept all their star players. They've actually added to it a little bit, and they kept Xabi Alonso. So this is the year. If he repeats, hats off to him. He can break into the top 3.
He can write his own ticket if that happens.
Yeah.
They haven't gotten off to a good start though in the losing 4-1 to Arsenal, but
exactly
in a massively important, impactful
major priority.
Yeah. I think they're in crisis right now.
It's funny, you've got Klopp in there. I don't know if Klopp's going to manage again, frankly. So it's interesting. I mean, our perceptions of these, I find really, really interesting. And that's why I think this list is so difficult to put together. I think it's almost easier to kind of, isolate the different parts of the skill set. So Klopp is a phenomenal communicator as well, as is Ancelotti. Xabi Alonso does it in a very different way. Luis Enrique, again, if you don't speak Spanish, you might miss out on this, but I don't want to sound like, you know, Tim Walls here talking about the other side, but Luis Enrique is just a little weird, right? He's an unusual person, right? Gasperini has a horrendous personality, but then his team's really good, and his players seem to follow him. You know, so there's a whole mix in there, and I guess this is part of what makes it fun. Is that
I mean, ultimately, these lists are just about sparking conversation, and clearly it's done that. Both of you, where on this list, all things considered, and I'm not even going to dictate the rationale, but where would you put Mikel Arteta on this list right now with what he's accomplished? Is he a little too high right there because of? I think part of the number 4 and part of the criteria is about how he has overall impacted the club, and that's where I think Mikel Arteta, his biggest strength is. Even though we've improved year over year. And are now competing to the final day of the season and possibly getting over the hump this season. What he's done and changed in the entire organization, the entire setup of Arsenal Football Club, I think has a lot more to do with why he's number 4 than his coaching ability. Would you agree, Joe?
I think, as Gab said earlier, there's also a huge recency bias to all of these lists. We're looking at, you know, what have you done for me lately? You know, there's a lot of people who have achieved far more than Mikel Arteta on this list that are much further down. But when you're making this list today, it's, you know, the question is, do you look at this as a lifetime achievement award, or if you got to manage it, if you got to get a game tomorrow that you have to win, who do you want to manage it? And I think those lists don't always match up. For me, if you're talking about right now accomplishments the last year, 18 months, I think 4 or 5 is a fair place for Arteta. I think just for the overall of Klopp, Guardiola, Ancelotti, I don't think we'd find many people that would argue against those 3 at the top. But I think right now he's in the mix behind that. You know, it's going to be person to person, whether you have him 4 through 10 probably. But as an Arsenal fan, obviously, I think very highly of him. He's created a kind of a seismic shift in the culture of the club in, you know, the last 3 to 4 years that I think a lot of us see. It translates on the pitch. And that's for me, I'm not mad that he's at 4. I think that's a nod to the work he's done. But I think there's a good argument that a lot of people could make to put him a little bit lower down the list, even with the way Arsenal played last season.
You know, I one of the things that I look at Arteta and that make me really like him is I think there's a certain humility there, which actually there is with Ancelotti as well, in the sense that you remember, you know, at the start of the season last year, you don't need me to tell you this, but like when he was playing that kind of 4-1-4-1 with Declan Rice in front of the back 4 and Jesus at center forward, you know, that was an idea. It's obviously an idea that's kind of borrowed and evolved from Pep played, and Declan Rice is supposed to be Rodri and whatever. It didn't work. It didn't work as well as he wanted it to. Mm-hmm. So what does he do? He tweaks it. He finds a different solution. He doesn't say, no, this is my philosophy. This is my tactical vision. You will bend to my will. Or, you know, he doesn't go and says like, hey, Edu, hey, Vinay, give me a bunch of other players. You know, no. He says, all right, let me fix this. Let me see. So in certain games against, you know, because Rice has a certain skill set, I want him in the lineup, obviously. But like, so, you know, maybe I'll play Georgie there or Clarke when available. And he doesn't get hung up on this, like, is Havertz a 9, a 9.5, a 10.5, a pie. You know, no, like, dude, you're tall, you're strong, you're nasty, you got a good touch. You're going to play center forward. And eventually, you know, even the Jesus thing, and Jules and I argue about this all the time, there's a reason Pep didn't play him at center forward. And I don't think he should be there. But again, how do I make Gabriel Jesus useful to the team? Maybe I'll play him on the wing sometimes. Maybe he'll play center forwards. Like, it's that kind of flexibility. The Zinchenko one, another one, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not saying he's copying Pep by playing 4 center backs. I'm not saying that. But does that for a while, Zinchenko stepping left field. What do you have now? Now you got left backs who have a totally different profile and who maybe are more, you know, more defenders. It's that ability to say, all right, I've done this. Can I do better, right? Can I try something different? and for me also, this is part of the reason why Pep is number one, is that, when I look at this and I look at, for me, pragmatism is a real strength of any coach, any manager, any leader, right? Pep has evolved in his different iterations over the years. That's why he's there. Ancelotti, of course, is probably the most pragmatic out of all of them. Klopp, definitely less so, but there's a different way to skin a cat. Arteta has shown that pragmatism even in his sort of shorter stint at Arsenal. Xabi Alonso hasn't needed to be pragmatic because he hasn't been there very long. When you go through this list, I think these are the skills that I want from a manager. That who can adapt and keep basic concepts and philosophy, but adapt your players to get the best out of them. And I think most people, all right, you guys are Arsenal fans, please correct me. Is Declan Rice more productive when he sits in front of the back four, or is he more productive when he has the freedom to get forward and shoot on goal and play 1-2s and whatever, rather than having him sit back there and with somebody pressing him up his backside and having to pick out passes?
Yeah, without question, he's better in the more versatile role. I think that's where everybody would like to see him long term, if it's possible, for sure.
Yeah, I think he's better going forward as well. I like that he can play in either position, but I'd rather see him with more freedom. I think he's definitely a little happier doing that.
But again, let's just imagine this, right? None of us were in the room, right? But I'm imagining Arteta in the summer, right? He goes to his boss and says, all right, we're going to buy Havertz, we're going to play Rice. And Edu says, all right, what are you going to do with these guys? How are they going to work? And in his initial thought, he's like, oh, it's going to be great. I'm going to have a back four, and then Rice is going to be my Rodri, and then Havertz and Odegaard are going to be my Bernardo Silva and my De Bruyne and blah, blah, blah. And Jesus will be Jesus, and, we're going to rock it, right? He's like, okay. And then he changes the script. And that's a sign of intelligence. And presumably Edu said, okay, you did the right thing. You're showing this humility. You're showing this flexibility. That's what I want from my manager. I don't want Conte telling me like, oh, look, I need more people with a heart of a champion. I need more 100 million signings. It's other nonsense, right?
To show ambition or
exactly. I need a club that matches my ambition. By the way, a lot of the stuff we said about Conte, we could have said about Jose Mourinho too, frankly.
Absolutely. So speaking of winners and serial winners, we're going to pick some winners of prizes for Gooners versus Cancer. I did. We were absolutely packed until the end of the last hour, so I didn't get to do the prize draws in the last hour. So we're going to do two, and both of those prize packs are going to be given out now. Let me get the randomizer ready. The first prize that we're going to be drawing, and these are all prizes that could have been won if you had donated to goonersvcancer.com, and can still be won in the future if you go there. So the first winner of a Ruth Beck art print. Ruth was just on with us in the last hour, and we have a print of hers, an A3 print of your choice, plus the book Arsenal 101 from David Fox at David Fox. What is it? David Fox. What's the word? The website I'm trying to think of. David Fox Publishing, I believe, .com. Called Arsenal 101, a historical accounting of last season from Block 101. And the winner of that package Patrick Harewood. That is I believe Patrick's the multiple-time winner today. He actually won the exact same prize package earlier in this podcast. So I'm actually going to make an executive decision here and assume that he doesn't want two of the same book, and maybe we'll actually switch that up to the other prize, which I was going to give away, which is the Gooners versus Cancer polo. So, Patrick, we don't want to take the prize away from you, but we're going to switch it so that you don't end up with duplicates. And then we'll draw again for the Ruth Beck art and Arsenal 101 book. And the winner. Dale Carragher also, I believe, has won. Let me just check into what Dale has won. It's a new kit, a Theo and Gilberto kit, and yeah, I believe he is eligible to win that. So a piece of Ruth Beck art and Arsenal 101 book. Congratulations to Dale for winning his third prize of the podcast. So Gabby, we've reached the end of the hour. And we've also reached the end of segment 3 of the podcast. Because this is a pretty unique, long podcast, YouTube does not allow recordings longer than 8 hours. So we've broken it into 4 slices. And so for everybody that's watching and wants to catch the final 6 hours of the podcast that we're getting ready to get started with, you can do that by just essentially re-entering the same link. And you will then be taken to the chat room for the new podcast, which here's the links here. Where's it? Here. Disregard the fact that says part 3. To join the part 4 pod room, go to bit.ly/Podathon 2024. And you'll be ready for part 4. And part 4 is going to be us, Jared, and a number of other guests playing a game. Playing the Way Too Close game, which we featured over the last couple of years, and it should be hopefully fun. So we will see you on the flip side. But Gab, tell us what are you up to? Where can we find you? You've got the easiest to remember Twitter handle possible, as long as people know how to spell your last name.
That's right, just my last name, Marcotti. The Gab and Jules show is back. We taped our first show of the new season just this morning. Jules sends his best. Unfortunately, he's been really overworked this summer between the Euros and the Olympics, so can't join you guys, but would have wanted to be there. And then I've got my column, my Monday Musings column is back this Monday. Got another column which I have up. Like when you spend a ton of money on an under 19 player or an under 21 player, and you figure like, oh, this is brilliant. I've actually gone through and even adjusted for inflation, the 25 most expensive under 21 players and under 19 players in history. Kind of
transfer fee or wages or both?
Transfer fee.
Okay, so Cheeto Obi Martin is not involved in that because he left on a free, pretty much, right? We did go by transfer fee. I mean, unsurprisingly, Kylian Mbappe's number 1 on both lists, but he left on a free, so maybe not the biggest. It depends your vantage point about whether you thought that was good business or not. And it's interesting. There's a lot of hits and misses, but you're reminded too that people were throwing around enormous amounts of money many, many years ago. You're reminded that for every Vinicius, there's a Rainier, and I was also reminded of. Sound obvious, but just how freaking good that Wayne Rooney was. And even though he was one of the most expensive 18-year-olds in history, he did pretty well for himself. So sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. And speaking of things that work out, I'm contractually obligated to mention that, of course, Gabby and I met in 1988 in high school together in London, at the American School of London. That's the ASL I was referring to before. And never have I met 2 people who I saw practicing and beginning their journey in their respective fields and then reach the height of those fields. And you know exactly who I'm talking about, Gab. First of all, seeing you in journalism class and then watching what you've become is very proud. But maybe even more so, seeing what's his real last name again? Oh, Steve Glover. Steve Glover skateboarding around, running into things and throwing himself off of high buildings and things, and then becoming Steve-O of Jackass. I mean, never have 2 people so adequately grown in the field that they started expressing themselves in high school than the 2 of you. And it's
and I could say the same. I remember you back when we were 16, like having your fantasy actuarial tables and stuff.
I am not an actuary. I'm in sales. I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm in sales.
But yes, you know, like we can both say we were there when when we saw Steve-O eat a pint glass. I don't know if you remember that, but that was one of my absolute highlights. Probably one of the most unsafe things that you can do, other than drinking strychnine or something. But you know.
Have you seen any of the stuff he did since, Gabby? I mean, like I'm not sure that I would have thought that's one of the most unsafe things you could do until I saw the last 25 years of his career. But yeah. Anyway, a surreal experience. And Gab, I always appreciate when you give your time to these causes, and by these causes I just mean me. And like having lunch with me or having a beer, and it's a thrill, and please give my best to Jules.
Will do.
I have two different ways of giving my best to Jules now. I can end around Gabby and go through Kate now, but I'll leave that with you because Kate's a little busy right now as you are. So thank you for joining us, Gabby, and we will see you, Jared, on the flip side in part 4, and hopefully as many of you that are in the chat, we will see you on the other side of things. And with that, we end part 3, and